I feel like I was assaulted something that I didn't do at all. I don't even know what the fuck they're talking about. You truly have nothing to do with it. I have nothing to do with it, and yet I was being, you know what I mean, they put it all out, right? Because they're using you to try to control what Clive will do. Right. He's being threatened by people who consider friends. I never reveal any names in the mainstream podcast, but we later found out it was comedian Brian Callen was bullying and belittling him over the phone. Brian Callen later went on the Fire and Kim podcast and realized he handled the phone situation poorly between Robbie. To get my say, me, I'm the guy, okay? I have full responsibility. I was wrong. I said this to Bobby. I called him up. Bobby read me the riot act. I think if he had been in front of me, he would have fucking punched me. And he's justified. And I said, Bobby, you're absolutely right. I apologize. I was wrong. Bobby Lee recently unfollowed me so after all this was said and done, that their relationship would never be the same. They said the reason they were so ready to take legal action to Bobby Lee and Kalila was because they believed they were behind orchestrating online attacks against Brandon for the past 6 years at the same time that came into kids. You're saying that you know me, right? You didn't know me, right? You know that I had nothing to do with it because the fact that we're listening. You don't own a computer. He answers the phone with his eye. aquatic center. He was going to show a park, but they said, you know what, it makes better sense to do it here. And approved by the ad hoc committee. Now the whole city needs to look at it and vote on it. But they want the safety of the athlete and the park. They have to basically do a complete overall. The pool is not ready for that. And he was laughing. I know what he's exactly. I've had calls from everybody, huge names in the profession, laughing like, no, who you are and how you operate. After that, Brandon talked on the phone saying people behind his team were looking into a video of a child abuse case, all the stuff that was supposedly IPSS, that was legal. Would you that's on the podcast? Claiming that it was an ongoing investigation. Kalila also had her suspicions that Brett Shop could only be trying to frame them for all the harassment that him and his family, how foolish he looked for making a huge reaction about a minor anecdote that they made about him on Trash Tuesday. Bobby Lee shared him and Kalila had an open relationship. Bobby Lee didn't feel the need to share with him. Don't like to have it a secret. But he did this sort of narrative rather than let anyone else be able to take that up. We had an open thing, just because we had an open thing, right? So that they can use the same kind of thing. Just put it on. Right, but we didn't open it. You guys had an open relationship. Yeah, right? I was with Lila saw somebody. Something that I know that Bobby hand selected him. Literally. Yeah, okay. Right. So you arranged something. I didn't arrange it. Right? You know, he had. Is this going to be okay? And I said, go ahead and do it. Okay. And this is something that, you know, therapists knew about. We talked about it in couples counseling, this and that. So this is something, so it happened, right? And he got leaked in the internet, right? And now they're being considered on me and whatnot, right? This is another one. This is the most nine that he was using that information over their head. That was actually referring to something else he had used on Kalila. Kalila also from an outside source that when Brandon Schaub went to JRE podcast and wrote his new special, he called her all kinds of names behind my back and assassinating her character. I was hearing from our friends and to speak to Ruth about the situation that you were telling that you were telling Ruth with Schultz. Anyone would hear slandering about me, but I was that you hired an investigator who was able to incriminate you for 6 years of harassment towards children kids and just overall assassinating my character. Why I decided that our previous deal to not talk about each other on the podcast was off. Many fans were surprised that Brandon Schaub was open on the podcast. That's why Bobby Lee collided in the first place. And I'm happy for Bobby for staying up to this uncomfortable situation. After all said and done, the podcast ends on a lighter note, where Bobby Lee jokes and Brandon debates and shouts out the special Gringo Poppy. Brandon Schaub expresses after this conversation he is done hashing things out and hopes that he can move forward from this situation. They also confirmed that they would be discussing what they saw on next week's podcast. Thanks so much for watching. Be sure to click that like button, subscribe. Until next time. Fair enough. Let's get to this news now. Which is meant to sell American workers. Rallies are being held around LA. We always struggle to figure it out and check our spot. Until we started using Quantify to figure it out in no time. By organizing who's working on what and for which amount of time, everyone gets notified about knows exactly what they're doing. And I can easily track progress. We set up alerts. You know, you come in here, you location shame me. You location shame me because I don't live in our fancy frags like Joe Rogan and everybody, right? You come in here, I fuck my girl. Come in here, you know what I mean? Some major comedy and podcast drama going down last week is Brennan Schaub, obviously, Lila, Tiger Bell, Allen, player, kid, so there's some accusations and allegations. We're going to get to the bottom of all of it. It's confusing. It goes back a few months, and maybe it's still not over. Who knows? But we're going to get to the bottom of it. We're going to play every clip. We're going to show every receipt. We're going to figure out what really went down with Brendan, Bobby, and Lila. Okay, so back in January, Trash Tuesdays comes out with episode 49. Trash Tuesdays is Lila's other podcast. She does it with leader named Esther Levinsky. She does it with them, and it's more of a female-oriented podcast to talk about real stuff. This and that. They were talking about this guy who hit on Annie and Kalila in the past. Kalila gave some DMs, but she saw Trash Tuesday was about 3 years ago. These same DMs, when she talks about the entire relationship, they were like 7 years ago. So there's a chance that they continued 3 years, but there's also a chance that she just misspoke differently. Annie, though, said that this guy, this comedian, is a unfunny comedian. After she said, goes, that's a big clue, that's a big clue. This guy asked to walk into this truck, implying that there was going to be some sexual activity going on after they loaded the truck. He just trashes this unnamed comedian as well. Guys do that, it makes me sad. I had a guy who's like, why don't you walk me to my truck, this Mary guy, or like, if we know him, I'm not going to say who it is. I know him. Why don't you give me a walk, why don't you give me, like, you should walk me to my truck, like, so what, I can blow you? Like, what? Listen, but it's just like, it's like, why would I? I love that we have the same people that, yes, the same ones, want to be, oh, he came for me so hard, and we know his chick. And like the thing that I think is like Esther's better, the guy Esther, he's coming for you. That is, it's just crazy. Esther, it's funny. He was talking to his family. He was like, what are you doing tonight? This year? 3 years ago. He was on honeymoon. Left in my honeymoon. I came with my in-laws right now. Do you want to go? That is like he thinks of being murder. Like for me, I was like single. I'm like, why would we're deviants together? It's like because I was thinking about like if we would okay, like let's say I was like which I was never in. We walked to my car. I finished my spot, being very not being good enough. And then that's so I was like, I don't want to be seen with you. I don't the biggest clue you could ever give. I'm like, so you're not gonna come with me. And then you want me to walk you to your car like so I'm literally like I leave a sea of adoring fans. I leave a sea of like people being like, can I know you're amazing, where'd you get your outfit? It's Esther Club, you get enough merch, you get it on your website, and Esther Nice. Like in the middle of just like, do you want me to stop like what worked my ass off to do? Do you want me to stop doing that so I can walk you to a car that's more expensive than the one I'm living in? Like, I'm not coming in this situation. Like, what is in this scenario? No, what is the incentive? I was saying, like, what would I get out of this? I get to suck your unfunny dick? Like, I'm good. I'm just so traumatized. Like, Chevy Trucks. More dependability awards for trucks than any other brand. Receipts in one day. Can anybody hear beatbox? 2 weeks after that, Red Shot came back from 2. Sound like you're going to start singing Jitterbug. You're going to bury the Trash Tuesday beef. What's going on with Trash Tuesday? Renshaw basically says there's no beef. He denies that he ever hit on Andy Lederman or asked to walk or do any truck or try to do anything. Basically just says the whole thing is made up and there's no beef. I'm good with Lila and Bobby. Mind you, how this after the closing phone call, which we'll get to later, had already occurred. By feminizing foods in every man's kitchen, destroying his stuff. Feminizing one. What's with the Trash Tuesday beef? What are we about the Trash Tuesday beef? As far as, did you try to walk any okay, so follow. Why does it not make sense? Okay, you guys didn't say my name, right? I did.
We didn't. The line was, "What am I gonna do if you're unfunny dick?" And then I came back to the three.
Again, I didn't see it, but it's worse. She said that last year about my car. Right?
No, I think that I cannot speak for her. I can only tell you. I can only tell you what was said on that particular.
If that's how she feels,
Can anybody hear feedback?
What was said was that there was a guy who was on money. I came back with, "Oh, that's a big clue," and that's something about a tree. And then, but I didn't say your name. It's. Hang on 1 second. Let me ask you this: if we're having this discussion about something happened in the past, and we're having a briefly little girl talk, here's the crime of that. Okay. I have gone to you and said that a tiny little giggly girl talk was going to spiral into this. I would have wired my mouth shut. But in my heart of hearts, while you may think it's not nice, and now I admit this thing to say, it was just an anecdote. I didn't think much of it. I'm not saying that because hitting on someone, not a cancelable offense. That was my justification for it. Who the fuck cares who hits on you 7 years ago? I faked kids then. They were shiny. You liked them. Then sorry. Fucking right.
As far as Kalila goes, we were at a good position. Yeah, so he's there now. It's like a fucking social thing. And there's no drama. Like Bobby, they have all close friends. No one's been worse than Bobby. They sometimes you had like on her or something like that. They're making this up. When it comes to it, like, I don't know, again, I don't get it, that news. If he subscribes to it, I would be upset too. That's why, see, like, I get it. So, some stuff you don't have to tell you know what I'm saying? Like, me, Clyde, my closest friend. So it's like, with that stuff, you gotta realize when I was coming to town, we have this steer, drive a truck. No, I have a problem that I got 8 months ago. No, that's 8 months ago. That's 8 months ago. So you didn't know the truck for that? No, I had a truck. No, I had a truck. I had a truck. Did you park in the parking lot or you go walk in? After 2 weeks, back on February 23rd, Rabbi Rothschild and texted Bobby has been around Friday. 6 seconds. We're going to get the job done. His friends and he texted Bobby. Okay.
Bergkämpa Naruto Illa bad.
That's right. An online market. It's out the middleman. Everybody's ditching their card trades and buying new cards. The reason why you're paying card trades is because 80% of payouts commissions turns 80%. This website has coaches $18 per month and use all the same thing. And here's what else. That's it.
Some chocolate.
They ended up coming out in H3 and getting a story. This was the information that was apparently life record. Also, side, I've always watched the show. What would happen? Like, obviously, the actual community that we're going to see. Sure, Violet had a lot to do with kids and stuff. She's her business. And was very, very proud of it. They broke up. And it turns out they were broken up for a few episodes and like fully broke up. And they just kept going on as those. So I guess that answers that question. Tiger Belly will be safe no matter what happens to Violet. He said, kid, dude, I get a lot of shit about this. I'm married with kids. I said, it's not good. I said, obviously, exactly.
So we didn't confirm or deny. Figured it would die down in a week anyway. On March 3rd, you text Bobby if he's handled the pilot shit yet, because you're still getting negative comments. In this text chain, you said, I don't have to get nasty with her, but if I have no choice, this is all direct quotes, I can definitely play that game. And this was referring to the months that Bobby and I were in an open relationship, thinking that will somehow directly hurt me.
Yeah, obviously, I mean, it's like, the open relationship. You and I, we would talk about the whole time.
Because it was
a delicate thing.
He was also back on drugs.
There's so
many different elements.
Right? It was a dark time.
It was very fragile.
So
we broke up for a while.
Yeah.
In fact, Schultz knew that. When Schultz came here, we were broken up.
Yeah. So we never talked. The first time we ever talked about it out loud was H3, which is so, and something that I was gonna die, and so that's information I shit. That's not like a big crime. That's not really breaking news. I get the other information you gave me is bad.
We can get into that.
Wait, what is that?
Yeah, we can get into that. Wait, hold on. It's the same level of me being a gold digger and stealing money from Bobby. Is it within those lines? So, oh yes, I mean, let's be real. It's a whole entire story for your accountants.
So now on April 13th, there's a Trash Tuesdays live stream where Lila, Annie, and all the girls are on there and talking about how they might be being sued by bigger TV, bigger podcasts. There's this podcast around and he calls around a podcast with 3 girls that are being sued by a bigger company. He's hiring $500,000 monster lawyers. This website that said that this podcast with 3 girls is being sued by a bigger podcast. While I was talking about having a worse sex with Brendan, she jokingly throws out there one day she would love to send it to Duquan. Coincidence? Probably, but I've never heard of Duquan in my life. And it's funny that the place, the gossip website she was joking about sending stuff is what leaks something to cause her to think she's being sued. Do you not know? Doesn't someone you decide like a celebrity that is half not true shit anyway, like public or a gossip website. I don't know how being sued works. I just feel like you need to talk to a lawyer and tell them exactly like you guys are being sued. Like it doesn't seem like something that you have to like guess. Like you think that like us, I think he might be suing us. Like when they already know that. That might be completely off base. I don't know anything about that, but that's just what I always assumed as a young boy. I don't know.
So, Dumois is a celebrity, like gossip account, and a couple, maybe about a month ago, they put out Pamela Wilson here from Big Brand System. Do you have the opportunity to get advice about speaking from Grand Boston? Our show, if this post on like this popular podcast, it's popular, and it says that we had a lot of controversy, scenes, and tension. We were part of a big scandal, and that the tension you were feeling was real. But that scandal that they were referring to had nothing to do with the 3 of us, and it was because it's potentially we were threatened a lawsuit. And I'm like scared to say that out loud. Yeah, but someone like behind the scenes threatening to sue us.
Even the thing that started it all was really just an anonymous anecdote.
That person threatened us. I'll say this. You think you have one over me? I focus there, you motherfucker. You let it out of your chest. And that is actually not a real threat. You think you're threat, but remember, if you go from
It just also, I just want to say this, like, my currency is not money. And where I see value power is a joke. So I'm rich and you're broke, bitch. So come after me. You got nothing on me, you unfunny piece of shit.
there was a rumor that said there's a podcast that is going to because a much bigger podcaster is trying to sue me. Maybe as soon as us, also these texts that he had shown me about I'm spending $500,000 on monster lawyers. I assume, of course, it had to be us. And it's still Dumois is a site that picks up like insider information about either like celebrities and whatnot. I think they picked up on the drama of just the whole Trash Tuesday podcast. But they kind of balance stuff along the way. They give you enough information to sort of get anything. So during that live show, the girls and I talked about someone possibly threatening to sue us. We were really I said, this particular someone thinks he has dirt on me. And I said, go ahead, expose him. And it wasn't very nice. And he calls this person, someone unfunny. And I said, and I called that person a little bitch. And that it fueled more harassment towards your friend after the live show.
Then on April 9th, some shit happened with Andrew Schultz. We don't need to know about it because Kalila said she doesn't want to drag him into this. But it's like, come on, man. Andrew Schultz is a character that we really want to know about in all this, dude. Like, come on. That's a good character.
It's going to be April 18th because it involves a PM from Schultz, and I don't want to drag him into this. Okay.
How are you going to bring that up and then just brush over it? Don't even bring it up if you're not willing to talk about it. I hate when people do that in real life. They're about to tell a story or say something in the audience. You're like, no, what? Oh, no. You're like, well, then why didn't you say it? Anyway, a few days after that, which was about 3 weeks ago from today, if you're trying to keep this all straight in your head, 3 weeks ago from today is when Brendan and Brian Callen called Bobby. And apparently this is a really aggressive phone call. This is like one of the main things that people are upset about. Brian Callen and Rothschild call on Bobby, basically threatening his career, saying his career is over. They're exposing him. He's trying to tell Rogan and all the things that he's the mastermind of this subreddit for the last 6 years, sending death threats and hate to Brendan and his family. And it was a really, really aggressive phone call, which I just think it's funny to imagine, like, a three-man two like screaming at the same time, like holding the phone, like sharing it, just trying to get their own thing. And like, fuck you, Bobby, you piece of shit, your career's done. And then it's like, yeah, like it's just one phone, and they gotta like share it, and the girls are gonna hear what Bobby's saying, and they're like, oh, wait, I got something to say. Bobby was willing to brush us all under the rug. He was never gonna bring up this, he said. But on H3, they went on the show and blood over the H3 podcast. When you've got smoke-free satisfaction, you've got the freedom to do things your way. You run Rothschild. Bobby just had a really nice thing to say, how funny he is, how much he helped him, and he started copying him. He's a good friend, but that's what Bobby said. Kalila does not let it go, and neither does H3. He keeps like probing questions and like trying to cause this drama, which is kind of what his show is a lot of it. I've heard. I shouldn't assume that, but Kalila does not take the chance to end the conversation. When Bobby says he's a good friend, he's funny, this and that, just is like, can we please move on? You just see the wheels turning. She's like, one more thing. And then she keeps saying one more thing I'd like to add until it turns into this whole thing. But it's just all laying it all out. And so I don't know if flagrant is what would have started this same war as what happened on H3. It was a phone call with other podcasters, and it was they called me, they threatened my career. They called me a coward, a pussy. You always said a pussy. I'm sorry, I know that. And they said they would expose me. They said that these things. And I was in Oklahoma shooting another show, and I was at dinner, and I was by myself, and it was very traumatic for me. And it was based on whatever they did on the live. Now imagine now what's going to happen with now this.
Actually, I could call him right now and get clarification.
No, do not call him.
Wait, we're okay. Him and I are okay now.
I'm going to say this. After this, you will not get I promise you this, and this is open. No, I'm not fine. I'm really fine. But I'm just saying that this is opened up. I'm not a pussy, right? I'm just saying. The thing is that you guys don't do stand up, right? So I'm always around them, right? I always have. So I'm trying to play it politically, right? I feel like I was assaulted for something that I didn't do at all. I don't even know what came up there.
You truly have nothing to do with it.
I have nothing to do with it, and yet I was being, they're putting all that, right? And they're using you to try to control what was doing. Right. So, I went to therapy and out on it. I talked about it yesterday because it's like, it was just so traumatic, and these were my friends, and I had no idea what they were talking about, right? And so, my whole thing was, let's never talk about it again, ever, right? And let's just brush it over the rug so that I can go to the coffee club and look them in the eye and be cordial, right? But now, right, this is a whole nother fucking thing. So when you guys called, it was you and Brian, and you said that that you guys, my career was going to be over, that you guys have evidence, you know what I mean, that I'm some Reddit mastermind. There's files and proof that you can trace, you know, me from Reddit back to my house, the URL, you know, the IP address, and that I have been for 5 or 6 years have been coyly and you know mischiefully contributing to threads that were responsible, right? And that that you were gonna expose me to Logan and all these people, and then I should get a lawyer, and that I mean, this is what you told me, and also just mind you, it was at a level 10 of rage. It wasn't like a soft-spoken, like, yeah, it was extreme, you know what I mean? Threats, and then you called Kalila things I don't even want to mention. I know you didn't. I didn't. Like I said, I don't talk like that. I would never talk like that.
You called me that.
I did not call you. I did not. No, you don't know what they said. So Brian apologized, but Brian said there, and I told him that was a lot. There's a lot. Yeah, but what I found to be heartbreaking was going into a character assassination, where you were saying that you. I don't even know because I was such I was so trembling almost, calling me a coward, weak, spineless. And my defense to that is that I just have my own way of dealing with it because I grew up in such a traumatic childhood. I try to be passive, and I try to not. I mean, I'm afraid of confrontation, as everyone knows, which is my character. And I said to Brian days after that assault. Did you know what your most profitable project was last year? Here's how we do it. We manage our projects and the profitability all through luck. That, I don't know how to be friends with Frank. Did you guys speak on the phone? Yeah, we did that. Yeah. He did apologize, but yeah, I mean, he doesn't expect you to be his friend. It's not. Bobby Lee is somebody I love very much. Yes, but Bobby, the people have been talking. He went online and he went on and talked about somebody who spoke to him in a very rough, bullying manner. Okay, that wasn't anybody but me. I'm the guy. I'm the one who did it. Not Chris, not Theo, not Sam. It was me. Okay, and the reason now here's the second thing I want to say. Bobby is 100% right in his anger at me, in how he felt, and I'm 100% wrong. I take full fucking responsibility for the way I spoke to him, which was wrong. There's no excuse, okay? And now I won't give you. Now, having said that, let me say it again. This is what I said to Bobby. Bobby, if I didn't, I spoke to Bobby. I tried to speak to him after you spoke to Kalila. When I spoke to Bobby, I said to him on the phone, I believe you. And then I thought, I don't know Kalila, I thought that she was, and let me just say this, and I'm going to explain this, but I want to first own up to everything that I did, because what I did, at the end of the day, when I spoke to Bobby, was somebody I love, didn't deserve the way, nobody deserves to be just attacked. And I'm going to say where I was wrong, and I'm going to get specific. But let me start once again by saying, me, I'm the guy, okay? I take full responsibility. I was wrong. I said this to Bobby. I called him up. Bobby met me in the riot. I'm going to get to get in front of me. He would have fucking punched me. And he's justified. And I said, Bobby, you're absolutely right. I apologize. I was wrong.
I was also saying one of the bigger issues on this is that after all this shit went down,
Brent shot the flu to Austin to tell Joe Rogan about all this and to expose Delilah and Bobby behind her belly, to tell Joe that Delilah's a gold digger and stealing money from Bobby, and also to tell him that Bobby and Tiger Lily are responsible for all this Reddit hate and accusations and threats on him and his career. And obviously, Joe's a very powerful person in podcasting, so this is a big accusation to weigh against Brendan, and it would be a really fucked up thing for Brendan to do, especially without knowing 100% if that's true or not. To go tell Joe that that's going to change his opinion on these two forever, you know. People that are trying to make it in podcasting, that's a kind of crazy thing to do. But I also think it's kind of weird that act like Joe is like the godfather of podcasting in the way he is, but in the way he's not. Like, anyone can start a podcast. You don't have to have Joe's permission. Joe can wait, but you're still allowed to have a podcast. I also don't think Tiger Belly fans and JRE fans even cross over that much. Maybe Bad Friends fans do more because it's a relationship, but like, I don't think Bobby's ever been on Rogan. I don't even know what the relationship is like. If Rogan hated Bobby, he could still go on his show. But it's still a really shitty thing for him to do, if it's true. However, Brent denies that. I don't really know what to think. I can't think that someone would lie to another state just to tell someone something in 2022 with phones, you know? Like, he was going there to do a show, but and then probably just brought it up. Like, if you have something to tell someone, no one is going to fly somewhere to tell someone, in my opinion. However, he could have not just shared that dirt while he was there or doing his show to promote his special. So when you said, I flew off, you talking about this?
Yeah, that's my next question.
Okay, can I flew over to do a show?
Okay.
This is aside from that.
Okay, that makes sense.
And I want you to know that when I would tell them, I would preface every time I go, I don't think Bobby Clyde involved. The Tiger Belly email is them.
Okay. And
every single time. Never, I just want my kids with Clyde is a gold digger. No, we just do some segment. We'll talk in the new segment. Right? New segment. That's it. That's the yeah. No, I just need to do my OC. I have a tension breaker. Yeah. But then also when you went to you know, you gotta remember too. It was like other people ready to do anything. That's how I
right.
I asked his advice on this, right? And then, you know, he gave me his advice how I should handle it. But then the other stuff's hiring a private investigator, fund private investigator. Just the same way you go. I mean, I would handle it like this. As far as my private investigator, what the fuck would I have? Hire a private investigator to follow you to do what? It makes sense. So that's what bothers me. Whoever got that back to you.
corroborate each other's stories, but go ahead. Okay, but whatever you talk about, whether it was having whatever version you have in your head about people who do
All those people after this, you can burn my story.
oh, 1,000%.
If that makes you feel better, yeah, we can do this. If we're done with this, all those three people.
That was the first one. Anyways, with love nothing. When you did tell version, and your version of I just for my own peace of mind, did he believe it?
I don't know. To him, it's like he did.
No, regarding me and
no, because I told him it's not easy.
okay, but everything else regarding the information that got back to me that you told Morgan things, obviously that's very slanderous about me. I want to believe that was the case. Put yourself in my shoes, right? That anyone who knew, and you heard that they went to Rogan and said that you were a thief, a gold digger, and that you were responsible for illegal behavior on Reddit, things like that. Would you like that? And how would you handle that?
Now I'm going to
Want to lose 15 to 20% of your weight in a year? Try Rose Insurance Checker to see if you're covered for GLP. I don't think thank you for attempting to.
That's all I can do.
Yeah.
might be thinking this all sounds insane. Brendan kind of sounds like an idiot right now. There's no way that Tiger really has been fueling all this hate on the Fire Kid subreddit. What wild accusations this is. Here's his proof. Here's what he's saying that he has. He's saying his team was looking into some things on Reddit. Or no, it wasn't. This is where it gets kind of confusing. He's saying that there was an investigation into the subreddit because there are some videos of child abuse that were just dropped into that subreddit and have really nothing to do with maybe the situation. And so some people were investigating those illegal videos on that subreddit. And during the process of that, they found that the top 6 accounts for posting activity on the subreddit, that IP address was traced basically back to the detective. And that they provided 300 pages of evidence over the last 6 years. This IP address, this email traced back to Tiger Belly, was basically responsible for the hate on this Fire the Kid subreddit, which is very hateful. Kind of funny, but definitely crosses the line in a few ways. Subreddit dedicated basically to anti-Brendan slander. Kalila has been asking to see these documents for weeks and weeks, and Brendan has not been able to send them because of he claims this is an ongoing investigation and it would be illegal for them to possess the documents. He's more than willing to show them after the show on his phone. Kalila does not seem to believe that he can show them. Bobby seems a little more trusting. That's kind of where we left it.
You guys say you have nothing to do with it, right? So, but at the time, I was so upset because you guys been nice to me. Well, you always been nice to me. We help each other. You guys been nice to me. So I was so upset because if it's someone random, that's what they're gonna do. If someone that I know, I was so upset. I expect it from somebody I don't know, somebody that I assume I know. That's where this stems from. The anger, I cannot emphasize how upset I was and hurt and deep hurt because, again, I don't think you guys have anything to do with it. I have the proof. Here's the thing.
Where's your briefcase?
I don't need a briefcase. I wish I could laugh at that. I don't have a briefcase. I have it all on my phone. And the reason I can't send it to you is I'm on an investigation. I can't.
On the investigation for this child abuse thing?
Sure, there's 6 counts on that. You're talking about pedophiles, you're talking about horrible shit. I mean, it's bigger than me. That's going to be dealt with. I think for you, do whatever you want with this. But everyone, I'm good. It's horrible, and I want to watch between us. Do whatever. Let me get this out. I'll show you the stuff that I have. You guys figure out what you want to do with it. This is what's interesting. Again, I don't think it's you guys.
You show me now.
I'll show you. I'll show you. You want to know this? Like, I'll show you. The show.
I would want you to think that you actually showed us something you never did.
Well, I can show it to you. Here's the thing. This is what's interesting. Explain this. When I notified you guys of the harassment and going back to Tiger Belly, that account stopped posting, took the Tiger Belly email off, and changed it. It's never posted again.
Do you know how Reddit works?
No.
So you seem to have very clear convictions about this alleged occurrence from my company, all the while not really knowing how Reddit posting works. So that's a little bit.
This team, I promise you, this team.
We've been asking you to speak to this team. Here's what I have to say about this. From my end, it looked foolish for you to be this fragile over something. 3 girls in a pocket. It looked foolish. So in my end, the way I understand it is we need to come up with a bigger story about Kalila to incriminate me so that my reaction to that Trash Tuesday talk doesn't seem insane. That's how I
You're
respond.
giving too much credit. You're giving too much credit. You're giving way too much.
I don't think
See, that's one of them. Again, I don't want this trouble. I've been friends for 6 years. 6 years.
But I think that it makes sense that someone who has been harassed for 6 years would feel like he's on the back foot and would speak this way.
Hey, it's Adam with Banish. All right, so we just seeing right there is me using our laser strike system, which takes a little laser bullet like this inside of your gun and lets you.
It makes sense to me.
I would assume if this team has nothing to do with combat, those guys didn't show me this stuff.
If that is an active investigation right now, that is the reason why you cannot show us that information.
I can show you. I can't send you the documents.
Okay.
Physically have in possession.
So
I can show you right now. When we get off, I can show you. As soon as we get done, I'll show you all the shit I have.
you better spit shake on that person.
Yeah.
Because I've been asking you for weeks, and I've been asking Tarina. I feel like you won't play.
You've been asking me to person.
No, I've been asking you, where is this? Where is this thing? Where is this thing? And you're like, I'm busy. Maybe tomorrow. I'm busy. Maybe tomorrow.
Because only it's like, seriously, the docs, it's like they're not real or you have someone that somehow got hacked us. We just want to know for ourselves.
Right.
Sure.
And that's why it's very important to see these.
Here's my thing. If I'm not anybody in here, let's say it's some weird world, it's somebody you know, you're associating, you have no idea what's happening, I still don't give a shit. I just want to stop. That's it.
You deny that you felt under attack by the girls and that you had to double down and create this sort of drama. Like you deny that.
I swear to my kids.
Okay, so you're
Kids,
insisting that's two separate things and not associated with this, but it wasn't a way to retaliate against
I
us.
swear to my kids.
That it just so happens that 5 days after the live show, there are Reddit accusations about me.
I swear to God. Very good. I agree. Very
Mysterious.
Agree.
Okay, my platform.
Guys, there's nothing I want to better than my kids. I swear on my kids' lives that this team
Yeah.
dropped the type really even.
I just know that you keep talking about a team and nothing has been produced.
You have to
I haven't read it yet. You're going to see it.
I'm going to see it, and then once we see it,
Okay, hold on.
I'll show you. Soon we get on Facebook.
It's a little unfair though. We don't want to talk about this again, but
this is what we can do. We can look at it, right? And when you leave, if you want to come back on and talk about what we saw, then we can do that.
are you okay with
Sure.
Yeah.
It depends how you go about it.
I mean, the way we're going to go about it is, if there's levity to it, and there's something that we need to investigate, we'll talk about that. You know what I mean? At this point, it's like, because like this, I don't know how it works, but I'm pretty sure he could create an email with the name Tiger Belly.
but all of your sound just like boomers who don't know anything about Reddit. That's what you, Callan, and Sean sound like. What the fuck are you running? You don't even know it works. I don't either, but at least I'm not playing.
At this point in the video, really, it's just like Bobby's not even involved in this. So one of the better things that come out is one of the actual things that come out is Tim Dillon and Louis J. Gold commentating on the LA podcast scene in this drama, Radio Poppy, and really just blended by being comedians, dude. These guys get it. This is. I'm happy this all happened because these reactions. This is what we need to get back with you, dude. Not like this petty little drama, like subtweeting people on podcasts and shit. This stuff, this is real comedy.
She just said it again. She was like, you said this, you said this, you said this. None of this is true. She just blew up on the comment. Why? Busy in that kitchen. Shit. Shit that he said, they speak shop. Chemical Board Association, LA comic scene. Sure. I'm ready. He's gonna just fire it off. We'll be honest. When he comes. Drugs. Bobby Lee. Korean. I mean, it's the first thing that comes to mind. Frank Callan.
comedy special has ever been, because it's mysterious in a way, because you're looking at it and you're going like, there's a lot of choices made and you don't know why those choices were made. Yeah.
Comedy's
Our most commonly asked question is, where can I get Jockey in store? In the past, we've only sold our products online, but today that all changes because we just launched our Fritzy coffee in every single store.
Fine.
I can't name another word.
I mean, that's, but here's what's amazing with the Ring of Honor. This is what's truly amazing about it, okay? You're watching it, and you're in kind of, you're in a little bit of disbelief, because it is, I wonder, and I know he's trying to get good at stand-up, and I respect the hell out of it. The question is, did it have to be a special?
No.
That's the real question.
No, it didn't.
Yeah, and I'm not one of these guys like, hey, son, Brandon, like, he's a nice guy, and I know he's trying to, the question is, with that particular thing, did that have to be?
I said this on this podcast. He should have friends go, because here's the thing, he has a charming dude, right?
Yes.
And I think, I don't know, but I think there's probably something that makes me funny, but makes his friends laugh, right?
Yeah, I think that he's really great at podcasting on that specific show for that audience, which they want MMA. There's an audience of people in America that want what he does, and he does it for them. I am not that audience, but that's fair.
That's fair. And here's the thing, we all go out.
Because I don't care about
Everyone stinks at comedy for the first 5-10 years.
20. Stand-up's kind of gay and dumb. Let's be honest. When I watch Brendan do that, it's like I go, here's a big, tough guy who I should just see in a Ferrari, and he should be able to rip people's faces off with his catcher mid-hands. And I see him running around the stage going, ooh. I go, you're gay now. You've become gay. Why are you gay?
He was a fucking knight.
He's a knight. He's a knight.
Now he's a jester.
Now he's gay. He's a gay man. He's a fully gay man. When you watch the special, he's like, woo. And you go, what? Why? What is this disease? Maybe I should come out next week. What is this disease?
You're 6'6", you're an Adonis. You can beat up 99%.
You can kill men and fuck women, and you don't have to fuck these skanks at the comedy store. Fuck hot women.
Danny Letterman.
Fuck hot women. And instead, he's fully gay on stage in Dallas in front of 45 people, being like, the lion is that my dog? It's just, it's positive.
The whole drama that's going on in the LA hockey team, it's one of the gayest things I've ever seen. This is like high school level drama.
It's so silly.
Like calling each other, talking shit, threatening each other, and it's like, guys.
In New York, the drama is, well, you can't afford your rent. So it's actually real drama. Like the New York podcast scene is somebody being like,
It's a weird thing.
yeah.
It's a weird thing.
This is people in mansions talking shit about each other. In New York, the drama is like, my parents just kicked me off the family plan, and I'm 38. I'm 38, I don't have a phone.
My roommate moved out and I was not able to secure another roommate for that room this month. I'm actually going to kill myself. And also, like, I don't really feel bad for our fucking millionaires.
Right.
Made fun of online. I don't feel bad for you.
That's right.
That's your fucking biggest problem. I feel bad that people on Reddit are saying mean words. Are you out of your fucking mind? You're a millionaire.
Right.
And you care about what somebody on Reddit says.
There are people that
crazy.
cannot eat.
Yeah.
There are people that don't have the money to pay their rent and cannot get their kids insulin.
Like me.
Yeah, right. Now, so those people, my own
Never mind.
Jeremiah Wiggins is doing the star maps, trying to show people houses. He's flipping signs. He's just trying to show people. He's selling fruit with Mexicans right now on the freeway. Jeremiah Watkins is trying to sell bottles of water on the 405.
As you're moving forward between these two, I wouldn't expect them to be going at each other's podcasts anytime soon. I don't think Bobby is going to be on Fire the Kid very soon either. It's kind of weird that Stevie Weeby hasn't been the King of Sting in a while. It's kind of like before that, but it's not that weird. Like what's all going on. it seems like they both just want to have fun with their lives and their careers and be able to work together in a professional manner. But the friendship thing might never be there again, which makes sense.
I don't need an apology from the internet. I think you should look into the information on YouTube after this and do whatever you want with it.
And you know what? Guess what, Brendan? If there is any wrongdoing on any part of my company, not only will you be the first to know, we will doubt it could possibly mend.
On December 14th, 2012.
I want you.
If someone in our company you can fuck with, physically, you can physically fuck with her.
I kind of hope I hope that you
Yes. I also want to be able to go to the left after it and see you and then not and do if I'm after you out of love, still be able to do the show and bring you up on stage and work together in that way, right? Right. In terms of Brian, I don't know. That's it.
I'm Tommy Days. I can't tell you what you see my work. He is so sorry.
It doesn't matter.
I'm just I know that he admitted that he's saying I agree. He was not a 10.
I mean, it was just thinking about it makes me trouble. Guys, it was a phone call. We have to clear some stuff up. I think there's some misunderstanding for the world listening. I apologized immediately after, and Bobby and I spoke, and he read me the riot act. He's mad at me. I apologized way before any of this. This stuff didn't happen, and then I apologized. I apologized. The day after I called again, I sent a text.
If you called me out, I'll just make very clear. It's not like man, I'm getting a lot of shit from this. I apologize way 2 days after I talked to Bobby. I apologized. Yeah, I don't think it's accepted, but that's all I can do.
Yes, I did. I did everything I could. I felt terrible, but I did not threaten. Listen, the other thing is, people are saying I'm a bully, so I get it. It's all good. I didn't threaten. I didn't say I was going to get goons. I didn't threaten his life. I didn't threaten his family. I did not do that. I was yelling. I was mad because I was defending my friend. I was working on information that I believed to be true at the time, but my mistake was not giving him the benefit of the doubt or talking to him. And again, I apologize for that, but like I'm a fan too. Hey, I'm with you. I'm with you. I was texting with Bobby this morning. I'm like, dude, this is getting crazy. Like now at this point, my family's getting threats of violence. Now it's gotten to the point where my family, my fiance with the baby, she's getting threats of violence and she's afraid. Like it's fine. It's one thing if it's hate. But also, guys, I've been friends with Bobby forever. Yes, he's mad at me. I feel fucking terrible. That's why I death threats. We had a conversation, and I owned up everything, and he accepted my apology. He's still pissed at me, but he accepted my apology. It was a phone call.
Yeah, you made a mistake. You apologize. You owned up to it. That's all you can do. That's all you can do. Neither one of us handle the situation, right? They didn't handle the situation.
But there has been really, really bad harassment and threats of violence against you for a very long time. And when your team shows, when I see when your team shows me what I consider to be at least activity and long-term activity coming from that area, that's what set me off. And I was like, what the fuck is going on?
I made them aware of that.
Yeah.
They're trying to get to the bottom, but I say that they're not.
It has stopped.
But they are.
But it has stopped.
It didn't seem like they were that great friends with Brian, so it's not that big of a loss. But it's just kind of sad to see people fighting like this. And it's stupid, dude. Just be funny, man. Bobby didn't do the right shit. I'm confident in saying that. Just relax. Just have a good time. Like Tim Dillon said, this stuff's so gay. So that's it. That's the drama. Thank you for watching this whole thing. It was kind of a beast of a video. It's a lot of moving parts. It's hard to explain. And the funniest part is what I found after cutting all these clips, hours of making this video, the result of it all is that this is so stupid. Subscribe to Joe World Stand-Up Comedy Loop, the first media brand dedicated solely to stand-up and comedians podcast and their reactions, getting everything that you need to know from the world of comedy one channel. Subscribe to Joke Bowl. Follow us on Instagram. We're sending everyone free stickers. If you DM us, you'll get your free Joke Bowl stickers in the mail right away. Thanks for watching. We'll see you Wednesday with another episode of the Joke Bowl podcast. Yes, Josh Potter.
Anyway, that's my 2 cents. I love you, man. I wish I could say it.
And push them all into the media here. Because if they had gotten industry, they'd be further far enough away from the nature of where they're from. So what a weird story that has, all these different steps to it. And the first thing I thought about is,
It sounds like you're gonna start singing Jitterbug.
You started with Dirty Pop.
Because they beatbox in that. Dirty Pop.
Wow, those sounds don't come through.
Oh, I lost it. Should we start the show? Yeah, let's start the show.
Welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Hey, welcome to the After Hours Pod. Yeah, welcome to the After Hours Podcast.
Welcome to
Yes,
the
sir.
Afterwards Hour.
The after hour afterwards.
Welcome. It's Afterwards. Eric and Chris, they just left, and now it's us. Now we're going to talk about stuff. We got a lot to talk about. We got a big show actually today. We got a lot of stuff coming up. We're going to recap some shit that Kev was telling us while we were going to get burritos. Nick had his lips sealed because he had so much gold. He's not gonna tell us until now. He said you're gonna want to wait till you're recording to hear some of this shit that I'm about to fucking say. We got show and tell. We all brought a thing.
I forgot about
we got a big freaking show planned. Chin's here. He got a haircut.
I did.
And you can subscribe to us on Patreon at patreon.com/afterhourpod for one extra episode every week. We also just added memberships on YouTube, so we're going to start putting the Patreon episodes on YouTube. So in case you didn't want to go to Patreon and sign up for the extra
I like
episodes,
this. I like this.
you can go through. We just got access to it for a while. I was wondering how we did it. I'm going to try to upload over the next week all the old Patreons on YouTube.
It's funny. We did say our main goal was to get access to YouTube memberships, and then we're going to stop potting after that.
Right.
Because once that's the tip of the
Thanks for watching.
Yeah, that's it. We're done.
Mark, can you turn up my headphones?
Yeah, I've decided to continue to march forward despite meeting our goal. We got to set new goals. We're going to keep going. But yeah, go to the Patreon. Oh, and give us Apple reviews. We actually have one that came in since last week.
Yeah, I'll pull that up right about now. Did you ever pull that up right about now? Yeah, no.
12 out of 10.
There you go.
From
Pulled it up.
Leo Kirsch 80, if I'm not mistaken, I believe that is the host of Movies and More, so fellow podcast brethren.
Oh, is that your nephew?
No, it's the host of Movies and More. Why don't you read that, Casey?
This podcast is a 12 out of 10. All the hosts are great at conversation and most of all funny. This is a podcast that can bring up your mood whenever you're down. My favorite character, quote unquote, on the podcast is Nick Davis. He's hilarious. It seems like he would be a great godfather. Anyway, keep up the great work, guys.
Wow, that's so sweet.
That is
3 exclamation points for every sentence.
Thanks, Leo.
Yeah.
Shit, man.
Shout out. I didn't even know he was doing that. I just went on there to look, and it was him. It was so sweet. And if you're down, call me.
Also, let us know what your favorite quote unquote character is.
Yeah.
You guys don't want to do that.
Come on. And Leo, let us know who your
The joke was that they would all name me.
Yeah, I know.
I was just joshing.
Yeah.
When I first started the Bachelor podcast with this fellas at the Adam Carolla show, my nemesis and my other nemesis, I was the only one that had a different podcast before that. We did a behind the scenes one. It was called The Water Cooler. So like every first review is like, oh, I love Nick. And they try to be like, don't say Nick. That only spurred the people more to say Nick.
So I'm going to do reverse psychology. Say Nick.
Say Nick.
Wink.
Say Nick. Only Nick.
Nick. Wink.
Wink, wink. Yeah, do it, guys.
I double
Who's your favorite character? Say Nick. Wink.
All right, let's get into it. We got enough fun off the top. Let's get into the hard-hitting stuff.
We got so much hard-hitting stuff. I'm really excited for Show Joe, but we'll keep people on the hook. I've had a real big bathroom fiasco at my house.
Oh, wow.
So I live in an apartment building. There's stairs, apartment across from my door. People below us, people below the other people. The people below us moved out upstairs across the hall, so it's empty below us. They went in there, cleaned it and stuff. They're like, "Oh, there's a leak in their shower. It's coming from your shower. We got to get in your bathroom and redo it." And I'm so like laissez-faire, like, she's okay, cool, whatever. Come Thursday, cool. They come Thursday. We didn't plan. We're working there. They're demoing all morning. It's like impossible to work. They fix it. Plumber comes the next day. He's out. Saturday they come. They didn't tell us they were coming on Saturday. They said, "Oh, maybe Monday, Tuesday." Saturday, I streamed all night the night before. Combat Buddies Flipper Party, UFC Shanghai. Great time. Midnight to 6 I streamed. I was very, very tired because that night Dave Matthews Band at Inglewood Forum. Got back to my apartment at 11:40. Was streaming by 12:10. They could hear audio by 12:60.
Let's go.
That's how all.
That is so good.
If you go to any one of my streams in the beginning, it's just me like, and then someone's like, "No audio," and I'm like,
What was the problem?
there's just so many different things.
Yeah, a lot of moving parts.
Yes, there you go. A lot of cables.
And the curse continues. So obviously, with all those factors. So I stream all night, go to bed at 6, 8:30. Ashley's like trying to get me up. She's like, "There's contractors in here. We have to get out." I'm in bed naked.
Yo, dog.
Off.
Yeah, no one wants to talk to you anyway.
Your sweat before the show started during the night. I do that too. So I'm like on top of the covers, just thinking, I'm like, "No, fine, they can just come in." Like I was literally my stupor, like, just have them come in the room as I'm laying sprawled up.
Wait, your bathroom isn't in your bedroom, is it? Or?
Yeah, we have two.
Oh yeah, that's right.
And it's the one in our
okay.
bedroom. So finally, I get up and we move to the mattress and we go try to sleep there. They like tar it. They hot mop it. Essentially, what they do on the roof in Shawshank Redemption.
Yeah.
I didn't know that's how they did bathrooms. I guess it's more common in California for restyling. And all of a sudden, we're in bed and I'm like, and she's like, "Do I stink?" I'm like, "No, it smells like tar." And so they're hot tarring it. It fills the apartment.
It's gross.
It's super disgusting. So Saturday night we slept in my office on the mattress that was going to be the Combat Buddies Flipper Party. And then every night since then we've slept in there. That looks exactly like my shower currently.
Yeah.
On top of this, the apartment owners switched management companies effective Friday to the new management company.
Oh, no.
So when we call on Monday after those guys entered our apartment without telling us, the new property management was like, "So what's going on? You need a cleaner there?" No, we're like, "No, our shower is half finished." And we had to send them like things. They put a work order in, but like we're trying to get compensated for like, they should have offered us a hotel. It's like literally unlivable and can be toxic and shit. And Ashley just went and fucking laser mode, ChatGPT. We sent some really sturdy emails. They're getting a professional cleaner. I don't think we're gonna get money, but I am gonna still pass for the deduction of rent next month.
Yeah, you got tenants' rights here in California.
Yeah, you can really do whatever you fucking want.
Yeah.
So that's.
Did they give you a heads up that they were going to do all that?
They said they had to come in and fix, and they gave us 24 hours notice on Wednesday that they'd be entering Thursday.
But nothing about the mopping and all that shit.
Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah, it's been
That
fucking
sucks.
crazy.
Yeah, that stuff stinks. It's like when they're tarring a street. It's like you could smell it everywhere. Gross.
And there's tar, like, they tried to put like a mat out in their path that they walk, and there's tar stains all over and shit. So a lot of people have said those probably won't come out.
I mean, that's just horrible.
Nice. Oh god, we planned that. That 12 minutes of story was for that show.
Yep. Paid off.
That's what I've been doing.
That's annoying, bro.
Dude, I actually have people coming into my apartment this week too. It's not as it's not even a story at all, but I had people, they had to do inspections.
Wait, if it's not a story, then have Chin tell it.
So I would wave hi.
Two for two.
He's just there, didn't say anything back.
Yeah.
It's a callback.
It was inspections because they're gonna have like LA City inspections. So my landlord came in, and make sure we're up to code and all that bullshit. I'm like, fix this, fix that. Your boobs are huge. Yeah, and it sucks. They're just in our house. My dog is like wants to be all up in the grill, so he's losing his mind.
Bro, people in your house that you don't want in there is the worst.
Yeah.
I don't even know where, especially because my apartment's not that big, so I don't even know where to go when people are in my apartment. I seen a funny
You end up just sitting there like an idiot.
I seen a funny meme about that. Some guy was like sitting in the stairwell of his apartment here, in the stairwell of inside of his apartment. He's like, they're in here fixing my my washer and dryer. I don't know where else to sit, so I'm sitting in the stairwell in my apartment. He's just chilling there.
It's like,
where do you
do I
go?
go to a coffee shop or do I sit around here because they might need something? Like, what do you do?
I mean, my house is so big and expansive. I could be in any. There could be people working at any moment, and I wouldn't know.
No.
But when people do come to do stuff, recently I always go to offer them a drink, and lately I've only had beer to offer them. And they're like, "No, like you have water." I'm like, "I don't."
How are you? They're like, how are you alive?
Yeah, I'm like, "Hey, your guess is as good as mine, buddy. Just get to the fucking sink, pal."
There was nothing better though when working manual labor. I did irrigation a couple summers, and the homeowner come out and offer you guys a beer.
Oh yeah.
Right in the middle of the day.
I like to be one
And
of
then
those guys that offers drinks.
I would always have to look at the boss like.
I like to be one of the cool guys. Be like, hey man, I get it. You want a glass of water? You
Yeah.
want a beer? Anything I can get you?
Yeah.
Cocktail?
8-ball.
What was the thing that you worked? You worked landscaping, right?
Wash windows.
Wash windows. Did anybody ever offer you guys?
Ladies, old white ladies will give us lemonade.
That's cute.
Yeah. Not a
They
ton
would
of
charge you
beers.
like a thing.
Yeah. It's like lemonade.
They give you the lemonade. It's like, that'll be 25 cents, please.
Lemonade kind of sucks.
We'll just take that off.
No. Lemonade could be good.
Can it?
Simply lemonade.
Cold, has to be cold, ice cold lemonade.
All right.
Let me make you a lemonade someday.
That'd be great.
I'm sure gonna Mark's
Do
gonna
I have to wash your windows?
Knowing Mark's gonna open up a lemonade company.
That's so funny. Mark, come to the idea of making a business. We've said this
That's a
every
callback.
episode.
That's a callback right there.
We say it every episode, but it's true. I could make your lemonade stand. Watch out. Actually, during COVID, I wanted to do a thing called sidewalk slushies.
What's that?
Because we were getting cocktails and stuff like mixed drinks delivered to us, and they come in like it was that it's weird period. Yeah, but they would deliver booze to your house. Normally couldn't do that, but they were like accepting it because it was COVID and everybody felt bad for each other. And I was like, I don't open a business, dude.
Yeah.
And I didn't, but I wanted to. I still want to.
So here's exactly what you would do if you ordered a lemonade stand. You'd call it a lemonade sit, and every lemonade would come with a chair, and you'd be like,
Yeah.
"It's a lemonade sit."
This?
Next Tuesday, Mark's gonna be like, I just opened up the fourth location of lemonade.
And you all thought it was a stupid idea.
And I'll be like, "That was literally my idea."
No, well,
You projected it as my idea.
Honestly, the picture I just sent to the group chat, that's the type of business I think Mark would do.
Get rid of whatever Nick sent me. Fuck
Yes.
that.
Yes.
I don't want to look at whatever Nick sent.
yeah, I gave late visual aid to my story.
It's okay.
Oh, bro, you gotta wait for the.
Oh, my bad.
That looks so sketchy though.
Yeah, I don't
That's
like
just how you steal a baby.
Yeah, I don't like this.
I saw that
Sketchy
finish.
I don't like this in one bit. So for the audio listeners, it says cry share. When baby drives you crazy, we drive them to sleep. So they drive a baby around that's crying.
Yeah.
In no world, like these aren't parents.
That's a crazy business idea.
These aren't parents. Maybe it's a goof.
It could be.
The white van has really evolved. This is a way better idea.
They were like,
Someone put a lot of money into that.
Is there an age limit on that? I would like to go in there and just be driven around while I cry.
Maybe it is. Maybe we found our new sponsor.
"Hey, yes, I'm pretty sad. Come pick me up."
My neighbors keep asking if everything's okay.
I spelled the website wrong. What
I
is
did.
it?
I noticed
God
that.
Damn it! That's rule number 1. You gotta spell it.
Also, there's a WW1.
Well, you're a WW1.
I know. No, I'm a W2. No, I'm not anymore. $10.99, baby.
This isn't.
Oh, and they got your Slate car, Mark.
Dude, that was an ad for Slate. That was all right. That was smart.
Prize share isn't real, but Slate is. Wow, Kev.
Whoa.
You got God.
Dang. We all got got.
That's
So that was well, let's go back.
Nick was trying to get picked up. Cry.
We're like, this is
Sorry,
stupid
Nick.
business.
Yeah,
This,
no shit, it's stupid. It's a fucking joke.
all right.
Who did I get?
So
my
that
Social
is
Security
that's a
birthday?
Slate vehicle. You saw
yeah,
a Slate
yeah.
vehicle.
That's what I said. Yeah.
Oh, you said that.
I said they got your Slate car.
Oh man. How did I miss that?
That's
How did I miss that?
bro. That's crazy. The bottom of that.
Yeah, me too.
Because my whole
That's the only thing I've gotten to the bottom of.
Dude, so they're banking on people googling that name. The URL is pretty small on that car. Like it's really big.
Right away. First one.
Yeah, you're right. They should have QR codes all over that.
They got us now.
All right,
So
now let's
technically,
talk about Slate. It looks
the
good.
is a decorated
Looks good.
and was cast.
Yeah, I saw that.
Have you seen it in person? No. Yeah, that was.
That's one of those. That's cool.
Car people.
That is my
Car people, too. Did the Hummer almost fall on you?
It looked like it was gonna at least tip over and hit me. What? Damn it.
The way you describe stuff, that's what.
No, I was laughing at him almost dying.
Yeah, all
That
of
was
the
the funny
above.
part.
No.
Jen, you're an adorable boy.
Thank you. But yeah, it was like, well, tick, 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 and then suddenly they're trying to put it down. And Casey's been in the studio. We're on the second floor, so the timer's all the way on the second floor, and then suddenly it goes stoosh. And I'm like,
Is there a video of this?
oh no, I was stoosh because it was that way.
Is there a video of this?
No.
It was Brian. I saw. Maybe it's still on a story, or I could have him send it to us, but I don't know.
I did see that
I
video.
might not be able to have him figure that out.
Oh, yeah,
But I saw it on.
Possible.
It was Brian. It was on Brian's story. He was like touring the studio and be like, "This is a fucking garage. We do our podcast up there. And, what's going on with the Hummer? This thing almost falling." Brendan, you can hear Brendan faintly say like, "Yeah, I can't get it down." Yeah. and then Brian like brushes off his back. He's like, "Dude, you're all dirty, buddy. Like, what are we doing here? Like, why do we got a garage here?
What are we doing here?
I know, this is a fucking, a freaking garage. That's what it is.
Yeah, it looks good though. You know, it looks good though. Like with all the lifts and everything, now it looks legit.
It looks cooler, but it just takes up so much more space, you know, so it's, I don't know.
Yeah, it's a garage.
Wasn't that the point? Isn't the lifts the point? Just reducing the space.
Yeah, but I'll never walk under those things.
Oh,
I don't trust them. So I'm like, squeezing through like whatever crevice I can find where there's nothing above me.
Oh man, I just picture Jim like navigating all the thing and then hitting his head on the post.
Yeah. And I have that freaking cart full of a bunch of stuff, so it's even harder now.
Yeah.
I imagine just walking around like Captain Jones, you trap it.
Oh, with the lasers.
Yeah, but it's cars.
In yoga pants.
Yeah.
Dude, let's install an escalator for you.
That's what I was gonna say.
It's not handy. It's like this place has to be OSHA approved.
OSHA 11s.
Yeah, OSHA's 11s.
Yeah.
All right, it's time, Mark. Let's get some lost or some show and tell.
No?
Lost.
All right, you said lost and found.
Yeah.
Yeah,
We're
and
now
slow
doing a
and tell.
segment called Lost and Found. What was the last thing you lost and where did you find it?
Great idea.
You have to stick with this segment because you fucking said it.
Lost and
My
found.
fave in the bathroom.
This could be just Nick because he loses everything.
And then before that, it was my phone, and I was in the bathroom.
I'll go. I got one. I played golf with the homies, the country club homies on Friday, and it was Max's birthday. So we play golf. We're having 11 high noons. Okay, I had 11 high noons. Then we go to Max's house. Some food, some baseball's on TV. We're drinking s'mores and stuff. And then we go back to Ryan's. A couple garage beers at Ryan's, and then I'm like, I gotta go home. Uber home. Wake up the next day. I'm like, where's my purse? Where's my fanny pack? Where's my satchel? It's got my driver's license, wallet, debit card, birth certificate, and my car keys. And my car's at Ryan's. So now I'm home. No.
That's like a proof that you're a person.
Yeah, I mean, anybody could have stolen my tiny little life. And didn't have my car keys, didn't have my car, didn't have my wallet, didn't have nothing. I'm like, damn, I'm kind of fucked here. So I lost that. Then Max was like, I got your fanny pack, and I'll bring it to you. Brought it up and dropped it off. Little guy, happy birthday, man.
Hell of a guy. Yeah. Nice.
Kevin, when's the last time you lost something? Where did you find it? New segment.
I don't really lose stuff. Because losing stuff is like one of my biggest pet peeves, and it drives me insane. So I always try to put stuff in the exact same spot so that I never lose it.
For the guys who live with their ladies, do you ever put stuff in a place and then your lady moves it?
I think I do the opposite. I'm the one that like puts stuff.
You're the mover.
Yeah.
I'm the shaker.
I'd be leaving like not entirely drunk water bottles all over the place.
Did she get pissed?
I don't know.
You know,
You'll have to ask her. I think she does get a little bit.
my thing is if I'm drinking, I got the cup. Did I tell you guys about the cups I got from Target?
No.
I got this big
Oh,
cup.
wait, you did. But go.
I got these big cups from Target, 2 of them, and it holds either like 2 high noons or just what I would qualify as a problematic amount of wine. So I've been drinking out of that, and sometimes if I don't finish, I'll just put it in the fridge. It's like the fridge smells like high noon. So that's kind of my bad boyfriend thing. I should be leaving half.
Is that what you got for show and tells, your cups?
No, I easily could have.
Yeah, for sure. I would have liked to see that.
Is this one of the cups?
Yeah. Yeah. Nice.
Yeah, I remember you told us about it.
Yeah, that was the drunken Target haul.
Jen, what about you?
So it has to be something that we lost and actually found it, right? So you keep laughing, Mark. I'm gonna go over there and strangle you.
Mark wasn't laughing. It was me.
It was me and the record. I am not laughing. I don't laugh at all.
What is this?
That's Casey's
On the
cup.
far right is one of these other podcasts and 2 of the cups I got.
I see me over there.
Is that your root beer?
Jess loves the root beer.
I love
She loves the
root beer.
Alpha root beer. She also likes the Sepia creamy root beer. Anyway, what'd you lose, Chin? Where'd you find it?
Mine's not exciting. I was visiting my friends in Orange County, and I'll always bring my backpack with my laptop because of our work stuff to like upload something. Or
A lot of moving parts.
a lot of moving parts. So I drove all the way down to my friend's house. We all hung out, blah blah, drank, had fun. I slept over that day because I don't want to drive, messed up. So early morning, drove back home. I was gonna work, do prep for the Monday show. So I was driving home on Sunday, and as soon as I get home, I'm like, "Where's my backpack?" So then I realized, at least it wasn't like gone. I knew where it was at, but I was like, "Fuck!" Because it's like an hour's plus drive to get to Woodland Hills.
Could you have what is it like the yeah, maybe
I didn't think about that.
Yeah.
It's always nice.
I'm recently jumped on board with that. That's nice.
Oh, definitely next time.
The Uber courier.
Yeah, seamless transition. I had, because of the Combat Buddies Slumber Party Street, UFC Shanghai, I had Kevin Uber deliver me a Vyvanse. They use PEDs to get through the overnight stream. He put it in a box.
Labeled Vyvanse.
But no, it's about this big, this wide, and all that was in there was a little bit.
That's funny stuff, dude.
Just one?
Yeah.
That's so funny.
Kev.
It was funny.
Damn, that's good. That's good stuff.
All right, one more. I wish I would have said show and tell.
I know.
Let's go, Mark. Let's finish this up. You gotta choose your words carefully.
I can't really recall anything, but I think I've lost my rangefinder mini.
You're what?
For golf.
What did I?
But then I didn't find it, so it's not a lost and found.
Yeah, see?
Oh, yeah. Finder.
Yeah.
Yeah, I lost my Garmin watch.
More like range loser.
Rangefinder loser.
Yeah. It sucks because one, find out, she got me one and it was a good one, and then I lost it.
It happens, man.
And then I bought it. I got a cheap one off Amazon. I'm like, if I lose this one, it's It's like $40.
We got an app
But it
that goes
sucks.
Dude.
rangefinder.
I know.
Yeah.
You're
Yeah.
Big dog.
100% correct.
Can you hear me?
Yeah.
How did stand-up comedy go?
Really well.
What'd you say?
Really well.
Oh, that's amazing. Did you record it?
Nah. But they like my joke about God. I said it'd be better if God had Down syndrome than autism, and they laughed.
Why do you always say that you're going to record it and then you don't?
I'm nervous.
Okay, I understand. Are you ready to lose?
But yeah.
So you didn't.
I just said that. I said that I'd like a world where when I think it would be fucking cool when I die if God had Down syndrome and he gave me a hug. If I get to heaven and he's rude and he doesn't want to hug me, I'll be pissed off.
And they thought that was funny?
Yeah.
That's great, man.
I said I'd rather go to hell than having God with autism. But I think I should.
Did they think that was funny?
Yeah.
Well, great. Did they think anything that you said wasn't funny?
Yeah.
Okay, what did you say that they didn't think was funny?
Probably the Kanye West stuff.
Okay, but I mean, that's not that bad. Well, good job, man. I'm proud of you. Seriously, like, oh man, that was bad. That's really great. I mean, you're getting the courage to do this and maybe make one of the most amazing shots I've ever seen in this game here. Oh, that would have been amazing.
I said, that I met. Oh, I didn't actually say this. I didn't get the joke right. But I said I met a neo-Nazi. I met a neo-Nazi that told me his son was autistic. And then I told him that the person who discovered autism was Jewish. And then they quickly going around telling everyone their son's retarded now and not autistic. And I said, well, like father, like son.
Okay. Do you have any jokes that aren't racist or making fun of mental issues?
That wouldn't be funny.
Okay, I'm just wondering. So those are the only two topics you cover?
Yeah.
That's fine. Everybody's got their thing. I was just curious. Have you ever?
It's not racist. It's not racist to say things about neo-Nazis.
I mean, just do you have anything that's not on race or mental health? And you don't, and that's okay. I was just checking. But that's really great, dude. You got up there.
Someone called me yeah.
Somebody called you what, Zoo? What did they call you? What did they call you, Zoot? What did they call you? Oh, fuck.
And retarded.
Zoot, stop. I need you to go back my internet hiccup for a second. What did you say? What did someone say to you? Can you repeat that, please?
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it was my fault, not yours.
I asked them if they like being autistic, and they said, I like the fact that I can get away with saying retarded because diagnosed autistic. It's like having an M-word pass. And then I said, then I asked them, they asked me if like getting what's the fuck? You still there?
Yeah.
They asked me if like getting the autistic diagnosis was like eye-opening an event as it was to them. And I said, no, I don't even think I have it. And they said, well, all your mannerisms are fucked. And I was like, you called us both retarded, and you're telling me my mannerisms are fucked.
Did they take offense to your joke?
Thank you.
Did they take offense to your jokes?
Sorry?
Did they take offense to your jokes?
Who?
The person with whom you were
Who?
talking? The guy who came up to you after the show.
That's what no. This was today. This was before the show.
Oh, okay. So it wasn't. Oh, what a shot, Zoot. So where did you meet this person?
Oh, I've known them for 6, 7 years, maybe 7 years.
Oh, okay. When do you think they're going to come out with the ghost mini golf?
Yeah. Rabbi, I've known this person 6, 7 years, but I've only met them in person 3 or 4 times. 4 times.
Okay, why that?
She's a bit weird.
Oh, it's a chick?
Yeah.
Is she hot?
She's not ugly.
All right, but she's not hot.
I mean, there was a time where I was attracted to her, but
Okay.
but we met in person and we might not attracted to each other.
So you were attracted to her, but she's not attracted to you?
No. Just at the time, we weren't attracted to each other.
Okay, how did you guys meet?
Tinder, but then we met in person and we weren't attracted to each other.
Okay.
And then she met my best friend.
Did they date?
No, not dating, but they're living together.
Oh, that's past dating.
No.
Yeah.
She's living in there because like you got nowhere to go.
Are they fucking?
No, regularly, but
All right, so there's this chick you met on Tinder. You guys you met in real life. You're not really that attracted to each other. She's living with your best friend, and she has autism. Zoot, you are a very difficult person with whom to communicate. Did you know that, Zoot? Zoot. 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 That's what he always does. There he is.
Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
So she has severe autism where she believes whatever the doctors tell her she'll believe she has.
I agree. I think everyone you know, including you, have that.
I don't believe it.
Yeah, you do. A lot of times you do. Dude, you have an invitation. You can accept it. You're going to jerk yourself off raw.
Yeah.
Do I have super?
Yeah, I don't believe everything.
Do I have
They
super?
tell me.
Yeah, you're pretty close.
You should see the way I'm acting around these fucking mental health professionals.
So, do you know what the dragon attack is? So, Zoot, are you going to do stand up in 2 weeks or in 1 week?
I don't know, because I need to wait a little bit longer.
Okay, I understand that. Dude, you're doing it.
I haven't got it perfect. Yet.
Yeah, I understand that. So, do you have any, like, I'm just asking, is there any way you can have one joke that doesn't have to do with race or mental health?
I need money to fucking hook this, so that's that.
Wow, Zoot, that's quite the tick, man.
That's it.
Okay. Dude, are you seeing this? I'm putting on a show, son. Dude, are you seeing? Oh, fuck. Dude, you have a chance to get 2 right away. Get those 2. And don't fuck up. Get them. Dude, you fucked up. Oh, dude, that's a major fuck up. Look how good that was. All right, dude. Oh, no, I just knocked your balls in. Or your discs.
Yeah, Rabbi.
Yo, pimp.
This girl has really bad, like, her mental health. It's like, she was normal and her mental health. That she could get back to where she was, right? But her mental health is not gone. And I feel like that's because she's believing what they're telling her.
Right, that's classic super autism. That's classic.
Narcissists, but
That's classic super autism. That's like the biggest thing about super autism, aside from having a huge dick. Super autism, and that's not even necessary, but it's believing everything that everybody tells you. I think it's really, isn't it called like Munchausen's disease or something? Munchausen's syndrome. Dude, are you ready for this? I'm gonna put you out of your misery, son. I'm gonna.
I think it's
Dude, I'm
a
gonna.
lot of people. A lot of people are believing that they need medication to have a healthy life.
Oh no,
There is no medication.
it's not. It's not Munchausen's disease. Munchausen syndrome. Hold on. What is the disease where you think you have everything? Oh yeah, it was. It's Munchausen syndrome, but it's not called that anymore. Why isn't it called that anymore? Well, it's hypochondria.
Rabbi,
What up, pimp?
do you believe that any mental illness can be fixed without medication?
No,
You don't believe that?
no. Somebody who's had a lobotomy, no amount of fucking medication is going to help that person.
And that's why we made lobotomies illegal.
Yeah, I mean they're super dangerous too, and they didn't really help anybody. They just destroyed a lot of people's lives, and they were legal in the United States up until the modern age. It's really sad.
When did they become illegal?
I think 1967 or something. Let me look it up.
He gets a lobotomy and one flew the cuckoo's nest.
Dude, I knew a guy.
Jada kills him.
I knew a guy.
Yeah.
Just a moment.
Did Dad have a lobotomy?
Did my dad have a fuck? I knew a guy. I knew a guy who.
Yeah.
He didn't have a lobotomy. He had this really interesting thing though. He is married to a very predominant just a moment. Let me find out when it was formally outlawed. Like one of the most famous linguists in the world. She's a professor at University of California, Irvine, and he had this isn't a lobotomy, but it's as close to anyone that I've ever known to have one. So he had like a growth, I think, in his body, like in his brain cavity, and they stuck a needle between his eyes and either sucked something out or injected something, I'm not exactly sure what, into like part of his brain, and it caused him to lose all kinds of weight. He wasn't really that fat. He's a tall dude. He wasn't all that fat, but it just caused him to lose like 80 pounds. Like he went from like, I don't know, maybe a little chubby to very, well, like pretty thin. He's kind of he's like a weird kind of guy. Um, he he's really into computer, like programming and stuff, and like virtual reality. He helped to like build like virtual reality systems in the like 20 years ago. Anyway, that's the closest I've ever known anybody to have a lobotomy, which is that's not what he had, but I've never known anybody to like stick anything in their brain. Um, it seems
Okay.
it seems like the Soviet Union became the first nation to ban it in 1950, and the USA. Dog, why isn't it? It should just be like boom. During the 1970s. Okay, California was one of the first states to outlaw it in 1977.
That wasn't too long ago.
No,
I'm just looking up.
that's right. The last recorded case was 1967. All right, Zoot, you ready for an invitation? Zoot. Zoot, you have an invitation and everybody's waiting on you. Zoot, you have an invitation. Zoot. Zoot, are you going to accept your invitation? Zoot, I'm talking to you. Zoot. There we go. Are you ready? You have never beaten me in this game. Though you came close once, at least to my knowledge. Zoot, are you even playing? Zoot, are you there? Zoot, you're not there. Oh, yeah, you are. You're going. Why can't I hear you? Zoot.
Okay.
There you go, big dog. I missed your voice. Dog, I'm playing so fucking well. I've like never, until this one stage, I'd like never played this well. Zoot, are you happy with the results of your stand-up?
I mean, I'm gonna get better.
Okay. Are you going to record yourself? Zoot.
Yeah.
Good.
Oh, by the way, I didn't write a single thing down when I performed.
Well, usually you don't write it down when you perform.
I know what you're saying. Oh, you should write things down, but like, Rabbi,
Yo, pimp.
a lot of there was things that I thought of today that I performed that were just things that happened today.
Okay. Are there any people who go up there and they're really funny? Or does everyone kind of suck? Oh, Zoot, look at you, dog.
Tonight they were pretty average. There was someone that really sucked. There was a few people that really sucked.
How many people performed? Good job, Zoot. Zoot, what the fuck are you talking about? I have bad hand-eye coordination, dog. You're fucking good at this game. Zoot, fuck.
I got diagnosed with severe autism and I fixed it.
I figured that, dog. Well, you're not even aware. You might be in a class that you didn't even know existed, and it's known as Uber autism. Did you know that you might have Uber autism? My friend is like super autism, but better. I think you have. No, you do. I think so. Uber autism is where everybody tells you that you've got stuff wrong with you, and then you believe it, but then you sort of don't believe it.
Okay.
Zoot had yet to make a shot. There he goes.
You can't just make up things that I say and then turn them into diagnoses.
Zoot, that's what the medical community has been doing for 200 years.
Really?
Word, dog. Look at these shots. I'm already tied with you. Zoot, what is it like to be patient 0 for Uber autism? Zoot, Zoot, do you think...
What about physical health? What about physical health diagnosis?
What about them?
Could I trust them more?
Okay, like, what do you mean? Like a broken arm?
No, if a doctor tells me I have cancer, should I trust him?
Oh, we all have cancer to some extent.
I know, but it's not life-threatening.
Right.
How did cancer become life-threatening?
The mutated cells become large enough that they become like a tumor, and then it forces your body to fight it, and all of your energy that's used for fighting it begins to kill you, and then it can spread, and then basically all your body does is fight this like sack of tumors.
So the mutations get worse. mutations become more likely as we get older.
Yeah, it's just more time for them to develop.
My friend had bowel cancer.
Your friend had bowel cancer?
Same age as me.
Wait, what did your friend have?
Bowel cancer.
What's bowel cancer?
Yeah, they're like only 6 months older than me.
What? I don't give a shit how old they are. What did they have? Bowel cancer?
Yeah, bowel cancer.
What the fuck is that?
Bowel cancer.
Spell it.
BOWEL.
Bowel? How? What is that? Colon cancer?
Yeah,
Who calls it bowel cancer?
that's what we call it in Australia.
Oh. Okay, so your friend had bowel cancer, aka colon cancer, and they are 6 months older than you are.
Yeah.
Are they doing well now?
And he has it. I mean, they're in remission, but they had they have a colostomy bag and nothing works all the way. They can't ever have sex again because nothing gets work. They can't ejaculate. They can't piss. They have to use the colostomy bag.
Okay, that sounds awful. Dude, I want
They
you.
can walk. They can talk. Yeah, he told me. I was there at the beginning as well. Like I walked in. He worked at like EV Games, which is basically GameStop.
Yeah,
It's our
dog.
version of GameStop.
I know, Electronics Boutique.
So I walked into EV Games one day and he was just like, "Yeah, I'm really, I feel like really, sick. Got like bad stomachache." And I didn't see him for like a year and a half after that day. Like he just looked really sick, and I didn't see him for a year and a half. He comes back and tells me he got bowel cancer. I'm just like, oh, that makes sense. Why you were so sick that day?
Weird, dog. Zoot, did you know that I got all 10 cups?
Yeah. Yeah, he was. Yeah, he nearly died.
Okay, so he worked at Electronics Boutique and he almost died, and now he can't ejaculate. That's no fun, dog.
Better him than me.
We're gonna play Moncala after this. How do I can't go. I can't go.
I got one of the best compliments I could ever gotten last night.
What was that, big dog?
Guy comes up to me and says, "Are you on YouTube? You should be."
Yeah, you are on YouTube. Say, go to Rabbi Rothschild's 25 fucking concurrent streams, and I'm on there every night.
Oh shit, I am too.
You're already on YouTube, dog. I've made you into a superstar.
So in the future, when you go viral, and psychologists want to diagnose you with stuff because they want to investigate your mental health, will you read their reports? Will you take them seriously?
No. I know I'm good. I've already seen mental health professionals, psychologists, psychiatrists, and they say that I'm perfectly normal.
Yeah, but you have.
I have nothing. I'm very well grounded. I'm well spoken. I'm intelligent. I'm smart. I'm confident. I'm all the things that are healthy in an individual. If anything, they may say that I'm overconfident, but everybody is. But that's a good thing about people who do what I do. You have to have some amount of confidence to be able to do what I do, which is literally live stream your life. If you don't, you wouldn't do it. You would, like, the first time I got somebody who came in and called me Jew or kike or any of the other bullshit that they call me, I would just stop. I don't let that get to me. Oh, but I fucked up, Zoot. I fucked up. Zoot, you just won.
Probably.
Oh, no, for sure. It's over. You won. You've got 25.
Nice too.
Yeah, I mean, I've spoken with mental health professionals in my time, and we just, like, this is how it goes. They're like, all right, so why are you here? And I'm usually like, to get a prescription for some type of legal speed. And they're like, all right, well, what's going on in your life? And I'll be like, well, I'm doing well at work. I have good social skills with women. Doing well in my personal life, in my social life. Um, really, everything's going pretty well. And then they're like, all right, cool. And then they write me a prescription. That's how it always goes.
Do you feel like you could do you feel like in future people will be like, this guy has to go to?
Perhaps I might have mega, which is where you are so normal that it just leaves people in absolute shock.
Everybody, you are not fucking normal. Sorry.
I'm very normal, dude. The only thing that's different about me, literally, the only thing that's different about me is that I stream my life. I give people a portal into my world. That's the only thing that makes me different about what I do. Aside from that, prior to live streaming, I had a very normal life. And if I wanted to, I could just shut off all the live streams and have a very normal life again. And it would just be this like time capsule of society. But I choose to just live stream my life. Literally, it's like if someone in the past wanted to just sit out on their porch and talk to the neighbors. That's what I do. And everybody'd be like, well, he's always on his porch. But people would be like, yeah, but you can talk to him whenever you want. And he talks about normal things or really fascinating things. That's essentially what I am. I'm just like on a porch. Meaning I'm available to you. You don't have to go and knock on my door to find out about me. You can literally observe everything that you want about me. Of anything, I think people in the future will say like that. I don't know what it is. Okay, so whatever the opposite of a voyeur is, someone who like likes to watch other people, I'm the opposite of that. I guess they'd say like I like to be watched, but I don't really care about being watched. If I cared about being watched, I would like do everything I can to get viewers. I don't really care about that. I honestly am fascinated by the fact that I can record my life and watch it in the future, and other people can do that too. That's super real. That's super cool to me. That's frankly why I do what I do. Wow, Zoo, you're doing really well. Um, I want people to be able to watch in the future. I like to sometimes go back to my old videos from like now almost 4 years ago and watch what I do. It's really funny to me. I really kind of love it. The longer I get away from having made a video, the more I love it. Meaning the older videos that I have are some of my favorites. I have where I sing, where I dance, where I play golf, where I drive, where when I eat, like all the stuff that I do is just like I just think to myself, wow, I'm watching this now like 4 years later. I wonder what it's going to be like when people watch it 40 years later. Zoot, are you going to go or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Zoot, you need to get something here. And you just did. Get 100. Get 100. Oh, dude, you got 40. Zoot, you might win. I need to have one of the best rounds of my life. Oh, Zoot. All right, you need 210 points. Are you going to be able to get it, Zoot? You just need 210 points. Zoot. Oh, and you got 100 right off the bat. It's over. It's over, son. Get another one. Get it. Oh, it's over. You won. Dude, you just destroyed another 100. Get another 100. Get another 100. Wow, Zoot, that was really good. Excellent work, my friend. That was your first win. That was phenomenal. Zoot, at least with my streams, one thing that I do that people will think is weird, but I talk about it vocally, is I say when no one's in here, I talk out loud so that people know what I'm doing. I don't always though. A lot of times I'll just be really quiet. But I want content, but I also want people to know what goes on in someone's head who's healthy. So I'll be like, why isn't this working? Or this is what I have to do next. I like narrate my life, but I say vocally, I know that I'm doing this. It's not like I'm talking to myself because I don't know I'm doing it. I'm saying I'm doing it for the benefit of the viewer so that I have content so they know what I'm like, why I'm doing what I'm doing. Zoot, are you going to go? Or are you going to jerk yourself off raw? Now that's a good, that was a,
me, but I'm a Tourette's.
yeah, no, it's not like that at all. What you do is uncontrollable, is spontaneous. A lot of times you don't know what, Zoot.
That might be the most. Nah, there wouldn't be the most vocal ticks on one. Nah.
Most vocal? You mean most? What do you mean?
The most amount of ticks on one is on Tourette's.
I see this one girl who does it, and she's like on TikTok.
She does it like.
Yeah, but she doesn't have as much footage of herself archived as you do. You have. I could tell you exactly how much. You want to know how much footage you have of yourself archived online?
Or
Do you want to know the exact amount?
more than the average person.
Oh, for sure. After this game, I'll get you the exact amount. In fact, I might even be able to
How
do
do
it
you know?
because I have this bot in Discord that tells me how long people have been in voice calls, and you rank in the top 10 of people.
I'm on the Discord.
What'd you say?
I'm on another Discord.
What did you say?
I started a new Discord like 2 months ago.
You started a new.
Yeah, 2 months ago.
Okay.
You're gonna have to combine both of them together.
Oh fuck, dude! I lost my move. Looking this up,
You're good.
dude. I just gave you really good positioning.
I'm gonna tell you something.
What do you want to tell me, Zoot?
Like, do you believe this statistic that I think it was 55% of males 18 to 30 haven't had sex?
Wait, what was that?
55% of males 18 to 30 have never had sex.
55%, 18 to 30 have never had sex?
Yeah.
Is that in the United States or in globally?
Globally.
Yeah, maybe just because. Okay, Zoot, you've spent. Let's see here. I don't even know. I'll have to figure it out. You're ranked number 8 in this Discord of people who've been here the longest. Not just the longest amount of time. I'm gonna have to look up how much time you've spent.
I feel like I'm the main character.
Yeah, in a lot of ways you are. Okay, you've spent
Which one do I roll? Robert, I won.
okay.
Oh my god.
Zoot, you're beating me. Oh man, I just gave you free shots. Oh, Zoot, you have multiple accounts though.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Oh, so you've spent a lot more time in here than I thought.
Oh, that's fine. What's that? Oh, extra move. Oh, dude, Zoot. Let's see here. I could evolve this guy. That would be, or I could boost myself. This is a risky move, but it might pay off. It's a really risky move. Incredibly risky. Maybe one of the riskiest moves in the history of this game. Zoot, what are you going to do, son? I am 1 point away from losing to you. Oh, but Zoot, look at this move. Zoot, you ready for this, son? I'm making a comeback on you. Oh, Zoot, this is big time. That was good. You did 20 damage, son. Zoot, what are you going to do, son? Oh, you beat me. What a smart move. Zoot, are you proud of the way that you just played? Yeah, I only need to do both one.
Here we go, Zoo. Have you ever beaten me in this game?
Hey, Rabbi, what do you think the people on Kick hate you?
Dog, they hate me so much. I emailed them earlier today.
Not Kick, just people on Kick. What do you think they hate you so much?
Well, I get to the point where they start to like me. It's known as mere exposure effect. Basically, if you're someone enough, you'll eventually start to like them. Like, even if you hate them so much that you like them. It's like it's like a celebrity who's a celebrity that you don't like? Who's a celebrity you don't like?
I'm going to say Andrew Tate used that business model perfectly.
Perfect example. Well, I don't really know who that is. I mean, I do. He's a bald guy who just like took advantage of women. I don't know. I gotta go to the bathroom. I'll be right back.
He was everywhere for like 2020 through to 2024 and kind of figured it out.
All right. Yeah, so that's like what Andrew Tate does, I guess. But I don't really know who that is. I mean, I don't know anything that he's ever done. Like,
he's just someone that would viral spamming content.
there you go, Zoot. Zoot, are you ready for an invitation? Zoot, you have an invitation. Are you going to accept it? Do you see the background on this? It's like vaporwave. I fucking love vaporwave.
I believe that the worst person on earth has done some good things.
All right.
Every bad person.
Yeah, of course, dog.
Everyone.
Everybody knows that, son.
So I was watching today an interview with a guy in prison who ran over his children.
All right, that's sad.
And the dad forgave him, and was in there, and they met. And he said that he can't hold any anger if he holds anger against this person, then it's not right.
There you go.
His kids. So why would he be angry? Why would he waste his time being angry?
Right.
That's why a drunk driver. But yeah, it is his fault being drunk.
Zoot, you just fucked me, dude. Zoot, you just fucked me. Dude, Zoot, you're gonna win. Zoot, you're gonna win. Are you proud you're gonna win? Zoot. Zoot, you won. Zoot, you won. Good job, dude.
My views on drink driving changed today.
You what?
My views on drink driving changed a little today.
You
It
drank?
is bad. My views on drink driving changed today. It is bad, but we shouldn't just blame the drink drivers. We should blame society for making alcohol
There you go, big
so
dog.
acceptable.
There you go, big dog.
Imagine how many cases of drink driving could have been prevented if we didn't make alcohol so socially acceptable.
Word, dog. It's big business, son. It's big business, son.
If I told you what alcohol did, and it wasn't socially acceptable, and it just been invented, there's no way in hell you'd want to try it.
I'd probably want to try it, but not want it.
You want to try it, but you what?
Yeah, I mean, I like to try everything just to have the experience. Zoot, are you gonna lose? Zoot, this bitch is over, son. Zoot, you're up, big dog. All right, well, this is our last game then. You're up, pimp. Zoot, you're up, pimp.
I see what you're trying to do.
Thanks, baby.
Tell me what. How about you, Ron?
Not necessarily.
Man, that was a good match.
Zoo, get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Get out of here. Good job. That was phenomenal, dude. Peace. Shout out to Zoo for overcoming a lot of fears that people have with stand-up comedy and making people laugh. Shout out to Zoot, man. I'm proud of him. Are you really proud of Zoot, or are you just saying that to be a dick? No, I really am. It's the one thing I've known him to say that he's gonna do, and that he has actually. I mean, he does something, but he freaks out a lot too. But he did really well. Good for him.
Rallies will be held around Los Angeles, Orange, and Riverside counties as part of the nationwide Labor Day effort billed by organizers as a Stop the Billionaire Takeover. Los Angeles Long Beach Harbor Labor Coalition 46th Annual Solidarity Parade and Picnic Rally in Wilmington starts at 10. It ends with a picnic at Bailey Park at 11. May Day Strong says more than 1,000 workers over billionaire events have been confirmed in the U.S. for today. They say the action is needed because, as they put it, billionaires are stealing from working families, destroying our democracy, and building private armies to attack our towns and cities. Here in a Newsom to that to fight back in response to new congressional maps in Texas being signed into law.
Newsom launched a promotional video on his X account Friday afternoon. Texas Governor Greg Abbott is seen in a video on his X account signing the bill. On Truth Social, President Trump wrote, quote, Texas never lets us down. Florida, Indiana, and others are working to do the same thing. Newsom is proposing a temporary shift in California's redistricting power.
Lions offered prayers to the victims of a Catholic school shooting in Minneapolis. Here's the faithful yesterday to plead with God to stop the pandemic of homes which infects our world. ABC's Matt Rivers says some of the kids hurt in the shooting last week are recovering.
11-year-old Genevieve was saying she is no longer in critical condition after suffering a
Okay.
You're right.
All right, let's hit it.
Let's hit it.
Show and tell music.
Let me Google show and tell music. Googling show and tell music. Do we have a song in mind?
Unlicensed.
Chin, just
Got it.
Chin, sing for us.
I like that.
In a world, it was at that moment he found out.
Yeah.
Is this good?
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
Okay. Yes, you're like, yeah, this is good.
I was thinking it was something more goofy, but I like it.
We gotta
You tell us, man. What the fuck is going on?
Jim, what to bring?
This is your segment, Nick.
Jim, what you bring?
Can't hear you.
I can't hear music.
I turned it down as much as I could. I gotta go get mine. I gotta go get my stuff.
All right, go get it.
I'll go get my stuff.
Check.
Jim, what'd you bring?
Check. It's so hard to hear you guys.
Yeah, we should just turn off the audio.
But Mark's gone now. We can't.
We're stuck with it.
We'll wait till Mark gets back, Chin.
We're just gonna sit and wait. I feel like we could still do stuff.
All right, I'll tell you guys an anecdote that only two people hear. You guys know I'm really into Red Dead. Recently, we went to Costco yesterday. I was just pretending I was in Red Dead.
Oh yeah.
What's the other thing?
Jesus.
No. There's more. Oh, so I wanted to watch westerns, and I remembered two westerns, but I was getting them mixed up. Have you ever watched The Assassination of Jesse James by the Coward Robert Ford?
Absolutely.
I was thinking that was with this guy, Colin Farrell. But he's in a western called American Outlaws, which is a lot more fun and actiony. And I suggested Ashley, I was like, oh, we should watch The Assassination of Jesse James by the Coward Robert Ford. She was like, is it sad? She said, kind of a rough week. She didn't want to watch that. I'm like, no, it's not heavy. And I checked ChatGPT and it said, largely considered one of the saddest westerns of all time. So I'm really glad she asked. But American Outlaws, I want to watch. Cool. Thanks.
I got a movie idea.
Nice.
American In-Laws. Starring Robert De Niro or something.
Meryl Streep.
Maybe Ben Stiller. It's kind of similar to a movie that they've already done.
Yeah, that sounds very.
Anyway. Where'd Chin go? Did he die?
I guess Chin's gone. I think he got crushed by the Hummer.
Do you guys want me to do my show and tell?
Yeah.
Okay. I'll go. Where should I go? Should I go front and center?
Yes.
Okay.
Here comes Mark, everybody. He's walking around. Yeah. What are you gonna do? Shout? Shout? Let it all out, perhaps? What do you got there, Mark? Here.
Alright, everybody. Hey, I've got my golf clubs. I'll put them up right here. That's my golf bag.
What's your club set up there? Let's get into it.
These are. I got a Nike golf bag. I've got a TaylorMade QI10 driver, and it's a designer series. It's a red. You can see the red top. It's like a red carbon fiber. That's fun. Carbon fiber. Hold your heads. Yeah. I've got my 3 hybrid Ping. The only Ping club.
Why did?
How can I each only have one thing club and it's the same 3 hybrid?
It just works. That's like the trusty favorite club. And then all the irons are TaylorMade because me and Case are TaylorMade guys. And then I've got my wedges are Callaway. Jaws Raw. See? Raw.
One time Mark had gotten into a wedge and he hit it and then kind of spun funny into the air. And he was like, what the hell? And he still had the plastic on it.
Yeah, it was right after I bought this one actually. It had the plastic on it. I hit it and it was all slippery.
What an idiot. That's right.
Look, you don't expect there's going to be like some adhesive on the stuff, but there is. And this is my putter. I need new grip, clearly. It's all fucked up. But,
why do they need the things? coverage. Why is
Because you want to protect it. You don't want to protect it.
Oh, you want to protect your investment.
Good share.
That's like saying like why do you wrap your car up?
Makes sense. Totally get it now.
Who wraps their car? I put a sleeping bag over it. Alright, good show and tell.
Hey, I like that. Right?
Yeah, you'll never get invited. Just like me.
Great job, sir.
That's awesome.
The zoom in on that driver is nice. Use the same.
What else you guys got?
Okay.
You go last. He's so happy. Look how excited he is. He's got a little grin on his face. He's so excited.
So I was a very prolific writer as a young man. Just brought it some.
Did you just visit home or something?
I brought it back like a year ago, and then my buddy.
Wait, go back to that. Hold it up.
I will. So what started it was my buddy in 7th grade. We made books. This is the Potato and Tennis Menace.
Oh my god.
And we all made them with duct tape bindings. And my buddy just randomly sent me his. It was called Two Legs Too Short, where I went in to get an appendectomy because they took my legs instead. And he sent me it, and he sent every screenshot of the page. He's like, "Why don't you try to see if we can get this made?" And within a minute, I went and grabbed mine. I was like, "I'll just do it like reading myself." And he lost it. But this was the Potato Tennis Menace. It was basically based off a Mitch Hedberg joke where he said like, think Pringles were supposed to be a tennis ball factory, and then they got potatoes. Like, fuck it, cut them up.
Yeah.
And that's basically, there's just a mix of tennis balls and this movie from potatoes. So,
did you do all the illustrations too?
Yes, sir.
Holy shit, you're like Dave Pilkey.
I don't know what that is. It sounds fucking dope.
Captain Underpants.
Then this was, in kindergarten, I did my first Ninja Sushi book, which I really wish I had. It was on it was just for handwriting, and it was in all construction paper, and I can't remember what that was called. This was the sequel, Ninja Sushi and the Sacred Cheese. I'd actually like to do a live reading on it.
Oh, I'd love that.
Okay, and then the sequel, Ninja Sushi and the Attack of the Evil Elves.
Dude, this is Hollywood is begging for this. Are you serious?
And then
why don't you read us one quick excerpt from Ninja Sushi?
Okay, well, the Haunted School. This one is a complete ripoff of Space Jam, including exact ripoff sections of dialogue. I didn't really know about plagiarism back in the day, evidently.
Oh my God.
Not my problem.
That's pretty old. Like, I got caught plagiarizing.
Really?
Yeah.
A story? Did Jerry Seinfeld?
Like it. I guess it's happened multiple times. In 7th grade, I got caught, and they had a talking with me, and I cried. Carry on.
This is kind of like your MO for this podcast, like stuff. This is just on the back of the book. It says, when a few kids sneak out on Halloween, they found out that their school is more than just an ordinary school. So read and find out more.
So read and find out more.
And then this is just oh wait, no, the Friend Squad. This is the one that does the rip-off.
That makes
I was going to say, I don't get it.
Haunted
So,
School.
No, this is its own thing. This one really ripped out. Gotta be honest.
The Friend Squad.
Dude,
That's a lot.
I got to give you credit. The titles on these are good.
Yeah.
I don't know what the contents on the inside are like, but the titles are good.
Dedicated to my family because I love them.
Aw.
So just one.
Yeah, maybe one of those stand out kind of part. Imagine Nick at Barnes & Noble right now, in a Barnes & Noble reading to people.
Like a book release party.
Yeah, I could totally imagine that. Yeah. He's wearing a vest.
When he went to Master Walla's mouse
I
pad,
thought you were going to say masturbate.
that's what he calls his house.
Nice.
But When he went to Master Wallace's mouse pad, he was playing the computer game Pac-Man. Master was great at video games. Master, you want to talk to me? Said Sushi as he bowed. Yes, that is right, he said in a stern voice. I'm afraid there is some trouble. Trouble? Said Sushi. Yes, trouble. It has to do with Kojo. He is coming back, but not to make up with you. He's making plans to take over Snellwood. Ninja was dumbfounded. He was in disbelief. He would never... ... Ninja started before Master interrupted. He has, said Master, almost as if he knew what Ninja was going to say. Ninja didn't know how Kojo could turn on him after all these years.
Nice.
I'm intrigued.
The logline. Ninja Sushi and Samurai Kojo are best friends who are trained in martial arts. One day they get in a fight. Samurai Kojo leaves, but comes back to try to take over Snellwood. Can Sushi save Snellwood without breaking his
which is a place in the
Find out. Nick, how long read and find out more? Read and find out more. How long have you been redacted?
But she was a long time enemy of Josephus.
I still remember the story that first night Sushi looked at him. The hero had to solve a problem without using violence. He got trapped by a vulture to his nest. But he realized he could tie the twigs together.
Treasure as a historical source, but a very difficult treasure to work with because it's hard sometimes to parse what actually happened when you're trying to go through it by what we know about Josephus' personal life.
Whoa! This is a little decorative sculpture that I have in my apartment. I didn't really have a lot of great show tell options. It's a lot of cool stuff. I never really is more familiar.
And so this time then, John of Giscala
this is a cool sculpture that I have. My favorite part about it is this is a cool sculpture that I have. My favorite part about it is you take off the top and you put incense at the bottom here and light it on fire, and then it smokes out of the chamber of smoking gun. Oh, that's cool.
Peace party, but in reality feeding information to the zealots so that they can be more effective in their attempt to take over the city. He ultimately is successful in taking over a large band of followers of Elazar ben Shimon, so his forces were very large. And also we should remember at this time that there's different populations entering Jerusalem. Not only
I love that.
pilgrims arrive in large numbers for the holiday of Pesach, for example, and the holiday of Sukkot. Josephus describes this in some detail, but also there are war refugees because there's Roman incursion to the north and chaos going on there, and in the south you have these zealots wandering around, and people are fleeing their homes looking to the big cities hoping to find some safety. But John of Giscala ultimately will execute his erstwhile allies, the aristocracy, and will ultimately be the person in charge of the temple courtyard. And he will invite Yochanan ben Shvi, just another one of his bandit leaders, who takes pride in personally murdering the Herodians and these, by the way, of course, are all Jews. This is entirely Jewish fighting that is discussing at this time. Now, to understand how this unfolds, we have to see a little bit of the map to understand where these various forces were gathered. So here's an aerial view of the city of Jerusalem as here in the first century. And you can see the kind of wavy squiggly lines are topographic in nature, meaning when they are closer together, like the Kidron Valley, which is in the lower right corner, that means a much steeper incline, and when they are further apart, it means more of a plateau. So Jerusalem is built on several plateaus, and there's geographic separations by the valleys that are. So we're going to look at the Temple Mount, which is located here on this particular plateau. We're also going to look at this tower of the Antonia Tower, which is the most significant military fortification of the Temple Ground itself. It was actually home to a contingent of soldiers at several points in the war, and it is the base from which most of the military activities are. We also have this region called the Lower City, and of course course, this higher class area called the Upper City, where Herod actually built his own palace. There are also several walls around Jerusalem. There is the so-called First Wall, which is kind of an extension of the wall surrounding the Temple Mount itself that encapsulates the Upper City and the Lower City, but and so it's sort of like a larger expression of the Temple Mount wall itself. And then a second wall was built that protects the Antonia and reinforces some of the northern suburbs. And finally, especially as the population of Jerusalem would grow, a third wall was built outside. In fact, that would be penetrated very early outside. And so now that we have a little bit of geography, we're going to return to some of the major players. The high priests and the Pharisees, again, this is one of those, this is the peace party, this is the unusual, coming together of ideological enemies saying, we may disagree about a lot of things, but we certainly can't have fighting in the streets. They call upon the larger population to repudiate the zealots who are actually engaged in wide-scale massacres at this point. The zealots end up taking over the temple ground, where they become trapped because they can't get out of the multiple walls, and this is their only base for self-defense. They do manage to sneak out a messenger, however, who goes to the south to the Idumeans. There's an interesting population, and asks the Idumeans for support, claiming that they have been oppressed, like the Idumeans, by the aristocracy, by the Herodians, and would they please send troops to rescue them in Jerusalem. Now, Idumea is here in the south of Israel. It's an unusual part of Jewish history because this is the only time when Israel engaged in forced conversion. And in fact, after the Idumean incident, it was decided to never again engage in forced conversion. This is something that occurred under one of the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans, and among the many negative results of this was the birth of Herod, whose father was an Idumean. And so it's widely regarded in rabbinic thought that the whole idea of forcibly converting any population to Judaism was just a bad one to start with, and Herod was in many ways the punishment that the Jews received for it. At any rate, you have this population in the south that identifies as Jewish, but recognizes their distinctiveness from the Judeans per se. There are lots of interesting discussions about patrilineal descent and matrilineal descent in this context, but again, not for this short presentation. And the Idumeans find themselves taken in by the argument that the Zealots offer that they're being persecuted by the aristocracy. The Idumeans also have a kind of a feeling that they're often looked down upon and are persecuted, so they send 20,000 soldiers to rescue the Zealots in Jerusalem.
Great segment.
These numbers that Josephus offers have often been challenged. To take them with a grain of salt. There's a significant fraction of 20,000 when they get to Jerusalem, they are held off by the city walls. And the high priest Ananus comes out and says, hey, please understand what's going on here. And he makes an impassioned speech saying, we are not oppressing the Zealots. They come in here, they commit violence, and this is not good for us. It's a Roman see us all fighting with each other. It's just a weaken our movement, and he tries with tremendous effort to keep the Idumeans out of the city. He is unfortunately unsuccessful.
Okay, well, then I'll just keep it short. You can hear my voice, all right?
The city once again, and actually and this is when the violence much more. The Idumeans enter, and together with the Zealots, they massacre the high priest.
Damn, the mic's covering it now.
And this actually happened on the temple grounds. Josephus considered this no return to Jerusalem. Meaning, for the Idumeans and the Zealots going Gadol, Josephus felt that maybe the Judeans could patch it up with the Romans. Sorry about those zealots. Sorry that we couldn't, keep them from destroying Sextius and Gallus' legion and things like that. We didn't do those things. But once the high priest Anonymous was murdered,
It was so much better because I was actually picking up on the mic.
But it probably is on your good audio, actually.
Yeah. I mean, at that moment, I was actually thinking, I was just like,
the Romans, and he felt that
after
that
hours for me, boy,
the violence extended beyond
play
the
for you guys
attacks
live.
on Herodians,
Then you'll
but
really
it went into the civilian areas as well. The local defenses of Jerusalem, civilian militias were attacked and overwhelmed by the Idumeans, and also door-to-door attacks on the general population happened at this point, where
I'm talking about like
the
what's
Idumeans themselves would simply run around raping and killing.
intimidating the sense.
To give one example of the level of lawlessness, the zealots wanted to put a particular prominent individual named Zacharias
I do like the tie style because I have no ass. I would want the person, but I have zero ass. So, tie style, they kind of cut out the sides.
Yeah. To convict him of the crimes they accused him of. But the Sanhedrin did not want to go along with this, and so instead the zealots simply slit his throat and threw his body into the valley.
What would you do, Mark? I think what the other guy said, like these are too long. I think if these were shorter,
finally, it gets so bad that even the Europeans regret their war, and they say, wait a minute, we came here because, we thought we were being oppressed, but now we see that you are the oppressor, and they decide to leave. They leave in disgust. Before they leave, they release all of the prisoners, and many of them end up going to join another one of the zealots.
I'm trying to go Ryan Eversole.
Gloria,
Google Ryan Eversole short.
this particular point shows, possibly shows that Gloria led off in chains by the state on the right. There some
You wore those sponsored by trading.
Oh no, so that's Dennis Hall, I guess Brian Eversole dead or
Up
something?
until this time, he has not been in Jerusalem.
The fighter is actually Dennis Hall, I know that.
The general lawlessness
but
that
these
has
styles.
way beyond
Yeah,
the
that's
city
definitely,
of Jerusalem,
those are
way beyond the Galilee region.
Speedos?
Yeah, I think the other guy got an extra bonus for
hooliganism
beating the guy
and
before those.
highway robbery,
Yeah,
literally
Dana paid him extra for beating the guy.
not only the regular Jews of Judea, but the Idumeans as well. Incredible savagery associated with the area, regularly amputating.
I'll tell you something real quick. I want you guys to understand.
Quite
I asked
often
the
just
freaking guys, but it
mutilating them
became
and
like just a
sending them
joke.
back.
I'm actually hearing noises in my attic. Right, so at first I was like, scurrying around like or something like
They
it's gotta be
actually try
squirrels
to
or
threaten
raccoons
them
or
into
something.
submission by
But more recently,
kidnapping his
it
wife.
goes from my
These are all
living
fighting
room
each
to
other
my
and
bedroom.
criminal Jews fighting
So
each
my
other
bedroom,
at
I heard
this
this
time.
kind of
The
sound.
Herodians are largely displaced. The Pharisees have decamped the Christians decamped.
Like it's
Trying to get your attention.
But when they kidnap his wife, he actually comes up to the walls of the city of Jerusalem and puts on such a tantrum that the zealots are actually afraid of
It's probably the
standing
origin of the
outside the
curse,
walls
and we're
yelling
gonna
at
have
them,
to find
and they
it.
release his wife, hoping
So
that
you're
the
saying, do you have an attic?
Yeah.
He ends up being
Throw
part
the
of the
camera up in
invasion of Jerusalem.
You know what's creepy too?
Because
Because
they alert on your phone. That'll fucking scare the shit out of you. What if you see a little not a person in your face? What if it was a fucking person?
That's what
three
I mean.
major areas.
I know it's not,
Lazar
but then
ben Shimon,
things happen as well. So I'm always paranoid about locking all my doors, right? I came home one day and my back
John
door is
Scala
unlocked.
is controlling the temple.
So I'm like, I must have forgot somehow. But I'm like, I'm so paranoid how would I forget, especially when I'm hearing noises, you know? And my security cameras right now are not working. I can't get it to function.
Because they cut the fucking lines.
And it's a three-way
You're just like Brendan and Brian right now, all of you guys.
What do they say?
Same thing, oh, it's a ghost. Listen, this
Oh, it's definitely that. I mean,
oh, fuck.
That's what it is.
That's what it is.
We should do
That's
the team that.
Yeah, I mean, you could put
like a camera up there, but it's just going to show you that exact same
the
image.
fight
You know what?
becomes
I
so
might have to,
intense
but then it's
between
so when
these
you
three
walk
zealot
upstairs to
forces
get
that they
to
actually
the attic,
attack
there's like this little
others'
rope that comes
stores
down and you're supposed to
away
grab the rope.
and
It
burn
looks so creepy.
hoping that they will
Yeah, hell
weaken
no.
each other
Shit's gonna
by
fire. Why are you
preventing
doing
them
this?
access to stuff.
Leave me
This was
alone.
such an incredibly
That's
stupid and short-sighted
Strangers
strategy because
We get
the
shit
Romans
this
are
time.
going to use
Oh, my bad. I'm strapped
primary
also.
weapon, but by destroying the grain storage of opponents,
I don't like scary stuff.
they have no way to withstand the ultimate
I mean,
attack.
you're not in my place, so you're fine.
I know, but
very
I'm
much
scared.
Well, one time I was so loud in the living room, I thought 100% someone's on the roof. So I just ran out, turned the lights on, ran outside with my gun, and I have a flashlight looking over.
the north central part of Israel down into the south of Israel, and he won't
That's
attack
fucked up, bro.
Jerusalem until
What if
he
you
is completely
Fired it.
and that's essentially what happens beginning in the spring of the year 7. This map
Yeah.
illustrates
It's almost like standing around Texas. Yeah. If you feel like if they're putting force on you that feels like kill you, then you know how to kill them. But if they're just standing on my roof looking
Kill
at me,
him.
I can't do anything about that.
Jesus thinks that he's going to have a fairly easy time.
You freaking flew over just to do this shit.
Because
You know, it'd be
rebels
content for
provide
Yeah,
unusually
easy.
stiff resistance. Even though they're busy fighting each other, they end up becoming quite ferocious
All right,
fighters.
Jin, you're gonna get a
The Romans
camera.
At the same time, a couple of
And
key
you-
Well, I have a
examples
ton of cameras, but it's
that,
gonna last
you
for
know,
like
the Romans
24
settled
hours.
in on one of the
Yeah.
surrounding hills nearby,
Yeah,
Marco said
Scopus and also on the Olives.
Yeah,
And
something like that.
they get
Yeah,
themselves
it would be kind of cool if I just put that camera in the attic,
things like
let
that.
it go for 24
The
hours, and then we just watch it all together.
by
Do a whole
pouring
review
out
of the footage
city
together.
of Jerusalem and actually
I guarantee
attacking
it's
uphill.
gonna be a mouse.
Tremendous disadvantage
That
to
stuff's like a
themselves.
human being.
And they actually managed to make tremendous progress. Jesus himself is wounded in one of these attacks until they finally are able to push the rebels.
Oh my god, can you
back
imagine
to
seeing
the city.
something
They're
just walk by real quick in the camera?
narrowly destruction by
Take
this
a tall
bold
or a
and
trail,
rather
get a little
unusual
trail cam.
attack.
Actually, I
Another
do have a trail
example,
cam.
the Romans, you know,
I
their
did
way
see that you
of
talked
destroying
about
the
this
city is
on
going to
Kid,
be
and
with
there was a
lots of
comment that said,
people and
speculating as to
technology,
whether
specifically the
that's
building
what
of
it's not.
siege engines, which are these massive towers that they can
Oh my
wheel
God.
up to the walls and
before
then they can
next
throw
week's
things
card,
over catapults and they can climb over
you'll see as a
the
week
walls
off.
with them. But it
Next
takes
week,
time to
2
build
weeks,
these
they're in
things. And
France.
there are certain
Benoit
places
Saint
where they're
I bet him at plus
most
180.
ideally
You can
situated.
still get him at
So
plus
while they're
150.
busy building
It's
these
the most
things,
confident I've been in
the rebels actually
wild.
dig underneath
in a
the
tier
ramps that they intend to use for the siege engines.
Oh, I do
And
like
they
that.
build a tunnel
Yeah,
underneath, they
it's
fill
like
it with
he's like the
wood,
Brazilian
and
cop.
when
Yeah,
the
That's how he
Romans
likes them.
place their
But
laborious
I think
product of
Benoit
their
Saint
work, the siege engine in
gets
place,
back on track.
the
And
rebels set
absolutely cares
fire to the wood in the
sub round
tunnels,
3.
collapsing the tunnels
That's a
and
whole
destroying the
tradition.
siege
Imagine if Ruffy
engine. This
went
is
so.
like hugely frustrating to
He's
teachers
in line
because
for a
this
title
is
shot.
it's schlepping out, so to speak. The war is going on much longer, and it's actually embarrassing to the
But yeah, I
Romans
can't wait,
that the
and
Jews
I
should
feel
be
okay to
having
give out a
such
pick
success.
because I'm
Josephus puts it very well when he says that the Romans held it to be terribly disgraceful.
I wish I did.
If cunning
I didn't do a good
should
enough job.
always
for
prevail
recording. I
over
talked about it last
valor,
week with the
desperation
after
over
the
weapons,
yeah, so.
mass over expertise.
But we peaked at 29.
In fact, that's
15
what is
courage.
happening
Shout out
in
to
the
the
early months of the siege, that they
Wait, who did you
they
pick then?
were able to hold it
Zang
off
or
with the
Walker?
combination of cunning,
I was on
desperation,
Walker.
mass.
Holy crap!
Yeah, I bet him. That was
Yeah, I
fucking
guess.
awesome.
That is
I also
the
bet him
last
by subs
decision that
plus
Jesus makes
900,
therefore
and
he
then
says, you know what?
I guess
we're
Walter
just gonna
Walker
use
had his
the
wife better
old-fashioned,
Johnny Walker by subs, so that I was feeling really good. And he did come out for a dig down immediately. Like, that was
and he built this massive
beat him with
siege
leg kicks
dike,
plus
you see,
315.
functionally
Great
the
card.
fourth
Charles
wall
Johnson
around
knockout
Jerusalem.
plus 900.
And he manages it very
I'll check out
carefully
that
to
one
make
too.
sure that no food
Yeah, I jumped off the bat. That was a great fight, but I was like, oh, what a
shuts
dumb man.
down
I mean,
any
why would I
possibility for Jerusalem to get any provisions from the outside. And you combine that with the fact that the zealots have already destroyed their own grain
Just
stores.
got a haircut.
They descend into a horrible level of famine, which
Oh yeah, we took it all our haircuts. Yeah, guys, I got a haircut. Guess who cuts? Guess who cuts this hair?
And the same kind of terrible things that described in the book of Jeremiah.
Whoa, that's crazy.
Gets consistent.
Wow.
Case.
In the end,
Wow, you guys saved like $50 a cut right there.
I haven't cut my hair since I gave grade.
High five, Case.
The story behind it,
Never
however,
go get
is
your hair cut?
Josephus says that
How do you do it? What's your
Lord Council
I
and
have
says that
the
he
clippers
wants to burn out
And then number two,
the temple complex and take care of the last rebels,
things like that.
but he wants to actually preserve the
Then I just
temple
use
itself.
mirrors.
Now, it's possible that Josephus places Titus in a very positive light here.
It's a technique. I'm a little more advanced. I have Ulster Fast Feast. I replaced the blades with ceramic blades from Andis.
Being assigned the Flavian name because of his close relationship to the Roman Emperor family.
No, I do something controversial. And everyone's going to disagree with me. I never oil my blades.
Because after all, it was like
to me, for whatever reason, when I oil it, it gets so clumpy and it doesn't cut as good. I haven't oiled my blades in years, and it has the same awesome amount of cut ability.
Well, I bet it's different because your hair is probably way thinner than mine.
Jews and
My hair
non-Jews
gets
as
in there.
well. So we don't really
Did you see
know how
Brennan's hair is
true
thick
this
as
is,
well?
but it's not impossible to
I
imagine.
faded him up too.
Did not actually
Okay, so that's one
destroy
time.
the
We're talking
temple
years
itself.
and years.
He wants to destroy the rebellion,
I know
but
how
he
to
may have
every single time.
rededicated the temple to Jupiter or something like that.
Did you know they talk about the hair color on Effect A? But hair color is hair color.
Oh yeah, we talked about it. Fat Joe signing him.
Now,
Did
the
you guys
rebels,
basically roast it?
the context of this fighting, which we've discussed in the
Let's say that they did or did.
they rush out to engage the Romans, and in that context,
I don't even have one.
one of the rebels grabbed
They did a disservice with the
threw
picture.
a window with
He was roasting himself.
Yeah, he said that in his
actually the spark that
or
ignited
his IG story or something like that. He's like,
himself
she was a better picture.
from the night above
Yeah.
well into the tent of
And his color is brown. I couldn't tell. He said it's brown, but I didn't see
I
why.
mean, he is big brown.
Yeah, it would make sense.
conclude,
Just for
let's
his
just go
nickname.
back to Ania's shooter for a minute.
You don't say, kid.
What weight class, Kev?
I remember reading. It was the fascinating
heavyweight.
physics
Nice. Any more
of
brain busters on me?
Jerusalem.
Now, what is heavyweight?
Yeah, Kev, what's the limit?
19th century.
And above,
And he concluded by
tries
saying
to do
that
can't
Jewish
above.
authority in the earlier
Don't you do 266? But not chat shit.
They had
destruction of the temple, the ending of the
guys.
sacrifice that actually
Why
occurred
265? A lot of guys are more than
That's a dumb, yeah. That's a dumb. And the dude, the jump from light heavyweight to heavyweight is insane.
Relate to God
They need another weight class in there. So
no longer existed.
so
Authority of
my
self
assessment of
has
saying
disappeared.
265 and above
The only center left to the
would
people
be a good one.
was the
Yeah, they didn't
they
do it
now
another
rallied
organization.
around it.
Sumo. It's called sumo wrestling.
Got it. Okay, so I'm on to something.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
unwavering hope that it might
Jen, who would you have in a fight? Topuria versus Machev. Who would you have?
in the world itself.
That's a damn good question. I would take Makachev.
Nick, who would you have?
I think I could do Makachev. Like, he seems just so much bigger.
Hopefully, this will be the
It'd be a
last
great fight.
night of love that we have
Anybody else
to
want to
together. The next time will be a celebration of the rebuild of Jerusalem. Thank you very much for your attention. I hope that those who are fasting conclude the fast well.
Justin Top actually fought at 267 pounds, missing weight.
Oh,
He missed the heavyweight limit.
Fat.
I don't think so.
I eat because I'm unhappy because I eat. It's a vicious cycle.
Let's say goodbye to people.
Bye.
Bye, guys. Thanks for listening.
Hello, everyone. I hope you
And if you want
today is
to see some video accompaniment that this scene represents, go to the official Sunday Brunch YouTube channel. We got a ton of content up there. Spend all weekend if you want to spend some of it.
I'd like to take a moment. that may have some value to it, but today we're going to focus on books. We're going to look at these really amazing trending literature, which has become the Musser tradition. So let's just take a step back though and talk about what exactly is an Elul. So according to Jewish thought, the high holidays, which begin with Rosh Hashanah, the beginning of the year, and this year falls in early September, is a period of judgment for all humanity. And this awesome day, and it's not just that day, it extends to Yom Kippur and according to some of the more listed agreements much later than that as well. But we have to prepare ourselves for that judgment, which the assessment of the prior year is made, and the decision is made about what's going to happen in the future with an individual and an organization. So the month of Elul is this penultimate month of the calendar, and it is set aside as a month of self-reflection, of self-analysis, of determination of how well has done over the year, how close we are to the person they want to be, and it's an opportunity for us to look at our lives, look at how we around ourselves, and try to make amends. Apologies is a very big part of Elul. This is considered the best time to kind of clear the accounts we have with other people, not only in terms of paying our financial debts, but also in terms of paying our emotional debts. Trying to wrap things up so that going relationships with a clear message and correctly as possible. So in this context, it has become a tradition for many centuries now. Jews read the literature related to repentance during the month of Elul. And I'd like to give you over the next few minutes some of my favorite Elul.
This is what their fans want. They just listen to an hour of just us picking on the show. That's weird. This is what podcasting's become. This is like Reddit jobs Reddit.
Reach deep, think hard about how to resolutions about how one should try to improve.
This is what their fans want. They just listen to an hour.
Something called the This
is what their fans want. They just listen to an hour of just us picking on the show. That's weird. It's really weird. This podcasting's become. This is like Reddit jobs Reddit.
The Two Bears One Cave summer break is complete with Chrissy D and Stuffy posting their final guest episode. After 6 weeks of carrying the show in Tom and Bert's absence, when they first announced the guest host plan, most of us assumed it'd be a few filler episodes just to keep the ad reads going for Tom to cover his car payments while he was off chasing his Hollywood dreams. But instead, we got a full 6-week arc of Chrissy and Stuffy slowly realizing that not only were they doing the heavy lifting, but the audience actually preferred it that way. This was by far the biggest revelation over the 6 weeks. Seeing the two of them slowly realizing just how much hate there was for Tom and Bert and how starved of real entertainment the YMH fan base is made me realize just how much of a bubble most of these comedians are living in. And by the end, it wasn't even subtle. They openly joked that the only reason they were brought back for a 6th episode was because Tom and Bert just didn't want to do it. And even though the whole thing was supposed to be temporary, you could tell Chrissy and Stuffy knew they were killing it. They know the audience likes them more, and they even started talking more shit about Tom and Bert. Stick around because I'll show you exactly what I mean later on in the video when they call Bert and how he manages somehow to bomb over the phone. He fumbles this fucking weird bit about which products comedians should really be selling. He sucks all the energy out of the room and then he hangs up. But then Chrissy and Stuffy immediately roast him for being a predictable narcissist and how he doesn't understand comedy anymore. Towards the end, I'll show you the moment when Mark Norman and Sam Morrell joined the pile-on of Tom and Bert, and if you've been following my forensic coverage of the show over the past few weeks, this has been the trend. If you recall, after the first guest episode when they asked us what we wanted to see more of over the summer, I posted a video asking them to spend more time roasting Tom and Bert, and boy did they deliver.
I thought about this actually because a lot of our dynamic is me needling you to tell embarrassing stories, and that kind of is Tom and Bert. That is Tom kind of sits back and goes, "Oh, Tell me about that.
Right.
The horrifying thing that your family is going to be pissed about you revealing.
Yes.
That's kind of what I do to you.
Yeah.
Even though I'm fat.
Yeah. Open up your comedy special talking about your daughter's periods. By the way, you do look nice in that purple shirt, which is probably the same color as Bert's liver.
The royal color.
I think.
Listen, he doesn't have a disease liver, he has a royal. Look at it that way.
Like I said, this final episode was when it really started to click for them. They finally realized what we've been saying this whole time. Chrissy starts talking about people stopping him in the street to say thank you for taking over Two Bears, and Stuffy straight up admits he doesn't get it. He can't understand why people are responding so positively to their takeover of the show, and I mean, fuck. That kind of says it all, right? Tom and Bert's friends really never realized how far and deep the hate goes. It's that moment where the guest hosts accidentally say what the audience has been thinking for years. This show hasn't been good for a long time, and nobody on the inside seemed to realize it until now. Next to Brendan Schaub and Brian Callen, Tom and Bert are some of the laziest, greediest, low-effort podcasters there are. But just before I show you the moment the penny finally dropped, I want to give a shout-out to all of you who have gone over to my new channel, More Cringe, and subscribed. It's only with a few videos, but if you want to see more cringe outside of the usual suspects cover of this channel, head over there and subscribe so you don't miss out on all the extra content I've been posting. Also, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon for my latest coverage of the missing Kill Tony London show and their second Netflix show. Kill Tony is currently going through a massive identity crisis, so make sure you don't miss out on all my coverage of their downfall. Anyway, let's get back to Chrissy and Stuffy having a short epiphany about how far gone Two Bears One Cave is.
I actually can't believe 6 weeks.
This is 6 weeks. We were all supposed to be signed on for 5. They let us go to 6 because Tom and Bert just don't want to put it in.
No. I mean, we think this is our last one. If they make us a big enough offer, we'll come back again. But listen, we know we got the bargaining power now.
Yeah.
I thought, honestly, I had no idea what to expect. I was like, oh, Chris, it'll be fun. I love doing pods with Chris. It's like, I'm trying to conceive a world where you step into someone's podcast and everyone's not pissed off. Right. Like, to me, I was like, this doesn't make any sense. They listen for you guys. I have been shocked at how much people love this $2 episode.
People have been stopping me in the street and be like, thank you for taking over Two Bears.
It almost feels like someone is making them listen to this.
Yeah.
I don't understand.
Miss Aquarius,
Go back and watch. I guess the show sucks.
how you doing?
Yeah. Rabbi.
How you living, girl?
Good. I'm eating caramel cake right now for lunch. We're getting me and Papa eating caramel cake.
That's amazing. Is it good?
Yeah. It's good.
Excellent. What are your plans for your Labor Day?
Nothing. Just gonna sit here, relax, and train up and get ready for tomorrow. I got work tomorrow.
Absolutely. Are you going to take a nap?
What about you?
Oh, I'm building robots, entertaining the masses. Are you going to take a nap?
Yeah, after this.
Excellent. How's the cake?
Good. Just getting there. I'm doing my exercises, so I'm getting there.
Yeah, so have spent your first full week without rehab. How's it going?
Yeah. It's going good. It's just tough, but it's going good.
All right. Are you going to be able to do
I'm not
it?
going to get out of the way 100%. I just got to keep going to exercise, you know?
Word, girl. Are you feeling stronger?
Yes, I am.
Ex-
Strong and company.
That's what I like to hear.
I got to get ready for next year. I'm officially bridesmaid for one of my best friends getting married, remember?
Absolutely.
In April.
Oh, okay, I thought they were doing it in the fall. Okay, so in April they're going to get...
That's what I thought. But she sent me a letter and she was like, hey, and she asked me to be a bridesmaid. I said yes, and then she put me in a group chat. And she told us that they decided that they're going to do it in April 26, 2026.
Oh, that's beautiful. Are they? Do they have? I know that last time we spoke, they were picking out a location and stuff.
It's right up the street from me. Yeah.
Excellent. Any idea what your dress is going to be?
She showed us one right now. I know I told her the colors are sage green, ivory, and lilac. We're gonna be dressed in green.
Okay.
Sage green.
Sage green is beautiful.
Yeah. So she showed us one of the dresses. So she said she was gonna order them and perform these other decisions, other dress decisions to us, and then we just rectify the decision when it comes.
Excellent. Are you gonna find a date for the wedding, or are you going by yourself?
I'm gonna find me a date. No, don't be by myself. Maybe my best friend comes. I know I'm gonna probably have a man with me. I don't know who's gonna be walking with me down the house. I can walk by myself. It don't matter.
Absolutely. You struck, girl. Word. Is it gonna be a big wedding?
Yeah, hopefully it will be a big one. She's from New Orleans, so she got a lot of families from Mississippi, New Orleans, so yeah.
Very cool.
Everybody, I believe she is. And then he's got family from South Georgia, and his cousin is in. Matter of fact, his cousin I met when we had the engagement, surprise engagement party. She's gonna be a bridesmaid. And best friend she known for elementary school is gonna be there, and her cousin or her two cousins, and then me. And I know mostly her family from not all of them, but yeah, it's gonna be a big wedding.
Who's the maid of honor?
Yeah. I have no idea. I don't know.
All right.
I don't know. I just know there's 5 of us in the bridesmaid bridal party. So I don't know. Maybe somebody. I don't know.
Very well.
I will ask her that for next year. Who that?
Absolutely. Yo, what up, Odachu? How you living? Odachi. How you living, pimp?
I had a question.
What's your question, my friend?
How long would you go until you file a missing person report for somebody?
Oh, that's a good question. All right. How close are you with the person?
I've known him for like almost.
You've known him for how long?
Might cut out. Hold on, I got to go.
Pray that y'all find the person. I'm gonna pray about that.
Absolutely. That's worrisome. Odachi, can you hear me?
I can hear you. It's cutting out. I'm driving.
Okay. So, how close are you with the person? It's not like your child. So, how long have you known them?
I've known them for like 10 years.
Okay.
Almost.
Okay, so you've known them for 10 years. Do they have family?
Yeah.
Okay, have you contacted their family to see if anybody in their family has had contact with them?
What did that?
Have you contacted any members of their family to see if anybody in their family has made contact with them?
Yeah, I talked to his mom today, and she said she hasn't heard from him. And then I texted his roommate. He's been working all weekend, but he said he hasn't seen him at least a day.
Yeah, it's too soon to.
And I've been
And but here's the thing, right? I last talked to him on Friday, and his phone has been going straight to voicemail since Saturday, and it's now Monday.
Okay, I mean, that's fine, though. What if his phone broke?
For 3 days?
Yeah, absolutely. Especially on a holiday weekend, definitely. Yeah, I give that one a week before I'm going to file a report. And and I'm not even going to be the one to do it. I would tell his mother, look, I'm worried about him. I don't know what you consider to be that worrisome, but I advise that you seek a missing persons report. If you don't want to do it, then I'm going to do it. But yeah, I would have somebody in his family do it. They usually have more power over those kinds of things.
Because his roommate's at work, and he told me he would check when he gets home. So if he's not there today, we would still wait. Because he lives with like 3 roommates, but I can check for him.
Yeah, I would tell his mom. I would say that I'm worried about him, and that she probably should be too. Is there any way that she could file a missing persons report? And if she refused, yeah, I mean, I would probably say I would wait. I would give him this week to find out. I mean, it doesn't hurt, but it's also not a crime to go missing. So I would.
Very out of character for him.
Okay, so then, does he have a dad or anybody else in his family?
Not really.
Okay. Um. All right. So did he say he was going to do anything?
Like Friday night, he had to go leave. He said he was going to go to like a boys' night, but I thought he usually does that with his roommates, but he had to go drive somewhere, and it wasn't with his roommates, and that's when I heard from him last.
Okay. And did you tell his mom this?
No, I probably should. I just told her that I haven't heard from him.
Yeah,
Friday.
yeah. So I would fill her in on everything. I'd say, look, I spoke with him on Friday. This is very uncharacteristic of him. He hasn't answered any of my telephone calls. I'm just wondering, have you emailed him?
No, I don't think he's his email.
Okay, but I mean, it's worth it.
We're not that old.
Okay, that's fine. His phone's going straight to voicemail, and I'm worried about him, and I know other people are worried about him. Would you please file a missing persons report on him? That's basically her responsibility, as she's the next of kin, and the police are going to cooperate a lot more with his mother as opposed to just a close friend. Now, let's say she hasn't done it by Friday, then I would do it. But I'd give his family a week to do it. I'd give him, especially because it's a holiday weekend, I would give his mom a chance probably to file it by tomorrow or so. But I would fill her in on all of your concerns because, well, firstly, let's just say you're an amazing friend, Odachi, for having this much concern for your friend. And especially because this is out of character and everything, I would fill his mother in on everything. Hey, his phone's going straight to voicemail. He said he was going out for a boys' night. Does he have a car?
Yeah.
Okay. Was he drunk or anything Friday night?
He's very religious. He doesn't do that.
Okay, well that's good. So, I would say, he was sober. He was going out with friends, but it wasn't the friends that I thought with whom he was going. His roommate hasn't heard from him, and I'm concerned. Is there any way that you would file a missing persons report? And you just fill her in on everything, and when she has the prodding of someone else, she probably will. And you're a really good friend. You're a really good friend for having this much.
It's weird talking to someone every day, and then like when it does kind of stop, it just feels weird.
Oh, absolutely. There are things though that. Well, when's the last time his roommate saw him?
He said he hasn't seen him in at least a day.
Oh, so his roommate could have seen him on Saturday.
Yeah.
Okay.
All he said was at least a day.
Okay, that's a.
But when he did leave, it was on Friday night, which was almost 3 days ago.
All right. So, is there any way you can call the roommate and be like, "Look, it hasn't been that much time. When's the last time you saw him? Not at least a day. Was it Saturday at 2 p.m.? Was it Saturday at 8 p.m.? Did you see him Sunday at all?"
I think I'll text him because I think he's at work because he said he wasn't home, but he told me he would check once he gets home.
Okay. Yeah, then I would just ask him, is there any way you can, did you check? Can you give me an update? So basically the plan for you is to text the friend and say, can you please check if he's been home? And also, I'm worried about him. Can you please tell me the last time that you saw him? Because the police are going to want to know all that information. Then you give this information to his mom that you say, this is out of character for him. He was sober on Friday night when he said he was going out with friends. No one's heard from him. His phone's going straight to voicemail. He hasn't been home. Is there any way that you could? Well, I just think it's prudent advice to tell you that you should fill out a missing persons report. We're worried about him. It doesn't cost anything, but it'll allow the police to have a 411 on what's going on. And if she says, I'm not going to do that, then you would say, then I'm going to do it on your behalf or on the behalf of your friend.
Yeah, really good with that.
Okay.
Their trap of argument that you present is inevitable and it is really change the way you speak. It's very hard every single detail of the laws in this particular book. The founder of the Mr. Movement, Israel Salato, once said that it's sufficient for one to simply read this book and sigh an expression of, oh, I wish I could live up to this level of personal integrity, but it is fantastic. I will give away just a little bit of it. One of the huge, perhaps the latest contribution of this book is pointing out that, according to Jewish thought, it is forbidden to relate any negative information about anyone. Full stop. What? That just eliminates every conversation I've ever had, or maybe like 90% of every conversation I've ever had. So there are 7 preconditions that, if one meets all 7 of these preconditions, one may in fact relate negative information. But otherwise, no, we can't speak ill about anyone. It's a really good book. Highly recommended. If you are not familiar with rabbinic thought, it's hard to read it in translation because it will introduce you to so many other ideas, and it requires a pretty strong foundation. This is also because we wrote it not for regular people, but really for other rabbis. From the initial chapters, it's really intended to convince the rabbinic elite that, hey, we're not speaking properly, we have to do a better job. Look at all these things.
He left.
Yeah.
He left, Rabbi.
I know. He's very concerned for his friend, which is an admirable quality.
I'd be concerned by myself.
Absolutely.
Rabbinic thought, and it's also laid out in a very manageable size so that you can study it over a period of time. They're like days.
You just met him?
Yeah, I met him last week.
I read this English translation originally, and I got it, and I profited from it tremendously as well, of course, if you refer several times. actually informed not only my personal speech as best I can manage it.
Where else you hang out at? Just socialize?
Let's see here. I'm in. I think it's called. Just one moment. It's called Adore. It's got 260,000 people in it, and it generally has people who are in the VC. Then I'm in E-Girl World, which has.
Oh no! What you doing in E-Girl World? What do they do there?
Well,
do they do what they say they do?
I mean, it has 500,000 people in it. It's one of the biggest servers. I mean, it's just like people who like to play video games.
E-Girl World?
Yeah.
Oh, that's about video games?
Yeah, it's they have voice channels, social, call, nitro, anime, active, emotes. It's not sexual. An e-girl is generally a girl who likes to play video games.
Oh, I thought something totally different.
That's okay.
Thank you for telling me.
Absolutely, I kind of thought the same thing. Now it can get. There are women who do more than that, but not in there. And the reason why I'm in there is it's like a top 10 largest server on all of Discord. It's very big, and so I'm in there. I don't ever talk to anybody in there, but occasionally I get groups of people who come and hear from there. And then I'm in Socialize, and then I was in this other server. I was in it longer than any other server last week, and they told me, they basically said I can't stream in there anymore. And I keep asking why, and they don't tell me. So that's fine. So I have another device in which I could stream. And like basically if it's a big server, I just post up in there, I turn on my camera, I leave it, and then they eventually kick me out or ban me or whatever. And that's fine. You know, I don't understand. Well, here's what happens. You get somebody who comes in and they're like, who's this person in the VC always streaming their camera? And then somebody else says it. And then they say, well,
yeah, they do that in Socialize.
Exactly.
They say about you about that. He be on here every day. They can ban him.
Exactly. You know exactly right. So then you'll say, I don't like him because of his profile. It's advertising another server. Or I don't like him because he's always online and I don't like looking at him. It's just because people have nothing else to talk about, then you become a subject of the conversation, just like you've witnessed in Socialize. And I mean, as you can tell, like I don't interact with those people. I literally don't even know what they're talking about. They're muted. And if they have an issue with me, that's fine. You can literally shut off my camera and you can mute me so you never have to interact with me. But people, and then people also like to, I don't know, want to call it bullying, but pick on people where they'll be like, hey, moderators, I don't like this guy. And it's like, okay, well, he hasn't done anything wrong to you. Now, I get some moderators who say, frankly, we like that you stream in the server because it makes other people want to go into the VC as well. If one person's in there, then it's not like no one's in there. And that means other people will go in there eventually. Like I've described it like this, but this is exactly what it's like. No one wants to be the first person to get in the pool. They don't want to be the leader. So if somebody's already in the pool, then you're not the first. There's somebody else in there, and then everybody will go and enjoy the water.
Yeah. But I got this thing called Robot, and they do everything. So I got what is called Lounge. Have you heard of that one?
Yes, I have.
They got one you were saying kitten category. I can't get in there. Hold on. Let's see. This is one on just kittens. Okay, this is an invalid one. I don't know. I don't know that's what it is. Okay, it's the same stuff. Okay, well, I just keep sending me the same stuff. All right, let's see. We got one called Move Cat Therapy, Social World. They got one called Blessing. They got one called Fun, FAWN. They got one called Dulce. They got one called Anime Pirates. They got one called, this is it's called Cutie. The Egos and Social. You heard that one?
I have heard of that one, yeah. That's a big one.
Oh, yeah. One called Princess. One called Daily. We got one called Social World. Let's see, Coma Cafe.
Heard of that one.
I got one called what's this? Auralis, Auralis. On Daily, I already said that. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah, they send me a lot of stuff. Like if I go in a service, it sends me different stuff.
Yeah, there's some kind of
Go ahead.
there's some kind of program in which you can enroll. I think you pay for it, but basically, whenever someone joins your server, it'll send them invites to a bunch of other servers, and those are all the other servers that they promote.
Yeah, I don't know about interviews. They got all kinds of kids. I don't want to see them.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Now I have been a member of 18 plus servers, but those usually get to be adult, and I don't want that. I just want adults who keep their clothes on, basically. Like,
that's it.
Yeah, exactly. And in order to verify on those 18 plus ones, you've got to send them your driver's license, and you've got to you have to do all kinds of stuff. You have to be holding your driver. You have to show them a close up of your driver's license. Then you have to hold your driver's license in a picture of a selfie, and then you have to do a hand symbol. Like they send you an emoji, and you have to do a hand symbol. And on the one where you're holding your driver's license, you also have to be holding a picture of yourself with the name of the server, your username, and the date. Oh, it's incredible, Miss Aquarius. It's absolutely incredible. And then when you send it to them, oh, it's incredible, like how ridiculous it is.
Right.
It's ridiculous. And then on top of all of that, they'll say that your picture's blurry or that they can't read it or whatever. It's like, look, no, you can obviously tell that I'm over whatever age you need me to be. Well, yeah. And then it's like, well, I don't know what you're doing with this data. They're like, no data is saved. I'm like, quit that. Like, I don't believe it. You've got weird people in your moderation team. Who knows what they're doing with this information?
They got one called Bougie. Have you ever seen that?
No, I haven't. Is it good?
No. I mean, her Bougie. It's a serpent.
I know. Is it good?
I've never been this year. I'm looking at it right now.
One of my favorite ones is karaoke. It's a karaoke lounge.
I will go with that. These other ones they be sending me out.
That one's fun.
It's tough.
I see it. Bougie. I see it. But they kicked me out of the karaoke lounge because they didn't like that I slept in there. And it's like, that's not my fault. That you can always shut my camera off. So I don't understand what your deal is. Like, if you don't like me, mute me and shut my camera off. It's as simple as that. But they didn't like that. And then there's another one that's just the singing lounge, which is good. It's smaller, but it's got some nice people in there. And then I'm in this one. It's called Camp. and it's like really big in the Philippines, and it always has a ton of people in there. It has a lot of people in there, and I've met some really nice people in there, and they do karaoke as well. Yo, what's going on? Hey, long time no see. Hope you're doing well, man. How have you been? Hope you're doing well. Um, and
Brandon, okay?
yeah, he seems to be okay. He's back. Brandon always comes in here with lots of devices. I love it. Hello, how you doing, buddy? Living the dream, dog. Excellent. Enjoying your Labor Day, big man. I'm in some other subreddits. Sometimes I tutor people in English. There's an English subreddit, and so I'll just go in there, and there'll be people who don't know English that well, and we'll just go through glossaries of words just to improve their vocabulary. Yeah, sure. It's discord.gg/English, ENGLISH. And there are a lot of people in there.
I don't have to go there with you. I'm just saying.
Okay.
I think that's sweet.
Yeah. So, like, I don't know. I've done it. I've done it a good amount. People are always like, so you just come in here for free and tutor people? And it's like, yeah, if you need to improve your English, I'm willing to help you. So you make like corrections if they're saying something incorrectly. But most of all, I just go in there with glossaries of words and improve people's vocabulary. So I'll just find a random group of people, and they, if they don't have a native English speaker, they just don't know as many words. And so we'll just go and I'll ask someone like, all right, so what are your hobbies? What are your interests? And somebody will be like, I like soccer, or I like football, or whatever. I'll be like, okay, well, let's learn all the English football words that you would need to know. And so we'll just go through I'll just go to ChatGPT and get like a list of glossary words of words of football
How you
words.
do the GPT? I couldn't hear it, man.
Yeah.
What are we talking about, Rabbi?
Oh, just an yeah, it's just an English speaking Discord. It's for people who generally are not English as a first language speakers, and I'm certified as a teacher to teach English as a foreign language, and I know a little bit about how to. Well, I shouldn't say that. I mean, I'm a native English speaker, so I know quite a bit about English. Now, even my English isn't perfect, but it's better than probably 95% of people. And really, the people in there just need to learn more words. And so I explained to them some tools that they can get on YouTube that allow them to have like subtitles in whatever their language is, and then also English language below there. And then, so Miss Aquarius, you were asking what's ChatGPT? It's amazing. What's called an LLM, a large language model. You can go in there and ask it any question, and it will put it together for you. It's AI. So just like watch this. It's so smart. It's smarter than any person. That's why it's putting so many people out of business. So here we go. Hi, ChatGPT. I want you to write a poem that rhymes about my friend Brandon and our friend Miss Aquarius. Miss Aquarius likes to play bowling with Rabbi every night, and she likes to get spares, and she's going to be in her friend's wedding coming up as a bridesmaid. It doesn't have to be a really long poem, maybe 300 words. And here's what it'll do. It says, a poem for Brandon and Miss Aquarius. Brandon comes in with a smile so wide, ready for laughter, he's so full of pride. Beside him it shines a friend so rare, Miss Aquarius with her cosmic flair. Each night she laces her bowling shoes, choosing a lane, no time to lose. With Rabbi waiting, the pins all align. They share in a ritual almost divine. Strike or spare, she plays with grace. Determined joy lights up her face. The ball rolls smooth, the crowd takes note. Her style's a song, her throws a quote. But outside the alley, life spins too. A wedding approaches with skies so blue. As bridesmaid she'll stand, her heart aglow. A friend's big day where love will show. She'll lift her glass and dance till dawn. Just one moment, it's updating. Uh, she'll lift a glass and dance till dawn. Her laughter bright as the breaking morn. The gown will shimmer, the vows will ring, and all will smile at the dreams. Through spares, through strikes, through moments sweet, her spirit makes the world complete. Brandon, Rabbi, all who care, know friendship's gift is always there. So here's to nights of shining lanes, to wedding bells and joyful refrains. To Brandon, Miss Aquarius true, a friendship timeless, strong and new. May pins keep falling, may songs be sung, may every heart remain forever young. For life, like bowling, is best when shared with loyal friends who've always cared. Like, how smart is that?
That is neat. I love that. Oh my God, how would you like to make me cry? That is so cool.
Absolutely. So you can do this yourself with whatever you want. Like, so here's what I do with people in English. I'll say, please provide me a glossary of 10 English words to help people who want to learn more about soccer. And then it'll say goal. When a ball completely crosses the goal line between the posts under the crossbar, it's how teams score points. Goalkeeper or goalie, the player who guards the goal, they are, and it has penalty kick, offside, corner kick, free kick. It'll do anything. You can say, like, add a bunch of big numbers. It'll tell you that. It'll tell you, like, anything you want. What's a question that you have, Miss Aquarius, that you've never known to which you've never known the answer?
I don't know, Rabbi. You got my head hurt. I don't know.
That's okay. If you ever want to use it, it's just chatgpt.com. And it'll also do pictures for you. It'll do diagrams for you. It'll create charts for you. It's putting a lot of people. It'll code for you. It's better than any coder that's a human. It's literally like a revolutionary type of technology.
What's the elements in the sun?
Absolutely. Here we go. What are the elements in the sun? Great question. The sun is mostly made of gases, plasma, and while there are many elements inside it, a few dominate. Main elements in the sun by percentage of mass. Hydrogen. It's about 73% hydrogen, the primary fuel for which powers the sun. It's about 25% helium, produced from hydrogen fusion in the sun's core. There are trace elements, together 2%. These are much smaller amounts, but still important. Oxygen, carbon, neon, nitrogen, magnesium, silicon, iron, sulfur. These heavier elements are often called metals in astronomy, even though many aren't metals in chemistry. In short, the sun is mostly made of hydrogen and helium, with a sprinkling of heavier elements that influence things like solar wind spectra and the sun's evolution. Would you like me to also explain why hydrogen and helium dominate?
Yes.
All right, so then we just say yes. And it says, perfect. Let's dig into why the sun is mostly hydrogen and helium. All right. So it says, Big Bang origins. After the Big Bang, which is 13.8 billion years ago, the universe was extremely hot. As it cooled, the first elements formed, about 75% hydrogen, 25% helium, and tiny traces of lithium. Heavier elements, like carbon, oxygen, iron, didn't exist yet. They were created later inside stars. How the sun formed. Around 4.6 billion years ago, a cloud of gas and dust collapsed under gravity to form the sun. The cloud was still mostly hydrogen and helium because those elements were most common in the universe. A small fraction of heavier elements had been produced by earlier generations of stars that exploded, also known as supernovae, which is why the sun has 2% heavier stuff. Nuclear fusion in the sun's core. The sun shines because of fusion. Hydrogen atoms smash together under extreme heat and pressure. The process turns hydrogen into helium, releasing enormous energy, light plus heat. Over billions of years, more helium accumulates in the core with hydrogen slowly decreasing. Why hydrogen and helium dominate? Hydrogen is the lightest and most abundant element in the universe. Helium is the direct product of hydrogen fusion. Heavier elements are rare because they can only be made inside stars or in supernova explosions, so the sun naturally has only a small fraction of them. So the sun's composition reflects both the early universe's chemistry and the physics of fusion happening inside it. Would you like me to also explain what happens when the sun runs out of hydrogen, basically its future evolution?
No, I got it now.
There you go. It's an
Yay!
There you go, girl.
That is neat.
It's very neat.
I think that was a good question I asked.
I think it was a phenomenal question. Great job.
Yes, that was a phenomenal question.
Word, girl.
I'm going to see Brandon. Look at Brandon.
I see him. He's just doing his thing.
Yeah, that's what we got to do, I think.
That's right.
Yeah, and I did a big
How's that been?
A few friends. Yeah.
How's that been?
Excellent. I like it. When I get bored, I get on over there. There's no other. And I'm level 20 on what's that name of? But I don't be on. I don't go live over there. I just know.
Right.
I'm good. Yeah.
The thing I don't like about Big O is that I can't trust the numbers. Whenever I start a new stream, I will have exactly. I have no one following me. I'm a brand new account, and every time I get 50 people following me, and I'm like, how is this even possible? This is fake. But I do like that you can get 16 people in the same call. That's really neat.
Yeah. Yeah, we could do a multi. Yeah.
Instagram changed recently. Before you could just always go live on Instagram, but now like TikTok, you need 1,000 followers, and it's just like, yeah.
On Instagram.
On Instagram.
Really,
right.
Know about me? Yeah.
Exactly. And so I used to go live like on Instagram all the time because I would just create a bot that would just always stream my life, but it's not as easy now. And they got crazy on Instagram. If you say something against their terms, sometimes they ban you for as long as a year. Well, they can permanently ban you, but sometimes they'll just tell you that you can't go live again for 365 days, which is just like such a long period of time. And the reason is they'll say, like, I don't know, I'll be watching like a stand-up comedian or something, and the stand-up comedian will be like, man, my daughter's or my girlfriend's so ugly, she makes me want to jump in front of a car. Just like a joke like that, nothing crazy, nothing super funny. But they'll take that as self-harm and then ban you for 365 days.
Yeah. I used to get on KIK. I used to get on that. I used to get on that and go live. It's okay. It's just like the other one I went on.
Yeah.
But and the KICK, I would never go like that. It's for gamers and stuff, and Twitch is for gamers. I just don't know.
Right. I use Kick a lot, KICK, which is really confusing that there's KIK and then KICK.
Right.
I spam a lot of people on KICK. I just go into their stream I make a clip of them. I put my Discord in there. I follow them and then I spam them. But I'm the nicest spammer in the world because if they ask me to stop, I tell them how they can stop me from spamming, which is basically put a 1 minute timer on me and then I never spam them. So, but I am all over Kick, and then Twitch. I've been doing more, but Twitch has a thing that, and I think it should be an illegal practice. Like basically, if you do something that one of these platforms don't like, they can do what's called shadow ban, which means that you still think that you're chatting, but you're not, and so it just causes
Twitter used to do.
exactly. Now Twitter has become. I think it's not a good platform anymore. It's just become the same people on there are always just promoting their stuff. This is what I can't stand, Miss Aquarius. Twitter judges users on their interactions and their how much what do they call it? How engagement is the big word for them. So here's what a creator will do. They'll take a picture of the sky that's blue and they'll say the sky is red. And they'll get a bunch of people come in who are like, no, it's blue, and here's why it's blue, and blah 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 blah. And it's known as engagement farming, but all of those people arguing get them more money at the end of the month when the payouts come. And yeah, so Blue Sky, they ended up banning me big time. Like, not well here. I mean, just I did so many different. Like, I've spammed them for like 6 months straight or 8 months straight, and they got wise to me, and they made it really hard for me to do anymore. So I just move on, and that's fine. Everybody on there knows who I am, and I do like it more than Twitter, though. Well, in some ways, it doesn't have as many features as Twitter, but it's not as toxic. It's not as toxic. But what I don't.
So what else did you be at? Did you be on something else, like something like that?
So the big ones that I've been on are recently are Kick. Kick is a big one that I'm on. KICK, and then Twitch, TWITCH or whatever. And then I'm live on Twitter right now. I've been live, but like nobody ever comes into my Twitter. I think I've been shadow banned on there. And then I'm live on Discord, and I'm live in Telegram. So Telegram's another one. I don't know if you've used that, but it's.
Wait a minute, how you thought that was Telegram?
So you can. It's a different system, but.
Is it for Android? Because I got an iPhone.
Yeah, it's on iPhone. So it like you can do video on there, you can do audio on there, but the big thing is it does messages, and it's a different system though. It's like, you know how like Discord you need to know like a group of people in order to have a good Discord. That's how Telegram is. So like basically, but it's good for some things. Like the reason why I'm in it, I'm in a cryptocurrency community that and so that's where we get all our updates, and they make memes, and they just say hi to everybody or whatever. And
there used to be on Telegram. My best friend, who's the one who get married, her cousin, had like a few years ago did a 30th birthday party in Tennessee. So she put us all in Telegram, to communicate with us.
Exactly.
About her trip. So yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. And that's kind of how that one works.
Mm-hmm.
There aren't that many of them. And the reason why is because they're very expensive to maintain. So there's like, it's just limited. If I'm ever bored though, the bread and butter, the one that I go to the most is Reddit. Reddit always has new stuff. Right. And it's amazing. I learned so much from Reddit.
Now just saying to go live
Yeah, I were let's say I didn't have any connections and I just needed to go live on something. Big O is one. There's also another one that I think I don't know. It's good. It's Camfrog. It's very old. Camfrog is like 25 years old.
Only thing I've been on that one. Every time you get on that, it's like you want you to camera. I don't want to be on the camera.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's just if you do want people on the camera. But that's a good one. Camfrog is a good one. There's another one that's like Camfrog. I can't remember the name of it. But the thing is, the people. What is it? I think it is that. Yeah, I think that's it. Yeah. But the thing is, the people who use those are kind of the same people. It doesn't get a lot of new people in there, and yeah. But those are big ones. But if I didn't have anybody and I wanted to just communicate people, Big O is where it's at because you can go in there and connect with people and do all that stuff. Kik is one where you can kind of do the same, but it doesn't have many features, and it's a little older.
It's just like Meet Me. I've been on Meet Me, but it's just like Meet Me, but Kik is okay.
Yeah. When it comes to streaming, I know that's not what you do though. It's like impossible to get anybody to watch you on KICK or Twitch or YouTube. It's very difficult. Very difficult. Even to just get one person, let alone, a bunch of people. TikTok has this thing. They're obsessed with their algorithm. So if you live stream on there, one time you'll get 3,000 people, and then for the next 6 months you'll get one person. It's like very difficult to judge. I don't want to say difficult to judge. Here's how here's how TikTok works. They allow you to go live, and once you go live, you judge whether people stay or leave your call. So if people stay,
That's how C2. You got a live thing called C2. Have you heard of that?
no. All right, not to my knowledge. Let me see.
Yeah.
It's just the letter C, number 2.
Yeah, but they might don't, so they might kick you out. It's just like Big O, but they just started guest spots and they only have 3. It's like an agency. It's just like Big O. You don't need to be like get you out of there. But I was just saying, do not go over there because they might kick you out.
I understand. There's Snapchat as well, which is
Snapchat. I got Snapchat, but
yeah. I mean,
what do you really do over there? You can't go live and then it just like post it.
right.
You go somewhere.
Exactly. I've never really thought that it was a good platform because I don't. When it was popular amongst people who were young, and I always felt that it should be an 18 plus. Not like an adult, but like just be an adult to be on there, and they didn't do that, and so it's a lot of young on there, and it tracks a lot about you, and there's just not a lot to do. There you go live, or you can't even go live is what I'm saying. They haven't changed it in a long time, so I don't know, it's kind of outdated to me.
I just stay with Big O. I like it. I was over there, I did the virtual line thing. I like doing the virtual line. I do that in the morning, like searching on phone, and I get Papa together. I just leave it on and play my YouTube on my phone, and there you go. And I just stay right there.
Right. Yeah, that's a good one.
And one of them fathers gifted me because I give her that. So she gifted me. I saw that was so
Yeah,
sweet.
don't they give beans or something?
Yeah.
And though you can cash that out for real money.
Yeah.
I don't know if anybody does it, but you do earn a little bit on that.
I like it. Yeah, that's the way to stuff with bigger. I miss no live. I miss no live. I want no live again, but I miss it. I don't have it no more.
Yeah, that went out of business, right?
Yeah, it might be on yours though. I don't have it for Apple no more.
Yeah, that I think that went out of business, and caffeine went out of business. It's just so expensive to run one of these companies that it's, and they don't make any money. People don't realize, but not even YouTube makes money. YouTube loses money.
Are you still streaming on YouTube?
Oh yeah, 22 different YouTube streams simultaneously.
I want to know how you do that. Yeah, but I gotta be on the computer. I don't know how to do that one.
Yeah.
So they do it, but they only get 7 people there.
Yeah, I mean 7 people on YouTube is what. Usually, if you stream on YouTube, it'll be 0 people. I'll be right back.
Okay. Hey, go back to my stuff. I got to go back.
Motivated by acupuncture, hydrotherapy, and chiropractic care. No. Although there are dogs, I suppose, that probably have love languages like humans, right? So physical touch, maybe one of the love languages for dogs. Hydrotherapy or acupuncture may make them feel better, but it is not what they need. They're an entire dog wellness industry, and where is Ground Zero? You guessed it, Los Angeles. Among the services are acupuncture, hydrotherapy, chiropractic care. Now, one of the therapies that I gotta push back on a little bit.
So then I get angry as I get later and stuff. Nevertheless, this is a really emotional book. I encourage you to look around my website. I actually have a series of lectures on each of those levels on my channel. Now, finally, let's go to the last stage, which I have called postmodern. The truth is,
I always have fun when I do it. I didn't realize people hate it, but it's been great for me. Watching Stuffy process in real time what hate watching actually looks like. Watching a kid being told that Santa Claus is a
Thank you, ma'am.
He's sitting there mid-convo trying to understand. People are coming up to them and saying how much they love the Summer Bears episodes, and then out loud he just blurts it out.
Okey-doke.
It almost feels like someone is making you listen to this podcast. That was the moment that it dawned on me.
All right, if you want to do YouTube, you have to have a Google account, which I'm sure you do. And then you need to verify your telephone number. And then after 24 hours, you're able to go live.
Oh, you're making me hungry. Now you're going to want to get some chips. You're making me hungry. All right. Then you got to eat. Okay. Now let you eat. I'll be back. Okay, I'm here. I'll be back. Okay.
Okey doke.
us over the last few years. And the best part is you can tell this thought genuinely hadn't occurred to him before. That's how deep in the bubble these comedians are. To them, podcasting is just this fun little thing you do with your buddies while the ad money rolls in. And if the fans don't love it, well, they're just haters, right? But now they're face to face with something uncomfortable. The idea that the audience stopped caring about Tom and Bert a long time ago, that people have been quietly hate watching this show out of obligation, just waiting for someone to point it out. And once that penny drops, Chrissy and Stuffy immediately start spiraling. And it's fucking brilliant. Honestly, the only thing that compares to this is seeing people discover the Fighter and the Kids subreddit for the first time. They go all in on roasting Tom and Bert. They compare them to two deadbeat dads who promised to stick around but ditched their podcast baby the minute Hollywood called. They start talking like it's a full-blown breakup, like they're the new stepdaddies trying to win over a family that's been emotionally abandoned. And it's not even subtle. They say outright, we're just fucking around, and people act like this is the best entertainment they've ever had in their lives. That's not a joke, that's a diagnosis. That's two guys realizing they stumbled into a gig where the only competition was two guys who checked out years ago.
Tom and Bert are sort of like the guy that knocked the lady up. Right. High school. Right. Promised they'd be there forever. They changed. Right. Right. They don't treat her well anymore. They're off to Hollywood. Right now, we're just some guy who pays the bill. We're not doing a good job. No, we're just not. I guess just really bad. I don't even understand. They set the bar so nice and low. We're just kind of around it. People act like this is the best entertainment they've ever had in their life. But no, I want to be very clear. We are. This is it. There is no. We're not a podcast. No, we're not. This life is like these ladies are a little surprises. I didn't even expect it to be this fun. No, I really thought there was going to be bullshit. Yeah, and I was just kind of doing because whatever. Who gives a. Right, it'll be fun. Let's play some days. We're saying all this, and then we leave here, and the head of the network is standing there with the immediate guaranteed offer for another 6 months. Sign it on the spot with Yamato. Right away, full Yanni's on, and we are back for. Hey, it's not the summer bears, it's the fall bears. Autumn bears. Hey, pumpkin bears. First 2 episodes are really trying to make it bigger.
There you go.
Trying to run it into the ground. It's just not working. Yeah. Well, I think last week's did.
What you eating, noodles?
No.
Just hopefully we can really.
Potatoes.
Oh, yeah.
Regular history, in other words, multiple books.
Really get into the weeds of comedy and vaccines process. Let's talk seriously about the geopolitical climate. Bring up Mamdani as many times. Votes are on for sure. Yes, 100%. That is true. We figured last episode, Tom and Bert must have sent some fun videos. Sure. They don't give a at all. They're out. Didn't even send videos. Couldn't bother. And we saw the production value last time. It was literally just Bert doing this outside. This is really the one where we're like, all right, 52 minutes. This is, because you know what this is? This is, ironically, it's the last day before summer vacation. Really? This is our last, did you know? This is it. Are they going to fire us? Seriously.
And just when you think it can't get any more brutal than that, they call Bert. Now, keep in mind, like they were just saying, this is the final Summer Bears episode. You think Tom and Bert might have recorded a quick thank you video, maybe a little send-off message to close out the run? Fuck no, nothing. No video, no message, no effort. So what do Chrissy and Stubby do? They just cold call Bert mid-episode on speakerphone, and it's everything you'd hope for and more. Bert answers the call while taking his blood pressure medication. Like, actually, I'm not even joking. And then launches into this bizarre half-baked bit about what kind of products comedians should be selling. He's pitching it to them like he's on Shark Tank, but every idea is somehow less funny and more cringy than the last one. And don't forget, guys, Bird is one of the top-selling comedians in the world. Never, ever forget that. And so while he's talking, you can feel the energy in the room slowly dying. Chrissy goes quiet. Stuffy starts that polite podcast laugh people do when they're trapped in the mothership green room, forced to listen to Rogan ranting about the pandemic and free speech. The contrast between the old bears and the new bears could not be clearer. Then Bird hangs up and Chrissy and Stuffy immediately start roasting him. Not behind his back, not passive-aggressively, full on, this guy doesn't get comedy anymore energy. Like they've been holding this in for weeks and finally had to say it out loud. Guys, we finally did it. We got it.
This is amazing, is that literally it's our last Summer Bears episode, and Tom and Burr didn't even send in videos. They couldn't have cared less. Don't give a, should we call them? Do you want to call them? Or we just see if there's some famous, some of their most famous videos to us to see. I bet you they're not going to answer. Yeah, so just call, see what we got. Burr, what's up, baby? It's me and Stabby. We're live, the very last Summer Bears. We're coming to, we want to call you. Oh, wow, you got two. Nice cocktail. Yeah, I like that. I like the bigger one. Dude, Stabby actually looks good.
Describes all the
Of course, man. We're trying to like trying to follow the last two, you know what I mean? We started serious, we thought it'd be fun for you guys to just take it out of, I mean, an even bigger hole that you with us.
Remember that pilot? That guy that stole the blade in the bureau room?
Yes, the first one was like,
hold on, it's still fun. I want to try one more.
I want to account. I want to make me another account.
That's on you, girl. Megan, you know how to do it.
No, just be silly.
Yes, ma'am.
So first of all, what is Elul? As I mentioned, of course, you're all aware.
That's a lot of work.
Of course, repentance is something I do anytime during the year, but this is that song. This is the time that is especially well organized, well laid out, and it's something that we do individually because repentance is, after all, very much a private affair, but knowing at the same time reinforces our resolve to make this often very difficult process. The Hasidim, particularly the Alter Rebbe that influenced Chabad Hasidim, has a very wonderful way of expressing it. They like to say, the king is in the field. And normally, if you want to make an appointment with the king, you want to, petition the king and apologize for your years and taxes or whatever it is that you need to do right over the year. You've got an appointment, you've got to wait, there's bureaucracy, there's uncertainty. But in the month of Elul, says the Alter Rebbe, the king, as it were, comes out into the fields to greet the common person working in agriculture. It's probably derived from this verse here, but the field itself and all that is therein, then shall all the trees of the forest sing for joy before Hashem, who has arrived. This is the time of year, Elul, when the king will leave the palace, as it were, and come more than halfway to meet us. We don't even have to expend any effort in order to engage ourselves in the Shuvah process. That's really what the month of Elul means. Here, so far, morning,
I'm happy to build a comic, and they really their fans would buy based on who they are.
Okay. Flip flop. You could sell blood pressure medicine. That's the next frontier. Forget about Pfizer's pressure. Crusher vaccine.
You know for a fact that I keep my body with the 100%.
I know you do. No, that is.
If
I can survive. And I know that your liver's the same color as the skin. We're doing couples counseling. Yeah, you guys are like the married couple at an orgy watching them doing what's just they shoot out of each other. Oh yeah, you guys are just trying to jack off each other's limp dicks.
Eye roll.
Oh yeah, that's it. Okay, yes, all right.
So if that didn't plummet the ratings, I understand calling Bert. If you're still listening after we just called Bert.
And I believe he called it bad ideas.
Yes,
and it's called bad thoughts.
Right. So that, if you're still listening now, you truly need more mental health than I do. We literally just called Bert and Bert talked about himself for 10 minutes.
His idea for a bit is like, what could a comic sell?
Yeah.
It's better than alcohol.
Yeah.
It's like, how do we tell a joke?
Yeah.
Stand-up comedy is
Yeah.
always
The
about.
joke, it's like, yeah,
When he will be Richito, we'll
oh my God.
when the apocalypse happens, we will be living in one of Bert's 8 tour buses. I'll be like your child's nanny.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah, they're paying us from just dividends of Porosos. They're not even going into their pocket. This is just runoff.
What makes the Bert call so perfect is that it accidentally proves the exact thing they've been dancing around that whole episode. The old bears are done. They've checked out. Tom's been running on autopilot since his airport meltdown, and Bert can't even show up for 10 minutes without fumbling some half-baked branding pitch and killing the momentum like he's headlining a sleep study. If you needed more proof that Bert has well and truly run out of material, then surely this is it. And credit to Chrissy and Stubby. They don't even try to save him. The second he hangs up, they start clowning on him for being stuck in this narcissistic product-pushing loop. And they're not even being mean, they're just telling the truth. But the fun didn't stop there, because then they started pitching ideas to save the show when the old bears back from their summer sabbaticals.
They also are asking us what can Tom and Bert do when they come back. How do they win the audience back and the show? Right?
Well, you know what? A game of Russian roulette.
Nice.
Until one of them dies. Yeah. I think that's the only thing that will satiate the fans' bloodlust.
Yeah.
They need to watch one of them and just like. And the thing is, Tom, even though he wants to live, he actually wouldn't be like that shaken. And Bert would be like, LeBron. What if Bert shoots part of his brain out and he survives and it just doesn't affect his act?
That's hilarious.
That is crazy work from Stubby. First the Russian roulette, then shitting on Bert's material. Finally, they're saying out loud what we've all been saying for years. Bert's act hasn't changed in a decade. The only thing evolving is his blood pressure. And the fact they can joke about him getting shot on the head and still finishing a tour without anyone noticing, that's not just a roast, that's a eulogy for Bert's entire career. Like I keep saying, the masks are slipping. We're seeing the people closest to the scene getting fed up. They've watched Bert run the same playbook over and over. Shirt off, personal family secrets, a few stories that never happened, followed by the machine story stretched across 40 fucking cities. And they're finally done pretending it's some kind of art form. But instead of trying to fix it, they lean into it, because at this point, there's nothing left to fix, right? And then out of nowhere, Martin Norman rocks up and drops one of the best singers I've heard in a while. I'll never get tired of seeing bumper catching strays.
We got cock eclairs.
Look at those.
Let's take 5 more minutes. We'll do a contractual hour. Right. We see how much we give about this show. We just have a countdown. The second it's 1 hour. We're like, all right.
Grandma?
Yes, ma'am. Just for my.
Statement goes from Moses to Moses.
You got 3 live streamers?
I just got 3 on Blue Sky. I just got 3 likes and just posting this.
Well, that's great.
Posting this thing right here.
Yeah.
I got 3 likes.
There you go.
I like that. Yeah, I don't post it all the time. I just post when I feel like it.
There you go. There are 38 million people on that app.
Wow.
But it's not available in
You
Mississippi.
can't even get on it no more, huh?
Exactly. It's not available in Mississippi anymore.
Why?
You know, I'm going to read you what they say. Mississippi passed a law, and the law says the social media platform Blue Sky has blocked access to its service for users within the state of Mississippi due to a new state law requiring age verification for all users. This decision, announced on August 22nd, 2025, follows the U.S. Supreme Court's decision on August 14th, 2025, to allow Mississippi's HB 1126 law to take effect. The law mandates that platforms verify the age of every user before granting access, requiring sensitive personal information and parental consent for users under 18. Blue Sky stated that complying with the law would necessitate substantial infrastructure, developer time, and privacy protections, which the small team cannot afford, and that the law would finally change how users access the site. The company also expressed concerns that the law creates significant barriers to free speech and disproportionately harms smaller platforms. As a result, Blue Sky began blocking all IP addresses within Mississippi. The platform has not responded to requests for comment. The move has been described as the first major social media platform to take such drastic steps in response to the law. Users in Mississippi positively bypass the block using a virtual private network. The law was passed in 2024 and is intended to protect children from harms, though critics argue it creates significant privacy and free expression challenges. In contrast, the unrelated Blue Sky Inc., a Mississippi-based company, so does that make sense?
That's crazy, though. I got you. Oh, they better not do that nowhere else.
Oh yeah, that's gonna start spread. That's gonna start spreading. They already did it in the United Kingdom.
So they can't even get on Blue Sky.
Yeah, so UK law, Blue Sky. Let's see if that one, what they say. It says Blue Sky is implementing age verification for its users in the United Kingdom, comply with the UK's Online Safety Act, OSA, which mandates that platforms hosting adult content must provide highly effective age assurance to protect minors. The law, passed in October 2023, requires compliance by July 25th, 2025, with non-compliant platforms facing fines of up to $18 million or 10% of their global revenue, whichever is higher. As a result, Blue Sky began rolling out age verification features for UK users in July 2025, with the full implementation coinciding with the law's enforcement date. To meet these requirements, Blue Sky has partnered with Epic Games Kids Web Services, a specialized verification platform that offers multiple methods for age confirmation, including facial age estimation using a model, uploading government-issued ID documents, and payment card verification. The verification process is designed to be completed in a few taps, and users will receive in-app notifications prompting them to verify their age. Crucially, Blue Sky states that it does not retain raw biometric or ID data. Instead, it receives only a signed yes or no token confirming the user's age status. So if they're doing it in the UK, I wonder why they're not doing it in Mississippi.
Well, I need to find some other alternatives so we can have, where we can post stuff and all that. I'm staying ready, but sit down, Papa, sit down. Why you stand up and take them off? I don't know what. I don't know. That's crazy. They didn't do it in your state yet, Rabbi?
No, California will probably do some. Who knows?
Georgia probably will too. Who knows?
Is Papa?
You gotta do that fold and just give it to me.
Exactly.
What you say, Rabbi?
Is Papa your grandfather?
Yeah, it's my grandfather.
Very nice.
You okay, Grandpa? Just take the jacket off. Take the jacket off. What you say, Rabbi?
It's very nice that you take care of him.
Oh yeah, I have my auntie, so yeah. You almost what? You broke down? What you mean you broke down? You ain't say nothing about that, Papa. Come on. You want your cane? You want to take your cane with you? All right, I'll be right back, Rabbi, okay?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I can talk to you for a few minutes.
You don't.
He said, for a little bit. What you doing, Rabbi?
Look.
You read it?
I was looking on Discord and just seeing what are big Discords that have a lot of people going, and there's one. It's called The Camp. It has more people in it than I think anyone that I've ever seen. It's huge.
What is The Camp?
It's they do karaoke and social.
Oh, okay.
And it has right now, I'd say 300 people in voice calls. It has so many people.
What's your? You in there now, or you got kicked? You got kicked out of that one, huh?
No. I'm in there now.
I need to get that one.
Yeah,
I wanted to check out this one. It's one I wanted to check out. Yeah, I forgot what it's called, but I want to check it out.
I'll send you an invite.
I forgot what it's called. Is it Bravo? I think I said I wanted to try.
I just sent it to you.
Bravo.
Look at your messages. Look at your messages.
I got it. Thank you.
You're welcome. Go in it. Look how many are in the calls.
Yeah. Oh, what did it say? Okay, I have to make sure I read because they might not let me nothing if I don't read this.
Oh, I know. Isn't that stupid? Sometimes if you don't read it, it'll be like, oh, the timer's up.
Gather it to shop fees. This. Okay, I want to make sure I can get in because I don't know. Now they got rules. Okay. Oh yeah, where you at, Rabbi?
Oh, I didn't go live in there. No. I just was looking at.
No. Oh yeah, I see some people. Okay.
Scroll down. Look how big it is.
Yeah, with a lot of people. Yeah. Can't verify. Hold it. Let me see. Okay. So what do I have to do before I get in these things? Do I have to do anything? No? I don't know. Oh, that is cool. That profile. Okay, just select your game roles. Use the buttons listed below. Oh, game roles. Oh, game roles. What is that? Introvert and extrovert. Gender roles. I am she, her. I am 22 plus. You put in them roles like that?
I think I did when I first joined. I always pick random stuff. It's like, why do you need to know what my favorite color is?
I have no idea. I didn't do all that. Okay, I did that. All right, I did them roles. Yeah, they got gradient colors. You got to subscribe to them. Okay, well, that's good. I ain't going to no.
Scroll down. Look how many people are in the chat.
I've seen it already, Rabbi. I've seen them all.
Oh, okay.
What number are you looking for? What number are you looking for?
Oh, I'm not. I'm just. Usually it's like 10 people.
I see them all.
Yeah, usually it's like 10 people in a given one. That one has hundreds.
What are two? Where? Which one?
Oh, just they combined.
Okay, they got hundreds of them, yeah. Got one that got an English one. Yeah, yeah. Got one that's got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Okay. Chat, they want to chat. Okay. All right, Papa, I'm coming. Just stay right there. Yeah, that's cool. You don't be in there a lot, do you, Retta?
I used to. I used to sing karaoke in there a lot. But, pardon me, I only have so many devices, so I can't always go into a bunch of them.
Okay.
They're really nice, though. I used to just keep my camera on, and they used to message me like, hey, can you please shut your camera off? Not because we don't like you. It's because you, if you want to have more than 25 people in a call, everybody has to have their cameras on. And so, basically, they wanted to have more than 25 people in some calls, and I was the only person with a camera on, and that maxed out the amount of people who could be in that call at 25. However, when I shut my camera off, they got like 150 in there. I didn't count. It might not have been 150, but it was a lot of people.
Right, I gotta check on him. Be back.
Yes, ma'am.
Marriage isn't always easy when it's worth it. Marriage just figure out how to survive from some of your television.
So follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty Break It Down wherever you listen to podcasts.
Listen to America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Go for your free iHeart app and listen now.
Jan from Toyota here with live coverage of epic summer fun at Toyota's National Sales Event with my special guest, Eli Manning.
Thanks, Jan. Let's get into it.
Down by the lake for some fishing, we've got Eric and his Tundra. He throws his pop, and he's going wild.
Heck of a team effort. Tundra got him exactly where he needed to be.
Next up, here's Kyle, off-roading behind the wheel of a 4Runner.
Oh, that 4Runner's got some serious music.
There's excitement in the stadium parking lot with the Davis family tailgating in their new Sequoia.
Eyes on Dad manning the grill. He grabs some lunch in the cargo area of the Sequoia and he flips. And look at that. What a way to close this one out.
Sure was, Eli. Until next time, go Toyota.
See your participating Toyota dealer retails. Dealer inventory handbook. The FedEx 10%. Toyota, let's go places.
Americans pay about $5 billion to control termites and repair their damage every year. Many people underestimate simply how much damage they do. Call Pacific Coast Termite today at 800 Pacific for a free home inspection. Certain restrictions apply. No tinting, no double petting your food, no pet sitting. Mention KFI and get 10% off termite treatments and a 2-year guarantee on their work. Call 800 Pacific, 800 Pacific, or go to PacificCoastTermite.com today.
Switch to Boost Mobile and get unlimited talk, text, and data for just $25 a month forever. Visit a Boost store today. Everywhere you customers may see slower speeds. Customers will pay $25 a month. Considering active on Boost Unlimited.
Make your game day legend as famous with Ocean Rewards. Unforgettable tailgating food and parties to non-stop sports reaction to exhilarating Saturday night life. Show off your fandom and earn all the heart-moving thrills you love. Visit MGM Rewards.com for details.
Expo is coming to the Beehive September 13th. Discover free career training opportunities in fields such as health trades, healthcare, automotive, personal services, and more. See live training demonstrations, meet career specialists in high-level industries, and gain access to job opportunities. Visit lausdadultmed.org for more information. That's lausdadultmed.org.
Saturday, September 6th, John B. Joseph Adrian, and Bill Daniel at Wild Fork Foods in Long Beach. It starts at 2 p.m. for a live in-store broadcast filming Wild Fork Pitmasters, games, free food, and celebrity chef Chris Minotto. Prices every 15 minutes, including a barbecue, tickets to see the Dodgers, Chargers, and so much more. The Fork Live, Computer Live, Saturday, September 6th at Wild Fork Foods in Long Beach, 6405 East Pacific Coast Highway, corner of 2nd PCH. Don't miss out on this one-day event. Details at KFI8640.com/Wild4.
Explore districts in the number. This is a bit different.
What do you get when you true crime producer to a comedy club? The answer, the new podcast called Flashback, where Neil finds himself at the center of a true crime story.
Does anyone know you know the show you're about to see? It's a story. It's about as scary as my life.
This is Flashback, available now. Open your free iHeartRadio app, search for Wisecrack, and listen now.
KFI AM 640 for stimulating talk.
Okay. I'm back.
Excellent.
Showing me. My mama's showing me something. I don't know what she's showing me. Now, what she's showing me. Hold on. So what else she does, Reb? I'm bored.
I know you are. I'm gonna do some computer programming, some robots on Twitch, but I'm here.
I'm gonna do it. I wanna do robots.
All right.
I just finished.
I mean, if you want to, they can be really helpful to you. If there's like, what would you use a robot? You could get a robot to, you know how on Bigo, people can.
Said bye, go.
Yeah, you call it Big O, whatever it's called. Um,
Said bye, go. Okay.
I've heard it both ways. But
Right.
you okay? So you know how there's a thing that you like press that like boosts your room. I know it's on TikTok. Like you just likes. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
Like basically, you know when you're on TikTok and somebody presses the heart button and it makes a bunch of hearts come up and it um boosts your live stream.
Oh yeah.
So it'd be pretty easy. I could teach you how to make a bot. Pardon me, I've got the hiccups. That does that.
I wish I could get on Twitch. I'm just not a gamer. I don't have a computer. And yeah, be on Twitch and they have people that do stuff, but I just don't, you know. I look at people. I watch them. I watch people on Twitch, right? Because you don't really get views if you go live, right? Over there.
I mean, it's really hard. That's why everybody buys views. It's a very big business.
Mm. Ah. Mm. Mm. Then I go back on Big O again. Huh?
What's new with people on Big O?
Hmm?
What's new with people on Big O?
That really got people that be dancing, singing, and all that good stuff.
What about
And people really do stuff. I'm not gonna be paying them. Only thing I pay I'm not paying $10 for you. I can't. I'm not doing that. I have stuff to do with my money.
word, girl? Everybody knows.
Yeah, I can't do it. Everybody got, Mm-mm. But what you about to say?
Um, yeah, I find that a lot of times people, it's not even a real person. They'll just like play a video of themselves. It's not live, and
Yeah, I've
that
seen that too.
that can be frustrating. You know what I I actually love to watch on TikTok are people who do trick shots with ping pong balls and like stuff like that. I love that. It's like the most uh it's the most mindless content, but it'll just be somebody who just has like a solo cup and a ping pong ball, and they'll just be throwing the ping pong balls from across the room and then just trying to make it in. And if they get it in, then they end the stream and they just basically throw these ping pong balls until they make it in. And
Oh, okay.
believe it or not, that to me, it's like mindless entertainment. But I do like it.
Mhm. Yeah. I guess I play some bingo or something.
Is
Do you chat with people on Twitch though, Rabbi?
on Twitch? Yeah, I get people in here. That's how I met that guy who was in here earlier. Who was looking for his friend.
Oh, okay. Yeah, 'cause I have when it said just chatting and stuff like that. You have people. I said just chatting. Yep. A lot of people. Yeah. You ain't just chatting to Rabbi?
On Twitch. Yeah.
Yeah, they got people there. Like this will be 11-0. That's neat how they do that on the computer. I wonder how they do this stuff on the computer. That's cool.
I'm Deborah Mark, live at KFI 24-hour newsroom. LA County supervisors are set to vote this week on a $20 million settlement with the family for their boy named Noah Quattro.
4-year-old boy died in 2019 after being abused and tortured by his parents in Palmdale. The payments would settle a wrongful death lawsuit brought by Quattro's great-grandmother, Evangelina Hernandez, in 2020. It claims LA County social workers ignored repeated reports of abuse before Quattro's death. The Board of Supervisors will consider approving the settlement on Wednesday. Daniel Martindale.
I hate these ads.
Found President Trump's tariffs unconstitutional, but left them in place for now. The court ruled Friday President Trump is not legally allowed to declare national emergencies and impose import taxes on almost every country on earth. Trump posted on Truth Social that more than 15
You're not getting up on Kick, do you?
What did you say?
Do you get anybody on Kick?
I'm banned from Kick.
That's hard to get. Don't people just be hating for no reason.
I'm on Rumble.
Yeah, I can't do that one, but I don't know.
Rumble has a lot of ads.
Yeah.
If you're flying, you'll be one of about 3 million today going through TSA checkpoints. A total of 17 million are expected to fly for the long holiday weekend. Amy King, KFI News. Tonight's $1.1 million Powerball jackpot, the fifth largest and the 11th. History, the
There's it. Yep. Right, they got a lot of ads on here. Alright, there we go.
They have to be able to pay for it somehow. It's really expensive.
710, that really racks out motorcycle down past Clear. And if you're coming back from Palm Springs and then Hamilton westbound, right at Ramsey Street, got car fire over on the right shoulder. Looks like you got about a mile or two on the back up because of it. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Jenny Harmon. Do you really know what's in your tap water? Life Source believes your water should support your health, not work against it. Upgrade your water in the Life Source whole house water system during September's double dip promo. Call 800-WATER-99 or visit lifesourcewater.com. Experience elite luxury with Cadillac Pasadena. Elevate your drive today to new heights. Replacing your windows for a limited time. Go to AmericanVisionWindows.com and save up to $2,500. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Or stimulating.
Right. Yeah. Did you get anybody in Rumble?
Not really. Of those where I get the most people,
I wish I could make a quick where I can get people to come in a certain server. If you come, well, you know?
yeah, I
I
mean,
can do like you do, but I don't want to be spamming and I just want to, you know.
right. That's what I do.
Hmm.
Do I call you Cube, Mr. Cube? Okay, Cube. All right. Does anybody call you by your given name?
No, they want to do Twitter, no spaces, because nobody ain't gonna never come in there.
If somebody say O'Shea, family member, right?
Somebody's lost you in a crowded place.
Say Rabbi. There we go. Rabbi. Right. How you say your name? Rothschild?
Correct.
Right?
Correct.
Right. I like that. That's different. Yeah, you got a lot of them.
Yeah, I should have two of them live under that name, and one and one live under Viral Rabbi.
Yeah. Cynthia was on this one. I hear myself over there. I had to mute.
There you go.
I had to mute myself over there. We got 12 followers over here, see?
I have 49,000 followers on Viral Rabbi.
You do?
Yeah, they're all bought though, so don't believe it.
Yeah, one, you got a lot of them. You got one that got 127 followers.
Right.
Okay, Rabbi, see you. How did you get a lot of?
I bought them.
Oh. But they would never talk.
Some super rough games, so that's when I fell in love with the game. It was not being able to play with the bigger kids in the backyard. That's where it all started. I've loved it ever since.
Yeah, what is that with older brothers and not being able to be involved with all the stuff, even if it's stupid stuff, not cool stuff like that. You just want to be a part of it. When you're told no, you can't. That's what you want more than anything. My brother was in Dungeons and Dragons.
Oh yeah, you got a lot of followers on that, Rabbi.
Right.
On the TikTok.
Oh yeah, I've got like 3,000 there and 10,000 on Instagram.
How you get a lot? I get a lot of followers over here. How you get a lot of followers?
They have these things called follow for follows. Do you know what a follow for follow is?
Yeah. I think we follow. What is it?
So they have a thing where you go into a TikTok live and you type in the chat, and everybody who types in the chat follows you, and then you follow them back when they follow you. And then
Yeah, they don't. So you got videos. I don't have nothing. I need videos. Yeah, I gotta get videos. Oh, that's neat though, Rabbi. Mm-hmm. That's neat. Okay, Rabbi, I see you. Alright, that's neat. I don't know why this thing is so loud. Sorry. Okay, let's see. There we go. So I search follow for follow.
yeah.
That's a lot. Let me follow. Great question for followers. Live following my activities. Okay, I got one that got a follow party. No, I ain't trying to do nothing. I just want No, that's why I ain't even done. I gotta do it, babe. I only got one follow for you right now. I got other one in the other create a channel.
Are you spamming in the chat?
I got out of that. she was saying that you knew to ask all this answer questions and stuff. I ain't trying to do nothing. I just want followers. So, I like the ones that they're not on there. I need to do follow fun stuff to follow for you because I did that one. That one ain't got you just put your name or say hi or something.
Yeah, I mean, are there any others that are cool?
I got a now. Follow party, right? You got some follow party?
Yeah, that's one.
Follow. If you see one, Rabbi, let me. Oh, you blocked, don't you?
On TikTok?
TikTok?
No, I have a bunch of accounts
Okay,
there.
during the party. Let's see this one. Oh, it can't come down there. So I'm going to the Pearl party. When they come by some Pearl stuff, I ain't nobody coming to the Saturday night party. Welcome to the party. What's this one? They ain't do no insurance stuff. Home party, let's find a diamond. Follow the ride. Now they best to chat. Labor Day love, what's this one? Oh, they don't want to miss this. Okay, when I say smile, kindness, share, temporary, grab your daily bridge your community. Thank you so much for sharing I went on Facebook and
That's the big deal with the same. Yeah. Anyway, that's why we do go from yeah, I didn't understand how either, but I do understand from the little talk. I know what my group was because it was one of the issues. So each time the day, have a great day. Yeah, you don't want to what's you don't want to lose what's on its like saying something. So you actually have to talk to her. But if you're able to talk, and I went down. I ain't got nothing right now. I'll check again later, Rabbi.
Okay, they don't have anything going?
No, I ain't got no follow party.
Okay, look, I'm going to try to find it for you. Just one moment. Okay, so this is TikTok.
Yeah.
All right, so if I go follow for follow, and I follow for follow, right now I see live. They have a bunch of them. They have a bunch of them.
Yeah, but that ain't no I want to do. One follow party.
Okay, so do you see one has 32,000 people in it?
Where you at? What did you search?
Okay, I searched the word follow, then the space, then FOR, and then a space, and then follow. Follow for follow. Okay, and then look at DJ Tifuman. You can just join. You can just join there, and then
And you put on the live one?
yeah. But actually, it's interesting. It says it has 32,000, but then when you go in there are only 6 people in there. Okay, so all right. This is maybe that's that's likes. Apologies. Okay, so one has this is dumb how they have some of them likes and others with people in there. Okay, so here's one with 236. Go to. Okay, read the first.
Okay, this is what I see. This is what I mean.
Yeah, that's what I see too.
Okay.
Okay, so the first one, let's see here. The one that you want is 1, 2, 4. Look at the fifth one down. It says go for 700K followers.
Where's the one?
It's go for 700K followers. It has 212 people in there.
I wrote it down because I see that, love.
Okay, it's the fifth one down. So just scroll like on the left side. Fifth one on the left side.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Nope. All I see is follow and drop your question. That's my system.
Okay. Um.
Is it all the way down at the bottom?
I'm not sure. Here's how many this one has. Okay. This one has 846 people, and it's like a guy who's selling hot dogs. And
Where's this at? I don't even see it.
okay, so type in Byron Stanga, BYRON ST
Wait a minute, how you spell
BYRON
it?
YRON. No, BY. That's okay. Don't do that one. I'm gonna try to find a. I'm gonna try to find a better one.
You don't like that one?
I mean, it's okay, but it doesn't have what people usually do. Well, how many followers do you have? Followers? Here's what you do. Apologies. That's a way to do it. Okay, so type in follow for follow in users. So do you see at the top it says top users live video shop sounds?
Hold on. All right. You want to go to user?
Yeah, go to users, type follow for.
This is my name. Follow me, honey, because I ain't got nothing. I don't have no videos on my page.
No,
Right?
no, in the search. In the search, type follow for follow.
I'll do it. But
Oh.
I'm saying, if I follow you, these people are not going to follow me. I don't have nothing. I don't have no content on this.
That's fine. You don't need it. They just want a follower. And then what you do, all those people, and within a day they'll follow you, or a lot of them will. And then you can remove anybody who you followed and didn't follow you back. Welcome. Oh, that's Ignition. Ignition was mean the other day, so they're muted.
Hi, bye bye. Okay, have a good day. I'm sorry. But anyway.
So, like, if you want a quick 100 people to follow you, you just go through all those people who have followed for next to their name, and then you follow them all. And then the next day you go in and you look at who hasn't followed you back, and then you unfollow those people and just do it again.
Oh, okay. There you go. Well, I hit my follow. Got blue thing. And he had 151.1K followers, and he ain't following none.
There's
8.5K likes. Oh my God.
There's another one. If you want him to follow you back really quickly, just type instead of follow for follow, just type in follow back, and those people usually have something like I follow back in 5 seconds, and they'll follow you back right away.
Okay. I got one to see live.
Oh, and if you see next to their name, it's green. There's like a system. If it's green, it means they'll follow you back right away. If it's yellow, that means they're not online right now. And if it's red, it means that they're not able to follow you back right away.
Where you see that at?
So like when I type in follow back in users, I see like people with like a name like follow in 5 seconds back. And then if you follow them, they should follow you back in 5 seconds.
Yeah, follow in 5 seconds back too. But it's green. They got a green profile.
Yeah. So that means that should be live and working.
Oh, that means they online.
That they use, that those people use. So if they make their profile picture line, if it's yellow, it means they're not. They're like maybe online or not, and then offline.
Okay. Follow this one. Okay. Okay, what's the brown mean? Brown mean I ain't gone. Okay, we're gonna follow you. Well, I wish I can do that one. I can make my face like. Okay, what black mean?
Probably they're not online.
Black mean.
It probably means they're not online.
I have another. I can make that. I got another account over here. I can make that. Okay, what pink mean? Pink online, purple offline, blue blue. Oh, that's crazy. But they not following nobody.
Yeah, I mean it doesn't work every time.
Yeah, well, I don't need to follow them.
Okay.
Well, let me see, yellow. Okay, this one is yellow. That means following. What that mean? They following too fast, or?
No, it just means they might be available, they might not.
Okay, well. I don't know. I've been doing a couple. This one.
And everyone who didn't follow you back, you unfollow them, and then you just do that. If you did that for a month, you'd have 1,000 followers. And then you're able to do other things.
Yeah.
Exactly. Now you should a lot of
sometimes stream like music gets banned. Be careful.
Yeah. I did a few.
Did you get anybody to follow you back?
Not that I know of. They didn't give me notification. Let me see. Did they give me notification? How many I got? When 43 followers, followed 100% followers. I followed some people that I got way more followers than I have. So yeah, my following. Yeah, we friends on that one. And that's a big job. Nope, not yet. Not yet. I ain't got. I got another. I can do that. I can do like they do, but I don't think I'm gonna follow them.
Until you try.
Back. Let's go follow back. Okay, I just my own thing. Yep, I don't follow it. This one is the online thing. I follow this one. Okay. On the back brown maybe. Okay. They gone. They're gone. Oh yeah, Brawl Stars. That's okay. No. I never played that.
What game?
Something called, what is it? Brawl Stars? BRAWS?
Is that a good game? I've never heard of that.
I have never known. I just seen it on somebody's TikTok. Mm-hmm. This thing might not be on here no more. Who knows? Yeah. We will wait and see.
For whom are you looking?
Let's see. Oh, it's got the app. I'm still in the follow back thing. Just looking. Just following people, but
Did anybody follow you back?
no.
Well, boo on them.
Sorry, that's also I'm gonna stop. We'll see who's gonna work on that. Mm-hmm. Yeah, but they got 43 followers. Anybody follow me back yet? I know. You heard of Lemonade?
Lemonade?
I don't think they have a lot of things yet. Oh, Lemonade?
Yeah, Lemonade.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have heard of it. I think it's owned by. They own the same people own TikTok.
I don't know why they might they don't go live on that, do you? I don't think you can go live on that yet. Oh no.
I think you can.
Don't look like it.
Download that one. It might be fun.
I don't know about that one. No. I can see it just like this one. Same thing. See. That's good. I just don't feel they're doing. Yeah. Next. No, I don't let anybody goes live on here.
What is?
Limit.
I know. What do they say you can do?
No, I'm looking at the tabs, baby.
So what is it?
Looking at the tabs, Rabbi. I'm looking at the tabs.
I know.
You usually have a live thing. It's not a live thing on here.
I know, but like, what is it? Is it like TikTok or is it like?
Yeah, it's a little bit like TikTok. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, it's like TikTok. But, yeah. I need a probably a man. No, that's crazy. Okay. Got the red kind sun on it. I'm not going to do it after a minute. Just another one. I forgot the name. Now, a lot of TikTokers are over Bago. You know that? They're over there, Rabbi.
A lot of TikTok people are on Bigo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they over there. That's a lot of TikTok. Yeah, I'll see about it tomorrow. Nobody still ain't followed yet. They don't have a disco where you can just open your cam and just leave your cam open. They don't have no discourse like that, Rabbi.
I mean,
people be tripping.
I mean, that's what I do in Socialize, Miss Aquarius.
I know, but you know, people be talking junk, and I ain't got time for nobody talking junk. So I'm too long for that. I've been like somebody out there, right?
What you can do as well is find people who are live on Twitch who are also in Discord. So a lot of times in their profile, they'll have their Discord available as well, and you can just go into their Discord and talk with them.
Do you know any?
Yeah. I usually do it with people on Kick. So.
What do I search that? Because I don't know if it does.
Yeah. So you type in. Let's see if we can find somebody. So in Twitch, you type in Discord, Discord, and we've got people who are.
Oh, okay, yeah. We do got some people live.
People who are live in Discord, or their stuff is tagged Discord. Now they won't always let you come in and talk, but sometimes they do. And you would just be like, hey, I saw that you're streaming and just want to come say hi. How's your day going?
Yeah, this one right here. No, guy, 800. I don't want to do that. We got 823 people. Let's see for Discord. Right here. And they got a lot of viewers except that, so I don't want to mess with these people.
All eyes on Dad made a new grill. He crashed the bus onto an area of the Sequoia flips. And what a way to close this one out. Sure was, Eli. Until next time.
Do you know how to use Disboard? DISBOARD?
DIS.
BOARD. It's like a search engine for Discord. So you just go in there and find, like,
You said, oh, DISB?
yeah,
DISB
is in boy.
That's why I found my service. Yeah.
Yeah, so go to disboard.org and then you just, like, what's something that you like volleyball. So
Right, volleyball. Yeah.
So you type in volleyball. Now, I don't know if people are going to be live talking about volleyball at this time, but there'll be people with common interests there.
Yeah, volleyball, okay, yeah. Okay.
So there's Volleyball Future, Hayuku Revival, Volleyball Cafe.
Yeah. Oh, okay, yeah.
If you want big ones, like where people are right now, then I would remove everything and then just search, and it'll tell you who has the most amount of people, at least in their server right now. I mean, like if we go to like social, and then right now, no, we just changed. That's just the category. So right now there's Xeno, XENO, a chill community server to hang out and talk to people. I mean, I don't know if they're good. I don't know if then there's Socialize. There's Chill Bar, Farm Merge Valley, Chill Haven, Ego World, Adore, Boulevard, Ashore.
We got 8 people in this thing. Okay.
The interesting, I don't mean to say interesting, but it's like the suspicious ones that I find are the ones that are like, they say they have got like 100,000 people in there, and then no one's chatting. It's like, where'd you get?
Oh my God! Yeah.
There's a guy who was trying to recruit him in his Discord because nobody was streaming in his Discord. He had made a new Discord, and then he bought 100,000 people to join, but nobody was participating. And so I streamed in there for a little bit, and then I stopped, and he said, "Why did you stop?" And I said, "Because I've been in there for 2 weeks, and nobody came in and said hello. So if it's that long, well, then I'm going to go find something else to do."
All right. That's why I don't want to do no servers.
Miss Aquarius, it's so much work.
I know. What's the point of having a server?
I mean, let's say you created a server. Who are you going to get in there? Me? I'm going to be the person that you're going to get in there? I'm already in a server. You know what I mean? You have to like...
Right. I want to get you in there, Rabbi.
I mean, I would go in just to say hi, but I'd say we already chill in my server.
I got people from everywhere that can come over.
Well, right, but they're going to say, you wouldn't be in here if I wasn't always available, but I'm generally always available, so there's always something to do. But if if we went into your server, unless you're streaming in there several hours a day and people know it, then there's no reason.
Right. I'm not doing. I'm good. I can stay here. I can make me a room in here. I'm good.
Yes, you can.
I'm not worrying about nothing.
I mean, even my server has 1,900 people in it, and it isn't always that busy. I mean, it's like, so imagine if you got 1,900 people in your server, it's still, you might get a dozen people in it a day to talk, but it's not like hundreds of people are going to be in there at once. That's just not how it works.
Oh, wow. Let's say Chick-fil-A abruptly begins closing stores and economic crisis accelerates. All across America, restaurants are going dark. Closed. Signs are popping up as jobs disappear. The downturn has come for everyone, even Chick-fil-A. Even recently winning the crown for America's favorite fried chicken isn't enough to save it from the impact. While the specifics of how tariffs and the trade war impact every individual restaurant supply chain are and can't be known right now. The impact of economic slowdown associated with the trade war are coming into clear focus. Well, I hope it ain't gonna be down here.
What's your favorite chicken place?
Oh, they got two at the Circus Mall, Lafayette, Georgia, permanently closed at the end of July. That's funny. After 20 plus years of operation, Chick-fil-A at Green's Place in downtown Jackson, Mississippi closed early this year after 30 plus years of serving local. What you was asking me, Rabbi?
What's your favorite chicken place?
No, that's my favorite chicken. For right now,
Okay,
Chick-fil-A was and could take it that all the time. Churches would do it. Popeyes was good, but I like Chick-fil-A.
All right.
The chicken crazy to be churches.
Okay.
It be churches. It be churches.
You like churches more than, oh, what's that one? Have you had Dave's Hot Chicken?
No. I don't know. We got
being advertised on TV. Okay, do you have I've never had these generally, but or like basically any of them. All right, so do you like Popeyes?
Yeah, but their chicken sometimes be spicy. There's like I love they shrimp, but it be spicy a little bit. They have that little Cajun kick to it. My auntie loves Popeyes. That's why I was saying I like turkeys over Popeyes. It was Kentucky Fried Chicken, but I haven't had it but one time out of a long time. So it'll be turkeys.
All right. Do you like
turkey?
Do they have Lee's?
I don't know. I don't know if we have it. Well, how you spell it?
Lees. The only reason why I know about it generally is the guy who, you know who Colonel Sanders was? The guy who started KFC? The Colonel? He started KFC in Utah, in Salt Lake City, and his grandnephew goes all over TikTok and says how it's just called Lee's Fried Chicken. I think it's based out of Tennessee. I think it's based out.
I said we got Lee's famous recipe chicken.
That one, yeah. So that one was started by the Colonel Sanders' family when KFC bought out the Colonel.
I have one in Austria. That's where you go. Okay, go ahead. Sorry.
You okay? So KFC.
Oh, that's the restaurant. We don't have that here. Okay, go ahead.
You're good. So KFC was bought out by some company bought it out, and they changed the recipe. And after the Colonel died, Because like the thing with KFC is it has like 11 herbs and spices or whatever. Well, apparently they changed the recipe. So there's this guy who's all over TikTok. You can see him. His name is like Harlan Sanders. It's Colonel Sanders' grandnephew. And he comes out and he just talks about how KFC screwed over his family. And he had an uncle who started this other chicken place. And this other chicken place, Lee's Famous Recipe Chicken, is one that supposedly has the real chicken. The only reason why I know about this is because this guy's on TikTok. And they talk about all that stuff. All right. Remember a few years ago?
We could have a day's hot chicken though, Rabbi. It's in another part of Georgia though, but yeah, it's over my uncle don't stay. But yeah, go ahead.
Have you ever been to one? Like again, I don't eat at these places, but I'm fascinated by them. Have you heard of Cookout?
We got one right up the street. Mm-hmm.
Is it busy?
Yeah, it gets busy.
I hear the prices are really good. Is that true? Do you know?
I haven't had it in so long.
Oh, okay.
I think they shake the clothes, but I haven't had it like that in a long time. I had like one twice. It was okay.
Okay.
It's cool, but yeah, their price is a little bit. It's a little bit okay. So yeah, I haven't had it in like a long time.
Something like that, and
yeah,
they don't have them where I am, but I think it's a cool idea and it's neat. The big one here is In-N-Out, and In-N-Out is spreading over throughout the United States.
Is it good? That's a burger. Is that good? That's what we had it. I know I heard people say that's good.
Yeah, I've had things like it that people tell me are similar, and those are good. I find that people like when I was a kid. When I was a kid, I would just see what the prices are for fast food, and they were so much cheaper than it is now. And it's like,
oh, we do have one. No, we don't. That's not it. Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry. Just looking at.
Even there are a few kosher fast food quote unquote places like Krispy Kreme that's kosher, and so like donuts, and then also and word girl, I love that too. I also love their shakes.
Mm-hmm.
Their shakes are really good. But everything got really expensive, and like
I like what is it? Ben and Jerry's. Ben and Jerry's is good.
Yeah, I like Ben and Jerry's a lot. Like the pints. And
Marble Creamery is really good.
And they make Ben and Jerry's makes dairy equivalent, basically like ice cream, but it's called like frozen dessert. But it's very, you can't tell the difference, and so they're like Cherry Garcia and all that stuff, Chunky Monkey, all that stuff is really good. Yeah, I love ice cream. There's some Dunkin' Donuts that are kosher, and some 7-Eleven Slurpees. So I've seen those. Like, but
we don't even have 7-Eleven here.
You don't have 7-Eleven?
We don't have it here in Georgia. They have it in Florida, but not here.
What? Do you know why?
It might be another. I think it might be in Albany. I have no idea, sweetheart. I just know we don't have that.
Wow. We've got them all over. There's like one.
Yep.
There's like one on every corner. I mean, I know I say that, but it's like,
Oh, okay. So when I put 7-Eleven, we got a Circle K. We got something called Royal 7. Miss E Mini Heart. We don't have we don't have no 7-Eleven.
wow, that's fascinating. I like on every corner, and I they got really expensive too. Everything got really expensive, especially after the pandemic. And I remember you could go there and get like I don't know, whatever drink you want, whatever it is, a Coca-Cola. It was like 99 cents. And now you can't get a Coca-Cola for under $5.
Uh-huh. Yeah. You have a Wawa and a Wawa here.
No, that's like a New Jersey thing.
They got one of them. It's kind of, I don't have one here in Georgia. Yeah. We got a Quick Trip here. We got a Speedway. We got a lot of Quick Trips. We got Circle K.
Yeah, we've got that.
Yeah, that's 7-Eleven in Florida. Yeah, 7-Eleven is pretty cool in Florida.
That's interesting. I wonder why they're. I'm going to look this up. So, Miss Aquarius, when we have a question to which we don't know the answer, we go to ChatGPT, and it's going to tell us the reason. Because Georgia's a big state. There's a lot of money there. There's a lot of people there. Why doesn't it have 7-Eleven? Here we go. Why doesn't Georgia have 7-Elevens? Georgia doesn't have 7-Eleven stores mainly because of history and market competition. Early exit. 7-Eleven did operate in Georgia, especially Atlanta, decades ago, but the company pulled out in the 1980s and 1990s when they sold off their stores in the Southeast to competitors. Strong regional players, chains like Quick Trip, Racetrack, and Circle K, became very dominant in Georgia. They built a loyal customer base and crowded out the market, making it tough for 7-Eleven to re-enter. Franchise focus. 7-Eleven's U.S. growth has mostly been through franchising and acquisitions. Instead of rebuilding from scratch in Georgia, they focused on expansions in regions where they already had a strong footprint, like Texas, California, and the Northeast. Recent expansion. In 2021, 7-Eleven bought Speedway, which has a presence in Georgia. Some of those speedways may eventually rebrand into 7-Eleven, but for now they're keeping the Speedway name in many locations. Very interesting. See, we got an answer. That's
Yeah, well, I was little when that 7. I was probably, but I was a little girl when they came. I was born in 83, so when I was in 9th, I was in kindergarten. So.
And you remember this?
I'm telling you, when that came about, because I was born in 83, I was a kid. I was a little girl, so I probably know. If I did see it, I probably did. I don't know. I remember, what is that? It's orange. What is that? I remember Hess. We did have Hess. We did have Hess. Hess is in Florida, too. I forgot I got asked her. It's brown. It's like an orange thing. I don't know what it's called, what gas station it is no more. But I don't remember 7-Eleven. If I did, I was a little girl then. I don't know.
Okay,
but yeah, we do have a lot of racetracks. We do have a lot of speedways. We do have a lot of Quick Trips. Now they're building a lot of Quick Trips. So yeah.
Okay, what's Racetrack?
Racetrack is a gas station. A gas station.
Okay.
It's a gas station. Just like Speedway is a gas station. Circle K is a gas station. Marathon is a gas station. They got too many. Valero is a gas. They got so many gas stations. Like,
Right.
yeah. Yeah. What gas station do y'all have? I know y'all got 7-Eleven.
Yeah.
We used to have Hess. Do you remember Hess?
I don't know what that is. The
It's
big
a
one.
gas station.
The big one we
They
have.
have it in Florida.
The big one we have is Chevron.
Okay, yeah, we got that.
And
We got Exxon, Amoco.
Exxon. No Amoco. There's BP.
Yep.
I've seen that places. We've got this one weird one. I've only ever seen it here. It's called World Oil, and there aren't many of them, but it's just a weird name for one of them. Okay. We've got 76 and 66.
That might be it. Okay, that right there. I think it's 66 or 76. I think it's 76. It's orange.
Orange and blue.
Yeah, it's like a ball.
Yep.
Like a ball. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of. Thank you, everybody.
You're welcome, ma'am. You're welcome. So there's 76 and 66, and then there's Exxon and but usually there's Chevrons. There's 7-Eleven, which is huge. I mean, Ms. Aquarius, it's on in a given block. There are at least one of them. They're like everywhere, and not all of them sell gas. Some sell gas, but some are just like convenience stores, and they don't have bathrooms a lot of times. And I understand because people mess them up, but a lot of times if I'm traveling, like I have to go to the bathroom, and so if I stop, I'll get gas or whatever, and then I got to use the restroom. Then there's a one. It's more like a Las Vegas thing. It's called Terribles, which is like the worst name for a place ever. But that's one that sticks out in my mind. But that's really Las Vegas, and they even built a casino. It got so big. These gas stations got so big they built a casino. There's Mobile's one, and yeah, but the biggest ones are Chevron. Oh, AMPM and Arco. That's another big one. And Circle K, and that's basically everything. I mean, that covers like 95% of all gas stations. I guess there are some people who have like their own gas stations, but that's pretty rare. Or their own convenience stores, which is more common. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that they have that you may have. That's basically everything.
Yeah. Yeah, yeah, they say 7-Eleven, but it's okay with it, man. They have a lot of stuff in there. What's your favorite gas station? I want to go to Buc-ee's.
I want to go to Buc-ee's too. We'll go together someday. Um,
Yeah.
yeah, they don't have any where I am.
Yeah, I hear you.
Do they have them where you are?
No, they're having a wedding in another Georgia.
Yeah. I want to see what that's like. everybody talks really highly about it, but it's like at the end of the day, it's just a gas station. But they have all kinds of stuff there, like brisket and like things you don't normally have in a gas station. Um, One time, this guy was in a chat with me, and he was going on a road trip in Texas, and he's like, "What's the most Texas thing I could do?" And I was like, "Well, you could go to Bucky's, and then go to the Alamo." And he's like, "Yeah, I'm gonna do that," and he did. And he had never been to a Bucky's. He's like, "This is the biggest uh, gas station I've ever been to." And I'm like, it's kind of what they're known to be. And they have this thing. It's called Bucky's Gold or something, like Bucky Nuggets. I don't know what it's like, corn puffs or something that they have on the wall. They're known for that. And so I was like, I've only known of any of this stuff because of social media. Basically, people just take pictures of it. But people get excited for it. And people love their Buckies.
Yeah. It's like a good thing. It got everything in there.
Right. And they've got good marketing too.
Yes, yeah.
Excited for the Falcon season to start up?
I said the Falcons like that. I do my best friend get married. She's a Saints fan. So until the just sit up here and do what they need to do, then I am with the Saints.
Oh, okay.
You better not let the switch on it. I said nope. I like the Saints.
Okay, so you're a Saints fan.
Yeah, I was a Packers fan. Well, my birthday, so they had made the playoffs. And they made the playoffs, and they never went to Super Bowl. But that was a memorable moment, though. On my birthday, they went to the playoffs, and I was happy on that.
Can you name anybody on the Saints?
No, you don't have to ask my best friend.
Absolutely. No, they don't have a lot of really good players anymore.
Yeah, I forgot his name. He got dressed or something like that.
Drew Brees?
He used to play when he played no more.
Drew Brees?
Yeah, that's him.
There you go.
I like him.
Yeah, he was good.
This girl on TikTok, she's very popular. She said, join us Discord. Link in bio. But she ain't nothing on TikTok.
And how many people are watching? And how many people are watching her?
I don't know. Oh, only 11. I'm 12. 12. I can't remember that. She only got 3.3K likes. Yeah, I'm only 12 people. Yeah. Yeah, she is really sweet. And I don't like that. They want to show you the lights. That's crazy. So he only got this other guy.
The NFL season starts Thursday, and
Johnny, who is your what team, man?
I don't really have one. As a kid, I was a San Francisco 49ers fan.
I was just gonna say that.
But like LA lost a lot of its teams, and then they came back, but still nobody's like a really big fan. Like there are no really big Rams fans, and there are no really big Chargers fans. It doesn't exist. Like I've been to other parts of the country, and people are really, really excited about their teams, but there's just so much to do in LA that like there's just no. I don't want to say no point, but like it's really expensive to go to games. I've been to the stadium. I streamed a concert from their stadium, the Rolling Stones. I saw the Rolling Stones play in 2001, and I recorded the concert there. And it was during the pandemic. You had to like show like your health record and stuff walking in. It was crazy. Anyway, they have a really, 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 really nice new stadium. It's like I don't know if it's the best stadium in the United States, but it's close to it. It's really nice. And um, San Francisco was always good when I was a kid. And they had really good quarterback. They had my favorite player, Jerry Rice, who's like the best receiver of all time. And I very much enjoyed watching them play. But then, everybody gets old and they retire. And then San Francisco was really bad. And then they're back to being okay. So I do this thing. It's called fantasy football. Do you know what fantasy football is, Miss Aquarius?
Is it on fantasy football when they bet for their teams or something?
So instead of just rooting for one team, you have a draft and you choose different players. And so you have a player on like every team. And if that player does well, you do well. If the player doesn't do well, you don't do well. But it causes you, instead of watching, like for me, instead of just watching San Francisco, I watch all the games because I have players who are on every team basically. And even if I don't have a player who's on that team or playing in that game, the guy who I'm playing against or girl, whatever person I'm up against the next in that game that week, they may have somebody who's playing, and thus it causes me to um, have a lot of interest. And so that starts up on Thursday. And I'm in the middle of a draft now with a bunch of people that I know, and it's fun. You like pay like $50, and you could win like $600, and it's a good time. So that's been going, and college football kicked off this weekend, which has got to be big where you are, and um, I think it's neat that they're back to playing, and they have like all the football is back in order. By this time next week, all the games will have been played except the Monday night game. But basically, like then it'll be week after week after week after week after week after week after week. So that'll be fun. I like football. I really like it with fantasy football. In fact, before fantasy football, I didn't really like it that much. But with fantasy football, it is so much fun, Aquarius. It is. It just makes it really exciting. Do you like the WNBA?
I look at this one. I don't really, I'm not really no sports fan like that. If I look at it, sometimes I look. But I like the Olympics.
Yeah,
I
you
like
do.
to see the swimming and the track.
Yeah, same here. I like those. We're going to have the Olympics in LA in 2 years. And even all the cities getting ready. They're making plans of what's going to go where. They might even have some stuff, maybe some minor stuff like in my city. So that'd be cool. They've got, like, they're redoing the water places, the the aquatoriums or whatever they call it, and getting the track and field places set up. So that'll be cool. And we've got the Winter Olympics this year. It'll be like in 6 months, and I don't know where those are going to be, but they're not in America. I know that. And then we've got the World Cup coming next year too, which will be cool. They're going to play the World Cup in New York and Los Angeles and Mexico City, I think, and maybe Toronto or something like that. They're going to play it in like a bunch of places. So that's cool. And I'm in like a whole bunch of fantasy sports leagues. So I'm in women's basketball, WNBA. My teams. Oh, that reminds me. I gotta fix my teams for this week. WNBA, my teams are really good. Baseball, my teams are not so good. And then I'm in football leagues, and then I'm in NBA leagues that'll start up, and then I'm in hockey leagues. So basically, I'm in everything. So those are fun.
I just reposted a thing. I don't even know if it paid. Oh, yeah, I did. I put it I posted, but nobody don't remember. I thought I put it in there, but it's in my repost. It's cute. It said toys only OGs remember. It's cute.
It's cute.
Yeah. I don't think nobody else.
Do you like the Braves?
Oh my God.
Do you like the Braves?
Yeah, I went to a Braves game. I loved her when I was little. I was in Sunday school, and my Sunday school teacher took us to a Braves game all the way in College County. Yeah.
They were really when you were little.
I don't know. Yeah. They're not doing so good, huh? Rabbi?
Not like they were. They were, for a little while, they were like America's team because they were on TBS, and you could get TBS anywhere in the United States. So the Braves became like a really big team. and they had Ted Turner as the owner, and he owned TBS, so he made sure that everybody saw their stuff. He also owned CNN, which is really big where you are, and there's like a whole CNN plaza by you.
Yeah.
And then they made the Braves were like they had some of the pitchers. There was a time Tom Glavine, John Smoltz, and Greg Maddux, and they were amazing. They had Frank McGriff, Fred McGriff. They had Andrew Jones. They had Kenny Lynn. They had Albert Bell. They had, I think, maybe not. That might have been Cleveland. That was Cleveland. They had Jim Thome. Are any names sound familiar? Wait, no, Jim Thome was Cleveland as well. They had who else did they have that was good? They had they had David Justice.
I think I heard him.
Do you know anybody who likes hockey?
No. You like hockey?
No. Well, that's what I'm saying. Like Atlanta, I know they had a team. I think it's the Thrashers, but I don't know anybody who likes hockey.
Yeah. Atlanta Thrashers? Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. That's what they were called. I don't know if they call it now, but yeah, Atlanta Thrashers, yeah.
Right. I don't know if they still have a team.
Let's see. What is Atlanta's hockey team called? That be still called the Atlanta Thrashers.
There you go.
Yeah. Excuse me. Yeah, I like them. Okay. Everybody loves UGA. Everybody Georgia. That football. They love that, and they love Georgia State. Oh my God, they love them.
Yeah, they love in Athens.
Yeah. I didn't mean to say Albany. You know that.
Wait, what did you say?
Yeah. The UGA, University of Georgia.
Right, I know. In Athens.
Athens, yeah. I don't know why I say Albany. I don't know. But then they got Georgia State here.
What about Georgia Tech? That's a good school.
Yeah. You must like Georgia. You like Georgia or something?
I have an uncle who lives in like near, it's a nice area. It's called like what's it called? Berkshead or something?
Burkhead?
Burkhead, yeah.
Burkhead, okay. Yeah. You said perfect. Burkhead, yeah.
Buckhead.
It's expensive, but yeah.
Buckhead, that's it.
It is really expensive out there, but
yeah. He lives in, I know my cousin lived there, and then I don't know, I think like Marietta, something like that. Atlanta is a city in a forest. Don't they call it that?
Oh?
There are a lot of trees.
Oh yeah. I don't know how I never heard that. They might have.
Yes, they do. And then it has like dozens of names of streets called Peachtree.
Yeah.
Have you ever heard of the Peachtree 5K?
Yeah.
My uncle is the organizer for that. He worked at Rockwell, which became Boeing. And he now owns like all of the Jackson Hewitts in the southeastern United States. He's doing okay for himself.
Okay.
Aside from that, I think I've been through Georgia, not Atlanta per se, but I've seen it. I've seen it from Tennessee. There's a place called Rock City, and you can see like 7 U.S. states from.
Tennessee.
I had a cousin whose family was from Tennessee, and they had a wedding just in like northern Georgia, southern Tennessee, and it was like in a state park. They like rented out a state park for it, or like a place in a state park, and
Then it'll get.
there you go. I'm good.
Bad my sleep.
There you go.
Yeah. I'm fighting my sleep. I gotta get up at the well and start ironing my clothes and stuff. Wish I didn't have to go to work tomorrow.
Do you have to iron your clothes, or you choose to?
I choose to do it because I work in the office setting.
Right. Good on you.
Yeah. I don't want to have much in my paper, so I'm going to do it.
There was no one like Moses because he really was incredibly unique. This is the statue of him that is erected in his home region of Cordoba in Spain. It's rather ironic.
I'm going to go to the bathroom. I'm going to take me a little nap, Rabbi. Okay, I'll be here, okay?
Sounds like a plan.
Okay, I'll see you later. I'll be here.
Sweet dreams.
Sweet dreams. And Brandon must be good.
He's doing his thing.
Yeah, I went to, oh, there you go. I'm not supposed to.
That Jews had enjoyed in Spain up until that time. You'll recall that my mom he was born right near the famous golden age of Sephardic Jewry, sometimes called La Convivencia, the coexistence, which is a little bit of an exaggerated term, but not terribly exaggerated, because it describes about 2 centuries of phenomenal cultural effervescence and efflorescence. I think that's a word. Where the Muslims of Spain to the Jews were living, giving them incredible privileges and advancement. You have at this time, I can say earlier than most idea, not only the great works are studied to this day, he was also the army for 16 years. And that's a very unusual thing. It's hard any time in history where you have figures who are incredibly capable and proficient in traditional Jewish thought, creatively adding to the body of Jewish literature, and at the same time they're excelling to the same degree in the secular world. I would challenge anyone on this call to go to Lakewood, find someone who is, the general Joint Chiefs of Staff for 16 years, especially in a Muslim country. It just doesn't happen like this very often, but it did happen in the golden age of Spain. However, the part of the reason why that happened is because Spain was so far away from the center of Islamic activity, which is all the way over in Baghdad, and so the periphery get away with a lot of things that the center might not tolerate to the same degree. They were famous or infamous, depending on perspective, for having very convivial kind of gatherings where alcohol would be served, which is of course forbidden to Muslims, but these kind of drinking parties would just be part of the thing that you did if you were an educated Jew or Muslim in southern Spain in, let's say, the 10th century. And you would have these poetry slams where people would compete to compose on the spot the most creative kinds of poetry.
Yo, I'm sure this is sideways and you're listening like this much.
North African Muslims invaded the territory.
All right, we have to take a kicker. We're going to take this kicker from his rookie.
10 generations of judges to flee they made their way across the coast of Africa. Himself
there we are. We got a kicker.
Medical education, which is more of a kind of intellectual pursuit. They were heavily reliant on his elder brother David, who was a very successful merchant. But when they got a suburb called Fustat, David was shipwrecked. That completely devastated the family finances, and so Moses had to go to work as a doctor. He ended up becoming the official physician to the emir. I'm not sure what the correct title for the head of government in Egypt was at that time, but he was essentially the family physician, and since they had harems with many wives and many children, he was, the chief medical officer of Egypt. And in that position, he actually composed many treatises in Arabic that are studied today for their historical value. In particular, works on things like asthma and depression and anxiety and a whole host of medical issues. But it is really for other reasons that he is famous for Jews. He wrote 2 major kinds of Jewish works, which were incredibly influential, although equally controversial. The first type of writings is best exemplified by his famous Mored Nebuchim, the Guide for the Perplexed, which is essentially a book written in Judeo-Arabic, that is basically the Arabic language written in Hebrew characters, that is intended for the intellectual elite of the Jewish community. Young men, for the most part, who were quite tempted by the tremendous strength of Islamic culture, philosophy, Islamic sciences, and so on, because the Muslim regions were so ahead of the rest of the world at this point. This was really the future of the globe, and young intellectual Jews were drawn to it, and by extension to Islam itself. So the Guide for the Perplexed essentially is Maimonides' response to Islam, and it represents a certain amount of intellectual synthesis of absorbing those elements of Islamic culture that he feels of value, such as its sciences and so on. But at the same time, staking out more traditional Judaism defense for the ancestral religion. He, by the way, incredibly criticized for his work because his opponents, primarily in the south of France, argued that he was overly influenced by Greek philosophy, and his perspective on Judaism was thereby tainted. But what is more relevant for us, specifically for Elul, is his amazing magnum opus, a huge work called Mishnah Torah. And whereas the Guide for the Perplexed was written in Judeo-Arabic for a rather elite audience, the Mishnah Torah is written in really a very basic Hebrew. Middle school student in day school can easily read the Mishnah Torah. It's written unusually lucid, clear text. And basically what he did in this rather audacious project is he said, Judaism is so complicated. There's this Talmud, which is, hard to understand. It's cryptic. It's hard to know when it's providing a halakhic answer to the question, and you have to know so much of it to make any sense of it. So instead of that confusing text, literally he wrote an introduction. I'm going to give you one book, the Mishnah Torah, which means literally the repetition of the Torah, and this is everything you need for Judaism, period, full stop. That as long as you have a Chumash, the first 5 books of Moses, which has, of course, ritual significance for eating, and you have my Mishnah Torah, you will know everything you need to know about Judaism. The massive document that composed 14 different books. He himself called it also the Yad Chazakah, the strong hand, because the word hand is Yud 14 for the 4 books. And he essentially explained everything. It is essentially a halachic work, telling Jews how to behave. But unlike later works like the Shulchan Aruch, he went into areas that he was not shy about speaking about all the laws of the future. How are we supposed to behave in the time of the Messiah? And he spoke about the past, talking about how one ritual sacrifices in the temple. And he also talked about the laws of repentance. This is what brings us to the Elul moment for Maimonides. Perhaps as a result of the tremendous displacement that his family endured from Spain. And here, I'm stepping out on a bit of a limb because I'm not a psychologist, and applying psychohistory, especially to some incredibly towering figure like Maimonides, is a very risky business. But it's not hard to imagine that as a young boy being forced from his home and then fleeing across the entire northern coast of North Africa and enduring tremendous uncertainty, going from place to place as refugees for many years, and then his older brother, who he loved dearly, dying early in a shipwreck, losing all of their money. These are tremendously traumatic things, and it is my suggestion that perhaps when it comes to something as important as tshuva, what he wanted to do is he wanted to make sense of it. He wanted to organize it. He wanted to say the world seems so unpredictable and dangerous. Let me use the scientific approach for which I have been trained as a medical doctor, and let me apply to things like tshuva. In that regard, in his mission of tshuva, he actually wrote a book on how to repent. This is my translation of the book with the commentary. I actually, this is a strange kind of project. About 12 years ago, I decided to translate this particular book for my own, just as my own project of repentance. I translation is a way to really get to know a text. Some friends and then they liked it, so then I put it on the internet, and other people liked it. And what I've done for the past 9 years, I skipped a couple of years because I was not always up to it, but I have the commentary, and I've reread it, and I've refreshed it, and put it out on the internet again. So this is the version that speaks quite a bit about the coronavirus pandemic and how that has impacted my own personal tshuva. It has some really cool pictures of it too. Let me show you. These are some fun pictures. I'm holding the hardcover edition right now. So here, for example, I hope you can see that. This is my synagogue in New York, where we're all praying outside. You can see the tent is collapsed and we're all full of snow there. There's us davening outside in February. It's freezing in February, unlike in Beverly Hills, it's really cold here. So what happens in this particular book, say, is that Maimonides, you think of repentance as kind of like a really squishy kind of idea, right? Like, change yourself, repent. What does that even mean? How does one repent? Maimonides in 10 chapters goes through the actual stages of repentance and talks about feeling regret. It's important. He talks about resolve. He talks about if your past has harmed others, how do you rectify that? How do you ask forgiveness? How do you ask forgiveness if someone wrong has already passed on to the next world? Really concrete, important questions that give us a foothold to climb this incredible mountain of tshuva. And since much of the material is philosophical question, he has no compunction about saying, like, for example, what happens, like, why should you repent? Well, we have this idea of rewarded punishment. How does rewarded punishment work in Judaism? So we'll have old discourses on how God, rewards our punishes. And of course, that says, well, how come we see so many people who don't deserve punishment and they get punished anyways? What does that mean? So there's a discussion of this incredibly difficult concept, sounding problem. Why do the righteous suffer? It is incredibly important, beautiful, and I encourage all of you to have a look at it. There are English translations available online, a very good translation available, and of course, lots of others. So that's Maimonides, and his element is trying to respond to the chaos that his family endured by creating a logical, scientific framework for Maimonides himself, by the way, did endure tremendous controversy for a few hundred years. There are many groups that said, as I mentioned, that he was, too unduly influenced by Greek thought, by Arabic thought. There are others that said that his Mishnah Torah was essentially a work of arrogance because he was putting rabbis out of business, saying, if it's all there in one book, what are we doing with all these other books and all these other specialists who are explaining it to us? And in a very, very sad moment in Jewish history, France denounced the Talmud to Dominican friars, who then arranged to have Maimonides' incredibly valuable manuscripts in Paris in 1232. And years later, having had a taste for burning Jewish manuscripts, the king actually ordered 24 wagon loads of Talmudic manuscripts to be similarly burned, a day which has been observed as a fast day ever since. So there was tremendous controversy around Maimonides' approach. When we move ahead 300 years, of course, the next great phenomenal upheaval in Jewish life was the Spanish expulsion of 1492. Moses Cordovero was a child of survivors from that expulsion, although probably once removed through Portugal. Although I rendered his name here in the traditional spelling of Cordovero, he was actually of Portuguese extraction, and he wrote his own name Cordoero, which means rope maker. His family was probably involved in creating ropes, perhaps in the nautical trade, which was very important in Portugal. What basically happened to many Spanish refugees, perhaps somewhere in the neighborhood of 150,000 of them, made their way across the land border to Portugal, which is, of course, on the western edge of the Iberian Peninsula. And they received a certain amount of hesitant welcome at first. It was definitely qualified. Jews had to pay a very heavy tax to be allowed to live there. And the vast majority of Jews who crossed into Portugal were not able to pay that tax, and they lived there actually as illegal immigrants. But it was a short-lived respite because 5 years after they arrived in 1492, as part of the proposed dynastic union between the Portuguese king and a princess of Castile, Spain, the Portuguese agreed to expel all of their Jews as well, which would make the Iberian Peninsula completely Jew-free, or you and I. Now, the Portuguese king at the time, Manuel I, realized that the Jews are highly valuable, and in fact, Portugal had been a place of refuge for Spanish Jews for over 100 years, and he always valued the fact that the Portuguese Jews were highly urbanized, very literate, very numerate, and incredibly capable of contributing to the Portuguese economy, so he really didn't want to let them go. Instead, what he did was he forcibly converted them to Christianity through a series of horrific measures, which included, among other things, the removal of children from their parents as a way of coercing them to convert, mass starvation, mass arrests, until finally in 1497, he baptized the entire refugee population, which placed them in an unusual circumstance because technically they were now Christians with freedom of movement and ability to enter into any profession and things like that Christians enjoyed. But as I believe we spoke a little bit about in our previous series, when they were able to finally leave Portugal, many of them, of course, making their way to the New World, to Brazil, they tried to adopt their Jewish identity. Once again, it's not a lot of places like Amsterdam and so on. One of those key destinations for the Portuguese Jewish escapees was Sfax, a tremendously scenic town. You can see it in the photograph in the background here in northern Israel, in the lower Galilee, with these beautiful vistas. In fact, the word Sfax is related to the word sofa, which means to like look out over a wide area of territory. And for a very brief period of time, less than a century, Sfax became an incredible magnet for these luminary figures, many of whom had roots in the Spanish or the Portuguese diaspora, but also attracting Jews from all around, and it became an explosion of Kabbalistic creativity. Great figures there include the Al-Sheikh, include the Rabbi Yosef Caro, also of Spanish extraction, and in fact the incomparable Rizal, Yitzchak Luria Ashkenazi, came from Egypt specifically in order to study at the feet of our Moshe Cordovero. He was the child of Portuguese refugees who had settled in Tzfat, and in fact he died there, unfortunately, like many Kabbalists, at a very young age of plague. The entire experiment in Tzfat ended with less than a century because of a cholera plague that wiped out much of the population, followed by a series of plagues as well. His writings were largely saved by his widow and his 8-year-old son, Gedalia, who became his literary executor, and he arranged through an Italian number of books to make them available to the larger world. That's what we have today. This is a photograph of his grave. You can see on Harana Cordero, and it's blue paint, which is distinctly associated with the Kabbalistic Tzfat. So just like Maimonides witnessed what his parents went through and what he himself went through fleeing Spain a few centuries earlier, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, who was probably born in Tzfat, certainly grew up in a household in which Portuguese was spoken, and his parents, remembered what it was like to have been displaced forcibly from Portugal. And his response with regards to Elul has been one of the most incredible works of spirituality, in my humble opinion, in any tradition, Eastern or Western. It is really a remarkable book. He's contributed quite a bit to the study of Kabbalah. Pardes Ramon is one of the most famous books, but there's one particular book called Tomer Devorah, which knocked me over when I first read it. As a result, I also, like I did with Maimonides, I translated it and wrote my own commentary on it as a way of trying to assimilate I think it was Rabbi Yisrael Salanter who said that this particular book, Tomer Devorah, the date palm or the palm tree of Devorah, is actually the Shulchan Aruch of ethics. This is where all behavior is codified into law. Now, it's very, very different from Maimonides' works. It is Kabbalistic. It is deeply, deeply soaked with Kabbalistic wisdom. But let me tell you what exactly is going on in this book, and I hope it will inspire you to read it. I have quite a few videos on the book that so you enjoy lectures on as well. Basically, Rabbi Cordovero starts with the premise that one of the most important things that comes upon Jews is to imitate God. This is something which Christianity has also taken on. In the Christian discourse is known as imitatio Dei, the imitation of God. In Jewish thought, it's called the halachta b'derachav, walk in his ways, God's ways, just as God clothes the naked, so we should clothe the naked, and so on. But Rabbi Moshe Cordovero takes it to another level altogether. He says, if we are actually supposed to imitate God, well, we should know something about God. We should know who God is. What is the biography of God if we are supposed to imitate God? So to understand that, he looks at the 13, the 10 sphirot, which is a way of Kabbalistically understanding the interface of God with the universe. I won't say more about that because trajectory. But he says the way we know God through these 10 different sort of interaction with the God. And so we should try to imitate each one of those 10 different spheres. They have names like chesed or kindness, gvura or severity.
Keep going for a ramp. So you think you're gonna
but that first one called Keter is all about God's first interaction with the world.
By the way, so if you will, so I'll take it after this. If his face ever gets close back together, like, you wanna come out? Yeah.
It's a genius gimmick. Keep it going for the ramp. So you think you can come after mashed potatoes, do you? Everyone's just like, this is just tough. He was really sad and upset. No, actually, his son turned himself in. I'm not sure. Oh, he turned himself in. Yeah, no, this is very, but you don't want to officially say it's very not happy. Are you want to go Snoop? It's just like I wouldn't be able to we're just gonna fuck you guys up. Alright, that's otherwise known as Legion of Skanks, episode 901, What's in the Barrel, featuring Anthony Cumia, Jake Shields, and Mickey Gall. The central drama, as you already know, is the Rasha Jackson story, which is one of those rare cultural events that manages to be tragic, hilarious, baffling, and a PSA against mixing MMA fighters with pro wrestling cosplay all at the same time. The breakdown of the conversation felt less like a podcast and more like a panel of bewildered stats trying to narrate a murder they accidentally tuned into while channel surfing. Cumia, Lewis, Big J, Shields, and Gall were essentially playing verbal ping pong with the absurdity of the event, and the ball was Rasha Jackson's reputation getting smacked back and forth until it finally landed in the corner with Rampage Jackson staring at it like, oh god, my kid's a felony in sneakers. So we got the biggest story in the fucking two MMA fighters here. This is like one of the biggest stories going on right now is this Rasha Jackson story. So Rampage Jackson's son, 25 years old, professional MMA fighter, seems to get called a bitch a lot. He's great at MMA. Terrible professional wrestler. Yes, most professional wrestlers I've ever seen. Just I'd say when a little too hard. He sells it. Put someone over. That's the truth. Real quick, I'm really good at Rampage. Of course, that happens. But just about the church is saying, and we had a father always lived son. Of course, extremely sad. I saw him. No, I understand. Look, I'm not going to I feel bad for Rampage. His father's name's Rampage. His day was coming. Let him slide on the fact that was but his son did it was terrible. Rampage. I got sad. So what's done is done. I'm taking it out. I will say, and I do the things that happen. Listen, all we need to do is try to find the funny in tragedy and to find sometimes the science and do the plans and knockouts is something that should be studied by geneticists. Like it's just in their blood. It was or not for slam knockouts in legitimate MMA competition. And then there was video production that part was cool. It was about 3 more hits and 4 I mean, aside from doing a slam, it's not the first time they went real. And on the slam, I went, oh, I think he's doing children more. Notoriously difficult. Yeah, especially when it's not. It's naturally with Rasha getting brain by Psycho Stu, a man whose wrestling name might as well have been
Welcome.
an actual fighter. The beer can shot to the head was the spark, but the real set defending himself and reacting like someone with fight training. He apparently stood there like a guy who just realized his driver was driving the opposite direction. Observers only debated whether this worked because, you know, if there's one place you want ambiguity.
Yeah, he's muted. He was mean to me the other day.
Wrestling show with a man named Psycho Stu. They even shook hands afterward.
Yeah, bye-bye.
Unfortunately, Rasha then went on stream and basically announced he was going to turn the ring into a quality crime scene.
I believe another Discord.
MMA is choreographed. MMA doesn't sell the spot. MMA is specifically designed to turn human skulls into cracked cantaloupes. Yeah. Well, I Right here's where you're going to see why there's the outside line.
God as it were.
Punch and he's missing. I think he got hot, right? But I think he's how wrestling goes.
There are some discord now. I know you've been socialized.
Word, girl.
I'm about to go to jail.
Okay, guys.
No, thank you.
This guy, Roger Jackson, professional wrestling in California. They're backstage. While they're backstage, wrestler. Oh my God! I've heard of it. Wrestling way better. He stomps. I gotta shoot her. And that's the part that's so weird. Why did he not put his hand up or like wait? No way that his reaction because he has terrible instincts. And that's what it is.
I don't know.
That's why he's the first in the world. And it's like the first in the world. They don't know to hit you in the head, especially a big one like that. Put your hand up or like move or do something. He just ate that shit right in the head. That's what we do. Even for work, make it work.
So, for about 7 to 10 seconds, the wrestlers and referee stood there clapping like theater kids watching improv, not realizing Raj was committing aggravated battery live on stage. By the time anyone figured it out, Raja had allegedly landed 35 direct punches. 35. That's not wrestling. That's what happens when a Tekken player puts the controller down and lets the AI finish the round.
Yes, ma'am. Yeah, I do actually.
Waved at me, but I don't know if I want to step or ignore.
Do whatever you want to do. I don't know him well, but I do know who he is.
Okay, well, I'm going to leave him right there because I don't know.
Basically, every word you'd use if your kid just except this time your kid turned to wrestling.
Can I see how he is?
He even intended to set aside bail money instead of college tuition, which is the most MMA dad thing imaginable.
He was really sad and upset.
Also a rather
so he turned himself in. Okay, but you don't want to officially say very not happy. What's right now? I'm just Rampage gonna fuck your guys up. Rampage, she's my friend, so I'm just gonna hit me up. Rampage, I'll give you Lewis's home address. He's been training out Rampage. Fuck you guys. Lewis is doing some light training. He's prepared for this. I mean, it would be great. Right now, but
very, very
great job. He did as a father. This is great. College.
The funniest part of the episode wasn't the jokes. It was the absolute uniformity of conduct defended Raja. Shields, Gall, Kumia, and the Skanks all agreed he was dead wrong, which is rare in a podcast environment where disagreement is usually the whole meal. The only nuance came from Shields, who
who sheepishly noted that fighters are trained not to stop until the ref intervenes, which is fair, except this ref was apparently a baby skeleton who couldn't stop a balloon from floating away.
By the way, he will also take a chance. Never gets us back together. Like, you mother commando. Yay! Keep it going for the real. Keep it going for mashed potatoes.
Thousands and thousands of
There's a steer with his fucking face.
all went to follow him. This is
So you think come back for mashed potatoes, do you? Saturday night, and I'll tell you, it's time to get my revenge. Stop singing it. Start ringing it. Nice. What emerges from this episode is a parable. Put a real fighter in a fake fight and you don't get theater. You get felony charges and a GoFundMe scam. Raja Jackson managed to ruin career prospects, break a man's face, and disappoint his legendary father, all because of a beer can and the inability to understand the word work.
The vast majority of Jews realized that they had been duped, and they went home penniless. Tremendous displacement of the population. A small number actually opined that if their leader had become a Muslim, and perhaps that was Messianic history. Jewish converts to Islam, they're called the conversion by and so quarter century, and this is what his parents, Rabbi Rothschild, was in an environment which did not have the same kind of displacement and trauma that OSHA Maimonides and OSHA Cordero experienced, but there was phenomenal upheaval that affected Jews and sent refugees all over the United States. So what happened, though, to this young Kabbalist accused of being a follower of Shabtai Tzvi, which was not at all true, he was literally hounded across Europe himself. His family business collapsed, and so he decided to move to Amsterdam, where he had a brother working in trade there. He took his young family, and on the way there, he was arrested in Frankfurt because the Venice state was revoked to Christian more than risk. He was arrested, the agent there could not be explicit Sabbatean influence. Also, they had very defense. What they did do was they burned them because they might have been clearly somewhere
West connector. That brush fire, and they're going to be holding the right lane, trying to work on that one. Bellflower, 605 South at Alondra Boulevard. Just for you. His other join the millions. Radio number one out for radio.
You know those arguments have what we studied for hundreds of years as a Judaism. Basically, what he does is he takes a particular passage of the Talmud that describes personal development to our new podcast is called GLT, characters. Through the character or characteristic, perhaps I should say, first break it down with the greatest of the air, all the categories that you care about. Like let's see, one-on-one score. The third level is called fundamentals. Each of those levels refer to a certain kind of personality orientation.
My name's Tyler Faltera, and we've got a new podcast. Kate and Ty break it down.
Behavior change. Very worthy. And tremendously excited to read what made it especially so easy. We live in such wonderful times. In 1991, earlier
So
version
follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty break it down wherever you listen to podcasts.
autograph manuscript written in Rothschild's own hand in a library.
A medium at the host of those things.
It was
Where it's not just about connecting to
that's why it's called the Discovery Year Complete Discovery, because it comes in two versions. The first version, the first edition, which he never published, and the second edition, which has been published. What's the big difference? Oh my gosh, it's a world of difference. Not in terms of the content and sense of like what are the levels, what happens in the levels. There's a very dramatic opening that is so different in the first version that was discovered in Russian. The version that most people have studied is essentially kind of like a didactic, long lecture, much longer than this, in which the author explains to you what these levels are and how to get dialogue as it's called. Long lost friends meet each other after years of separation. One of the friends is called the Chacham, and he's kind of like representing one aspect of his personality is like cultural. He's interested in the sciences. He's kind of like a Renaissance man who appreciates so much complexity and nuance of human condition. And the other character, who dealing with friends when they were younger in school and they had such for many years, the other one is called the Chassid, pious one, who suddenly, to use a monitor, he's flipped out. He's Haredi. Again, it's not an exact translation, but he's like, wears all black clothes, he reads songs at great length, he spends a lot of time contemplating things, he looks ultra-Orthodox. And so the first person, the Chacham, he says, I wonder what those people do all day. What do they think of? What motivates them? Don't they want to like go to university and study the outer world and things like that? And then when he sees that,
Yo, dog, how are you? Can you hear me? Yeah, dude, I don't want to fucking talk with you anyway.
Morning, where?
ways it speaks to the kind of dialectic tension that is present in American Orthodox Jewry as well. One pole really drawn to the more extreme kind of religious life, another pole trying to kind of keep a synthesis with modern secular life at the same time, and to clash or coming together of both these things is described in the show. And this is a work of phenomenal genius. Bring it into my thesis. I think that the motivation for producing a work of this nature is a phenomenal is in terms of the spiritual upheaval that his parents went through during the revival of the Sabbatean era. Even some kind of structure like Maimonides has some kind of levels of development, but it also has to recognize that Jews were engaged with the larger culture as well. That there had to be some kind of meeting place where the real fire of the Torah could burn, even in
Yo, dog. How are you? Yo, what's going on, son? Can you hear me? Yo, dog, everybody's talking to you. Yo, how are you? Yeah, it happens.
Highly politicized, highly polemicized. How are we supposed to navigate some of these? I would like to suggest that perhaps one of the greatest things that I've read recently is this book here, Jonathan Sachs, the late Jonathan Sachs, who just passed away last year. Where, I really enjoyed it. It is an unusually interesting work that especially deals with the problem of speaks of the changes that Holocaust community have within the context of larger Western European and North American societies, and does not lay out a system clearly as sophisticated as previous processes that were studied. It does provide approaches to the problems of our day. I strongly urge users to use them. With that, I realized we spoke about 10 minutes longer than I originally budgeted, but so enthusiastic, excited about these thinkers that I appreciate your endurance with me. I'd like to close by thanking you. Wishing you tremendous personal levels.
Dr. Emerson, thank you so much. I'm sorry, I think I made you really that for your presentation. I did want to just share a couple of questions. First, I feel like this little things you mentioned was really helpful. Well, and like you, your curiosity is definitely nature, but like you is not to share what you're doing, which is that you talk a lot about the life experience of each of these authors so deeply heavily influenced the lives that they put together. Talk a little bit about elderly figures in their generation who would be influenced by the special talk about it, really that sense of personality. But really all of the different authors, how did it land? People that they put out
Those are two incredibly important questions. Let's do the easier one first. Shmuel Hanagid was the way he was known among the Jews. His Muslim name was Arabic, Ismail. The son. So Shmuel, we call it Hanagid, however, because of his tremendous authority in Granada in particular. And this was an honorific that was bestowed upon him by the Gabonian in Babylonia. Just I think they were actually back that specifically. Leaders of very high rank, intellectually and spiritually, were given this particular title of Hanagid, the prince. Roughly translated, and it meant essentially the leader of the Jews of Granada as representative in the Talmudic centers. But he is a truly fascinating character. I strongly encourage people to have a look at his diwan, his collection of poetry, which is published. It is available in Hebrew. very, very clever and tremendously Peter Cole has translated selections into English. In my lecture on this on my website, on YouTube, quote quite a few of the poems. Now, the second question. See, as I was tussling with this thesis, you've been all very kind to listen to me this long, because if this were a kind of like an ironclad historical argument, I'd have to point to specific references in the text, connecting to specific events that his parents went through, and that's not an easy thing to do because the authors are not writing memoirs of children survivors. That's not the goal, and it doesn't appear in their text. Although I'm sure that if you really wanted to dedicate a dissertation level research to it, you would find it. What is interesting, however, is the second part of your question. What the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, meaning the history not only of writing the book, but the history of how people received it. Like historians who look with this kind of information say, okay, how many printings did the book go through, and how close to the author's lifetime was it becoming popular? Some books are not popular at all in an author's lifetime, and then 40, 50 years later, all of a sudden they become like bestsellers. What happened? Well, something changed in society, and they found the book that they needed for those times. In all of these cases, the authors produced books that were just devoured by their generation, because everybody said, oh my gosh, this is what we were waiting for. This is someone who is giving voice to the kind of concerns and aspirations that we have as a result of our collective experiences. Now, not everyone agreed, as I mentioned. Maimonides was excoriated immediately towards the end of his lifetime. He experienced some of it, and then for the next 200 years afterwards, there was an ongoing brutal debate over the appropriate of his works. But nevertheless, the debate indicates that people felt very strong. So I would answer that all three of these major works will have all three of these works immediately found audiences which indicated that they struck a nerve in the larger Jewish population. That was a sophisticated question. I hope the rest of the questions are easy.
So there's
Yes, absolutely. If we look at it, and we have to add to this,
Yo, it's B. Alexander and our new friend. How are you? Welcome. What's good? How's your day going? Hello.
Ain't that Brandon?
Oh, that's Brandon.
Brandon.
He's good. He knows what's up.
Translation has its own reception to the ship that builds on the earlier. But in all three cases, they were definitely speaking to the generation in which they lived. It's hard to say if that's true in the same way I think maybe it was the Ramak. The Ramak, this particular Tomer Devorah is somewhat inaccessible. His major work is a book called Pardes Vermilion, the Orchard of Pomegranates, which was essentially a kind of Mishnah Torah for Kabbalah. He was the first major systematized Kabbalah to say, hey, if you have Zohar, know how confusing it is, I'm gonna like lay it out in the chapters and says there's this concept you gotta get now, you got this concept, so the next concept. That was a really popular work that enshrined his reputation during his lifetime. The Torah Devorah, however, was among the many manuscripts that he left behind posthumously, and his 8-year-old son and his wife, who know very little, had to somehow make sense of these documents and figure out, which was important, that sometimes whether they do belong to each other, like even the title. Where does this title, Palm Tree of Devorah, come from? It's not mentioned anywhere in the text. Why he named this book the Palm Tree of Devorah. Devorah, the prophetess, we assume, sat under a palm tree.
Yo, how are you? What's good? Can you hear me? Hello? Yo, dog, how are you? Are you talking? How's your day going? Yo, dog. Abud's gone. How are you?
Set aside the Ramah, I would say for the Rambam and for the Ramchal, they were for their generation, intending wide distribution, and they received it.
Wonderful. Really appreciate so much it's very clear outline. I've had you in LA today for creating something that came through, and I will play on behalf of the Jacob that Joy and Pastor, I can take this and we enjoyed this participation as well. We wish you a wonderful, exciting Ella and season, and to our entire education. Well, I did want to share that there's additional opportunities over the next academic year. We're looking at a 3-part series, which will take place hopefully 2 lectures virtually, and then there's a degree of 125 time of day. To visit us here in person, investing over the coming year, and we're very excited about that opportunity as well. So, we're trying to continue to learn from each other with good help, and wish everyone a wonderful night.
Thank you so much for this conversation.
Make your kid laugh today. Part of Effective, brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Services and
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library and hundreds of thousands.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. This year, around Hanukkah time, I'm spending a lot of time thinking about an interesting notion of the Jewish rediscovery of Hanukkah. Obviously, I have to put the word or the prefix re parentheses because Jews were always aware of Hanukkah. However, it's fascinating to note that the actual history of Hanukkah took many centuries to kind of, peel off like the skin of an onion. And we had a very basic kind of understanding of what Hanukkah was from our most essential sources, but it is only with the passage of time that Jews have come back to the holiday of Hanukkah and really tried to understand much of its historical basis. This really gives me a lot of pride as a historian because I feel like I've somehow contributed to the understanding, or at least, within the context of all Jewish historians, I have somehow contributed on a professional level to helping us understand what actually happened back in the 2nd century before the Common Era. Let's have a look at the sources. So how do we know about Hanukkah? Jewishly. So the Talmud is perhaps the most important source that we have for the history of Hanukkah, at least for much of the medieval period. The Talmud, of course, was redacted to the form that we have today, although there's some dispute about this, but probably in the 5th century. And there is a section in the tractate Shabbat that talks about the miracle of Hanukkah, the rebellion of the Maccabees, and so on. It is not, however, really focused on the history, and it gives us very little detail as to, why did the Jews rebel? Who was Antiochus? What was going on there? And certainly doesn't give us any of the blow-by-blow events of this rebellion, which actually took several years to completely unfold. We have a little bit more detail in a document called the Megillah Sinus, the Scroll of Fasts, which is a second-century document, quite fascinating, that lists a whole bunch of days in the Jewish calendar upon which it is not permitted to fast because they are great celebrations, and other days which, of course, are fast days. There's also a later addition to the Scroll of Fast, which was probably written around the 5th century. It's called the Scholium. Just a
Pardon me.
little bit more detail about the entire Maccabean rebellion, but not enough to really satisfy those of us that have a historical curiosity. There's one other really important document from late antiquity that is still studied today, the so-called Scroll of Antiochus, also known in the medieval period as the Scroll of the Sons of the Hashmonaim, the sons of the Hasmoneans.
Pardon me.
Probably written between the 2nd and the 5th century. It's first mentioned in another source in the year 615 and then discussed to a certain degree in the Gaonic period. But the problem with the Scroll of Antiochus is not quite the same kind of problem that we have with the Talmud and the Megillah Sinus, in that there's not a lot of detail. In the Scroll of Antiochus, there's lots of detail, but it's almost completely erroneous or fabricated. It does not seem to correspond to any of the material that we have from many other much more reliable contemporary sources. So in terms of understanding what exactly happened in the events of the Maccabean rebellion, it's not especially helpful. What is especially helpful is if you go back to early sources that are contemporary to the account. Perhaps the most important of these is a book called the Book of the Maccabees. Now, there are actually several books of the Maccabees, and the first book in particular is especially valuable because it was likely written by a Jewish individual who was embedded in the actual revolt itself and was able to report on the unfolding of events from a first-person perspective. Incredibly valuable, very well written, actually, for an ancient document. There's a lot of drama to it and so on. So how come Jews aren't studying this? Well, this book of the Maccabees ended up in a collection which was later called the Apocrypha. These are books that of these were by different people with different perspectives, and the rabbis, as they are slowly the canon of what we would call the Jewish scriptures, the Hebrew scriptures, they decided to pass upon the Book of the Maccabees. There are several others that are discussed in the Talmud, for example, references to Ben Sira and other important, fascinating works. So they were set aside. The Christian world, however, picked these books up in Greek translation and preserve them at the back of the Christian Bibles. There's a whole section, for example, if you look at a Catholic Bible, that has all these really unusual works of historical significance, often wildly unreliable, with the exception for our purposes of the first book of Maccabees, which is very useful. And they tell us a lot about life in ancient Israel. So from a religious perspective, these are definitely not canonical, but from a historical perspective, they are fair game. And the Book of the Maccabees gives us a lot more detail about what's going on in the Jews' life during the period of the Hashmonaim rebellion. Now, another very important source, also roughly contemporary, is, of course, Josephus. Very fascinating individual. We've spoken about him many times on my channel. He was a Jewish member of the rebellion against the Romans in the 1st century, a disastrous First Roman-Jewish War, which ultimately resulted in the destruction of the temple. But Josephus, seeing that he was about to be conquered and killed, decided to switch sides and join the Romans. He turned out to be a very valuable translator and culture broker for the Romans. And after the rebellion had ended with the defeat of the Jews in the native land, Josephus went on to a really illustrious career as essentially a court historian. He was extremely prolific, wrote a massive multi-volume Antiquities of the Jews, which is essentially a history of the Jews since Genesis. And he wrote a very important book on the war itself, our go-to source for the Roman-Jewish war. Now, he's a problematic figure in many ways, as I've just mentioned. He switched sides from the rebels to the Roman conquerors, and we don't know a lot about what he actually thought, what he would have said about the war to Jews, because the only words that have survived of Josephus are in Greek. That was like the language of the educated classes at the time. And the example of the Jewish war that he wrote in Aramaic has been lost. So we don't know how he would have explained his position to a Jewish audience. But to the broader audience, he essentially tells everything about Jewish history to Romans and Greeks, and that's who was fascinated in knowing more about the Jewish people. And Josephus gives us a lot of history about the Maccabees, much of which fits with the description in First Maccabees, and we learn a lot more about the war itself, why it happened, its unfolding, and its denouement, and so on. And we've talked about those stuff today. So what's going on here is that you have the inside Jewish account of Hanukkah, things like the menorah and the miracle of the 8 days, and has a very superficial historical why the Jews were rebelling in the first, and how the war unfolded, how it ended, and how we had, a Maccabean rebellion. Part of the reason why it seems that the rabbis who were in charge of charity for Jewish memory is that they're not entirely optimistic about the kingdom that was Maccabean rebellion. The Hashmonaim are not always so high. Also issues with regards to the following Herodian dynasty, which was even more problematic. But at any rate, the rabbis elected to not put to our history, but we do have the history of the century in southern Italy, where there was a large Jewish population. And here you have an author who puts together a book called Sefer Yosipon. Yosipon is clearly not Josephus, and although the author made some really egregious errors, Josephus, son of Uri, was not Tisyahu. I mean, it's unusual. Nevertheless, it's kind of like an adapt of Josephus for a Jewish first time, publicly talking about the kind of sources that that would have been much more among Christians and would have been much more available to professional historians. One of the most important problems of Sefer Yosipon is that the author did not know any Greek, so he couldn't read Josephus in the original. He relied on a Latin translation, which was not the best translation, and it was also partial. He didn't have access to the entire corpus of Josephus's works. He actually wrote quite a bit in several different places about the rebellion that we're discussing. But he also had the Apocrypha. He had the Latin of the Book of Maccabees. So it's only a century when we get to Jews historians looking back and say, wow, it's such a fascinating story. Why don't we know more about it? And again, put it flat on the bonds of the story that we have in the Talmud, giving us a much more robust picture of what's going on. There are many errors in Yosipon because of the very nature of the sources that he was working with, but nevertheless, a huge leap forward in Jewish self of the history of the Maccabees, so that Yosipon is still studied to this day, including this amazing Yiddish edition that came out in 2020 that all countries are still studying. Yosipon, this 10th century adaptation of a first century work written by Josephus. Now, I'd like to bring this together with a little bit of a Dvar Torah because this is for my community at Young Israel, Lawrence Cedarhurst, and it brings to mind something that Rabbi Lord Jonathan Sachs of blessed memory once wrote. He really emphasized the importance of narrative, or working with the narratives as a form of moral education, not only for Jews, but for the broader world as a whole. Rabbi Sachs really emphasized how as long as Jews understanding of their own story and are educated to themselves, that story has tremendous implications for the entire world. So here's the citation. I'm going to read it to you from something he wrote in 2015. It's from Telling the Story, commentary on Parsha's book. So this God created man, as we said, because God was. What other cultures have done through system, Jews have done through it. And in Judaism, it's engraved in stone on memorials of the past to the future. Judaism was evolved, domesticated, and democratized. And it goes on after celebrate. There are stories that ennoble and others that stultify, leaving us prisoners of ancient grievances or impossible ambitions. The Jewish story is in its way the oldest of all, yet ever young. And we are each a part of it. It tells us who we are and who our ancestors hoped we would. Storytelling is
Yo,
a
dog.
great vehicle of moral
I
education.
didn't want to talk with you anyway.
Torah's insight that if people told their children the story of freedom and its responsibilities, would stay free for as long as humankind lives. I hope you'll have light, and I hope that we all merit to and delve deeper into the story for the next generation, for humanity as a whole. Thank you very much. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history, and happy Hanukkah. I have something really special to discuss with you today. I'd like to do a very quick book review of a remarkable book that just came my way recently. It's by Rabbi Schwartz, and it's called Emek HaSufganim, Iyunim Ubehurim Be'inyan Minhag Achilat Sufganim B'Yemei Chanukah. Now, if you know anything about Hebrew, you will be amazed at that title, but let me translate it to English. It is the valley or the depth of the donut. Studies and clarifications of the custom of eating donuts on Hanukkah. Wow. Now, you will recall, if you're following the series, that a few weeks ago, I happened to give a class on the Acharonim, and I happened to mention this book, which I had seen online, but I had never actually picked up. And I was fascinated that someone could write, as you see here, a whole book. It is 400 long, mainly double column pages like this, all on the custom of eating donuts on Hanukkah. And I was like amazed. And this is the double amazing thing. The one of the members of our regular class is actually the mother of Rabbi Reuven Schwartz. And she said, "Oh my gosh, that's my son's book." And she got me a copy, and I was so excited. And so I began reading it just before Hanukkah. And then my wife sent me out to buy donuts, and I ended up spending like a ridiculous amount of money on donuts. But now I knew what I was doing. Okay, so let me tell you a little bit about what's in this book, and specifically that's connected to Jewish history. So this is actually part 3 of a series of books on the commandment and the minhag or custom of eating on Hanukkah. The other 2 volumes are also quite fascinating, but we're going to focus on the depth of the donut. Now, let me just also clarify for those of you who your mind may still be boggling about what is going on here with donuts. In Jewish law, there are basically 3 levels of obligatory activities. There are Torah laws, which are called D'Oraisa, which means that they are either explicitly stated words like the Mishnah. And then there are rabbinic laws, which are laws which are made by the rabbis, sometimes hundreds of years later, in order to protect the Torah laws for the most part. Like, for example, if it is forbidden to write on the Sabbath, the rabbis may add a law saying it's forbidden to handle writing hymns on the Sabbath, because if you're handling or something, you may come to actually write, which would be a transgression of the Torah law. So these are like concentric circles. And then the outside circle is something which is called minhag or custom. And these are things which, no rabbi actually said, hey, we have to actually do this from now on. But there are things that seem to be kind of like natural outgrowths of Jewish practice and maybe related to women's practice in particular when it comes to foods and things like that. But they become really closely enshrined to Jewish practice. So you have these three concentric circles, and one should not disdain that outer level of minhag, which is in many ways an expression of the folk desires, the popular desires of the people. At any rate, the eating of donuts on the holiday of Hanukkah really falls within that outermost range of minhag, of custom. And it is associated specifically with oil, right? The whole practice of the commemoration of the holiday of Hanukkah has to do with lighting oil, right? We use candles as well, but the best way to do that particular commandment is to light with oil, specifically olive oil. And since donuts are made with oil, then they become a very appropriate food to eat on Hanukkah, just like latkes are, but we'll get to latkes in just a minute. One other quick note for those of you who are following the Hebrew title, the title says Emek HaSufganim, and as one of my daughters pointed out, hey, that's in the masculine. It should be Sufganiyot, right? That's the term we use in modern Hebrew. Sufganiyot is like little Sufganim. But in fact, if you look in the rabbinic literature, there are references to donuts in the rabbinic literature, particularly in Masechta Chala, and there it is in the masculine. So the Sufganiyot is kind of like an irregular feminine that has been added in modern times. The rabbis of the Talmud and the Mishnah would refer to their donuts in the masculine. The word comes from the root safag, which means sponge, like in sea sponge, and in fact, sufganiyot and the word spun in English all come from that same root. And obviously, it's connected to the sea sponge because it's shaped sort of like a jelly donut, and it has kind of like a fluffy quality like a jelly donut. So that's why the donuts were named after the sponge. Now, historically, I was remarkably amazed to see that the first reference to eating donuts on Hanukkah actually dates all the way to the 12th century. I thought it was a much more modern thing, but it's a 12th century reference, and it comes from none other than Rabbi Maimon, the father of Maimonides, right? Maimonides, the son of Maimon. His name was actually Moshe ben Maimon, so his father's name was Maimon. So that would mean it was referred to in Rabbi Maimon's writings, or sharpened elsewhere, in southern Spain or possibly North Africa, where he lived. That would be in the 12th century. And then in the following century, in the Provence region, which is south of France, there was a very unusual mixed community of Ashkenazim and Sephardim living there. Rabbi Kalonymus ben Kalonymus, a very well-known poet, actually wrote a beautiful poem about the importance of eating donuts on Hanukkah. So clearly, by the 12th and 13th century, this was a widespread practice. Who knows how much further back it goes, but those are the earliest references to it as a common practice, both in Sephardic lands and at least through the Ashkenazic portion of Provence in Ashkenazic lands. Now, this book is not specifically a history book. It is a halachic sefer. It's a book of Jewish law. So there's a lot of discussion here of how does one behave with regards to this custom. Who should eat donuts? How much donuts should eat? By the way, I tend to be very strict. I tend to eat lots of donuts because I want to be sure that they eat the minimum amount. When should one eat donuts? Does it count at night or daytime as well? The boosting over donuts, this is actually not at all obvious because there's a lot of discussion of whether or not, how do you relate donuts to bread, which is a different blessing than you would have on like a cracker, for example. So I'm not going to go into those details, but I will summarize 4 quick things because these are important for you to know if you want to observe this custom properly. First of all, what are the best kinds of donuts? Not dairy. Dairy donuts actually involve quite a few questions, and so check with your local Orthodox rabbi before you decide whether or not to buy dairy donuts. This is the time when you should try to get hard donuts, according to the author of the book. Secondly, they should be fluffy. Yes, those really hard, kind of like Montreal-style bagel donuts, they're not donuts in fulfilling the full sense of the word, because the donuts also have a connection to particular sacrificial flour offerings brought into the temple, which were also made in a kind of a fluffy format. A third, and this is I think really important, especially relevant for American audiences, no holes. That's right. The ideal donut for Hanukkah does not have a hole in the middle. That hole in the middle, it's like an American invention. It's like almost heresy. The donuts are supposed to be like a hole, like the manna that fell from heaven, the man that looked like a donut. Actually, when you think about it, it looked like a donut, right? And thirdly, if you are inclined to Kabbalistic sources, it should have a filling. It should have some kind of a surprise, which like custard or jelly or what have you, because like you have the Torah, which has the exterior obvious, Torah's Nigla, the reveal. You also have the interior, the secret, the Torah's Nistar, which is the Kabbalah. So there you go. One last thing. Another commonly eaten food on Hanukkah is, of course, latkes, which were also made with oil. But in this book, the author, Rabbi Schwartz, clearly demonstrates that eating donuts is vastly preferable and much more significant on a halakhic and philosophical level, and much more likely to fill the custom than eating latkes, which are an inferior choice overall. I hope you enjoyed this review as much as I enjoyed reading this book, and I wish you a freilichen and lichtig Hanukkah, a happy and illuminating Hanukkah. Thanks very much for watching. The 10th of Tevet constitutes an important day in Jewish historical calendar. It falls this year on the 14th of December, 2021, and in fact, it is marked with a fast. If you are in any doubt as to whether or not you're obligated to fast, don't ask me. Contrary to popular perception, I am not a rabbi. Please seek your spiritual guide. But why we're talking about the 10th of Tevet is specifically in its historical context, what exactly happened on this day, and why is it significant to Jews some 2,600 years later. Specifically, on this day in the year 588 before the Common Era, this is when the siege of Jerusalem begins. We have some textual evidence of this in the Book of Kings, second Book of Kings, in which it reads, in the 9th year of his reign, on the 10th day of the 10th month, right, that's the 10th of Tevet, Nebuchadnezzar moved against Jerusalem with his entire army. He besieged it, and they built towers against it all around. This siege extended for a brutal siege that was marked by extreme hunger and even human cannibalism. Terrible described above and burned, and we've spoken about that in other contexts. One of the most significant extra-biblical texts that refers to this is this document here, which is called the Babylonian Chronicles. This specifically is the Jerusalem Chronicle, the reference to Jerusalem in it, and it's describing the period before the actual siege and destruction of Jerusalem, when Nebuchadnezzar actually made his way to Jerusalem. It says in the 7th year, in the month of Kislev, around this time of year, the king of Babylon assembled his army, and after he invaded the land of Hatti, which would have been Turkey or Syria region, he laid siege to the city of Judah. On the second day of the month of Adar, he conquered the city and he took.
This is what podcasting's become. This is like Brendan Schaub's Reddit.
So
this is not ours. We included ourselves. Mark Norman is about to become the subject of Brendan Schaub's next on-air rage-crying meltdown on the Schaub Show on Monday that nobody watches. I don't understand how he's still walking around with all his limbs intact after all the slander he said to Joe Rogan's face on Projectile Parks. Bro is the luckiest comedian alive, but now he's caught Bumper's attention. He's either going to find himself at the end of a raging Nick Thane C-Clem special or some headache lawsuit. Actually, no, that's not right. The lawsuit comes after the season decision. And speaking of lawsuits, Stuffy just made the exact point the judge made when ruling against Brenda's failed case against the YouTuber who exposed him for cheating on his wife. This is the guy who represented himself with the aid of a lone wolf anonymous ghost lawyer who fed him legal filings and wiped the floor with Brandon's $100,000 month lawyers. No one knows who he is. He lurks in the shadows, waiting to strike when no one is looking. Some say he's the assassin's.
And as is Dan out, it may even hold the key to protecting the planet. Okay, so let's try and figure this out. This is kind of complicated scientific stuff, but nevertheless, I'll try to explain it as best I can. So this PhD candidate, Yoav Vaknin.
All right, baby, just see me like this. Last choice that we have here for our draft. We'll review everything when everything's done. We're going to go with surprise pick. We're going with the Cardinals. Never in a million fucking years would I have thought I would take the Cardinals defense. Never. You're fired. Go fuck yourself.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Really quite fascinating. Apparently, Spur very intensely, and apparently the
assassin.
Floor.
Anyway, sorry, I'm talking about Stubby's declaration that podcasting is not hard. Truer words have never been spoken. If there's one thing Chrissy and Stubby have proven over the last 6 weeks, it's that they're both homeless as fuck and watch all of these videos criticizing Tom and Bert. But stay tuned for the return of the two bears. I can't wait to see how Bert makes up for lost time by taking over every minute of the show to talk about himself or some vague idea he had while sitting on a vitamin IV. I honestly don't know how much longer Tom's going to last. He'll either come back refreshed and ready to get back behind the mic, or even more checked out than he was before. Yeah, I'm going to go with option 2 on that one. This is going to be fun to watch. In the meantime, though, make sure you head over to my new channel for more cringe and check out link in the description. All my late watching guys. I'll chat in the next one.
History and archaeology as I am, but Earth's magnetic field
Whoa, just dropping a big one there. I mean, I don't ever acknowledge these guys, these mentally ill people, when they, go online and start talking about me and my friends.
So by getting a distinct measure of what the magnetic field was like back then, scientists were able to use this data from this point to figure out how to protect all of us from
I don't blame
the 4 horsemen of the comedy apocalypse are self-destructing right before our eyes, and the fallout is funnier than anything coming out of a comedy mothership. The backlash against Joe Rogan and Tony Hinchcliffe's obsession with self-promotion and aggrandizement has reached fever-pitch levels, and all their bloody momentum I bring it up at every opportunity. It used to be about getting on JRE and kill Tony to promote Rogan kill Tony bump, but now all you have to do is talk shit about them for exactly the same effect. This whole thing is so simple. Rogue is famous for his podcast, and Tony is famous for his live talent roast show, whatever the fuck you want to call it. Nobody's disputing that. The problem is neither Rogan or Hinchcliffe can admit that simple fact. They're so stuck in their own fart cloud trying to push this narrative that they're the new gangs of comedy, as if they've created a revolution down in Austin, Texas, when the reality is people are watching for the I'm going deep on this today. Usually I save these types of videos for Patreon, but I'm dropping this on YouTube because there are a few things I really want to say that people should know about. By the way, if you want to see exclusive footage from Kill Tony London show that Tony and Redman have been trying to hide from everyone, hit the link in the description to my Patreon because that video is dropping very soon. As for the current situation with Tony Hinchcliffe going on Legion of Skanks and hitting back at Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik, the copium is real in this one. Tony's sitting there with reflective sunglasses on, puffing on a British cigarette, acting like Liberace's long-lost love child while getting his feelings over the growing backlash against the Boston comedy scene is peak comedy.
Jewish religious practices, which is a task.
Oh, just dropping a big one there. I mean, I don't ever acknowledge these guys, these mentally ill people. When they, go online and see me and my friends calling us Nazis.
So is Mark Maron saying we're Nazis? I don't think it's us. I don't think Mark knows we're friends with Joe.
Sure.
What's this beef with?
I mean, look, man, all, the couple guys out of LA that now, are at the Comedy Store that talk to them, they have, their once every 3 or 4 years special that they do when they come out like a groundhog and do something that people might see. Aaron, Jeselnik, they all are on multiple social kill Tony. They all smile fancy enough. Multiple appearances on Kill Tony, all three in LA. And when they want to push things, they
Let me ask you more like that he recently said about Kill Tony. Yeah, I think Jeselnik's taking a bunch of shots, right?
When he had a special, now he's going to be going for a few years. And, while I put out 2.5 hours of comedy content every week. And, I don't blame him. If the shoe was on the other foot, if I was them, I would probably, I'd be mentally,
Here we go again with the mentally ill narrative that Joe Rogan trained his comedy assassins on. And before I go on, I don't necessarily disagree with everything Tony just said. I'll explain in a moment, but using the mentally ill card as a coping mechanism for even the slightest criticism of the Austin comedy scene is so played out and fucking lazy at this point. Rogan has literally called people who comment on YouTube videos mentally ill because they have nothing going on in their lives and probably work at 7-Eleven. Yeah, he actually. Of course, though, when the comments are positive, which they rarely are these days for these guys, then it's all good because fans showing them some love. So they're not the mentally ill ones. I don't know why this analogy just popped into my head, but it reminds me of all those viral videos of cops beating the shit out of innocent civilians at traffic stops for absolutely no reason, and then claiming they were resisting arrest. Joe and Tony definitely have that energy. Stop resisting and kiss the ring. When we tell you to laugh, you better fucking laugh. Also, no heckling allowed. Just sit down and his views betrayed him. Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik have both been on Kill Tony multiple times pre-pandemic, so over 5 years ago, and now look how they broke my heart. I gave them everything, and look how they repay me by speaking their minds in public and taking ownership of their own opinions. If Do You Know Who I Am was a person, it'd be Tony Hinchcliffe. But this was the part that broke my heart. Jeselnik had a special promote, so he'll be gone for a few years. Meanwhile, I'm pushing out 2.5-hour comedy content per week. Now, Tony's absolutely right about Mark and Jeselnik coming out from under their rock to promote their specials and taking Rogan and Tony to go viral. I mean, Cat Williams did exactly the same thing, and I know he's a really big name, but the formula is exactly the same. But for the big lie that Tony and keep saying out loud, they don't do comedy hosted. Tony is an open mic comedy shows, and he's a great roast comedian. Him acting like he's pushing out the equivalent of a comedy special every single week is so delusional that I think he actually believes it. Blowing that out in the moment just goes to show you what he really thinks. What he really should have said was, Jeselnik had a special to promote, so he'll be gone for a few years. Meanwhile, I've never released a real comedy special in my entire career as a comedian. There, I fixed it. These guys really need to stop and listen to the actual criticism rather than creating their own narratives in their heads to help them sleep well at night.
Her friends say you're going to Tibet. What are you talking about? It's so far away.
with Joe,
No, I've made up my mind.
Yes, I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my, life is done to college. And I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that it's created a sort of army of people that they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing. What they think is good is not necessarily good at making what they like, what they like. But on the outside of that, most of the sort of sensitive weirdos that we all grew up with in comedy have been sort of pushed aside in this space.
Holy man.
Some good comics in there, and there's a lot of middle section. It doesn't matter as my point. I get it. It's not all on him. No, the culture has changed, right? And and I don't necessarily think it's better. What do you think the Austin Shelf Fund are going to do?
It's hard to tell.
I don't know. Like, I think that it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to material. You're not able to confidently do an hour without worrying about getting clips so you can people come see you do crowd work. What are you doing? What is your voice? Who do you work for? You'd like to think you're working for yourself, but you're just a platform who doesn't really need to find who they are up there. It's not interesting at all. That's a problem. Yeah. So I'm tired of the attitude.
I thought you were going to say violence in this country.
No. I'm tired. They come up back to LA. One guy, I want to name his name, goes, "Oh, you seem like you're thriving." And I'm killing you. Killing it. You know what I mean? And I'm like, whoa, dude. With you moved out because you couldn't survive here. This is a different. It's an animal. It's an animal.
By now, everyone's figured out that Bobby Lee was talking about Tony Hinchcliffe there. The arrogance to come out and claim that you're killing it now when nobody actually cares about your stand-up act is so typical of the Austin comedy. I was reading a post the other day about someone saying how they went to a Tony and Fitz show and how surprised they were to see how many empty seats there were everywhere around them. That's the reality for a guy like Tony. People don't watch Kill Tony to see his comedy. They watch it for the spectacle. I watch it and I'm a huge fan. We want to see people get rich, and it's good to see. I mean, look at how Timmy No Break is amazing. And all tuning in to see what funny question asked today. We all know it's the same shit on repeat. But like I said, Tony is right about one thing. And even though I agree with a lot of the criticism, guys like Mark Maron and Anthony Jeselnik are purposely drumming up publicity by going after Tony and Joe. And instead of ignoring it, Tony's getting sucked right into their game.
And a special there are 6 podcasts, Aaron.
Not 10.
He's ending it because literally no one's listening to it. I mean, I don't know if you look at the charts at all. No, it's a thing. No one listens.
I just don't get being worked up about stuff ever to be like this, to going publicly be like their scene sucks.
Yeah, and he also calls everybody a hack, and then he talks about Trump for 3/4 of his special, calling him Bad Orange Man, and then talks about his sad cats like he has for 45 years.
That's what bothers me most. As the mayor of Hacktown, which I call myself, Usually throw the H word around. I don't like it. I heard your phones is a hack, right? Chuck, get him up there. Let's see it. My only problem with it, and I think it's very sincere. My only problem with it is people can like what they like or hate it. Comedy is hard enough, man, and Austin is 95% struggling comics that are there to try to fulfill this insane thing that we're all trying to do. Guy Rose is called Bates, not getting into a black sorority right now. But you know, like,
guys going out on Austin and like and see it's hard enough, man. You know. Shut up, Joe. You're the mayor of Austin. You moved there 6 months ago. I was you own a house in Pennsylvania. I was you opening to get your dissertation on Austin. All right. Everyone is just trying, man. On this crazy little marble we're sitting on this space. Trying to make people laugh for a living. You're right, I suck.
Great seeing Eric, Tony, and Joe, and a bunch of other guys really helped cultivate this beautiful day.
You made the sale, dude. You're right.
By the way, let me just say, you guys would literally have a place in Austin if you didn't have like visitation rights to your children. You'd be freer. You'd be able to go do fun things. You'd be tied down to this dark rat infested ruling city.
They also do that. Austin has plenty of rats. All right, let's be honest about what's going on here. Big J and Lewis are jumping on the bandwagon as well. This is what makes this whole situation so fucking funny. We are the only ones who are genuinely butthurt getting called out. Everyone else around them are just going along for it. Lewis brought this whole big in the first place, clearly farming for claims. Then Joe DeRosa jumped in with his cringe ass. They completely shut him down. I fucking love it. LA comedians have finally figured out that instead of ignoring the backlash against Austin, leaning into it is the better option. I really think that guys like Lewis and Big J think the Austin comedy circle jerk is cringe, and they're happy to sit on the outside and troll them.
I say, like, how much Dave Smith came on, like, talked with you after that, individually. Me and Lewis, like, why doesn't Joe embrace us the way he embraces Dave? And then someone brought up the first picture we ever took here. It's so funny, it's the werewolf. I am standing behind the werewolf. I'm getting sucked off. Lewis is acting like he's getting sucked off by the bear, and Dave is just leaning and touching it.
That's hilarious. The difference between us and Dave is Dave keeps going back. Davis is handling the head gently.
The Rogan sphere, we're trying to figure out how to get in the Rogan sphere. We're over sphere. First of all, Shane doesn't need the Rogan sphere anymore. Let's just move Shane out, move Big J into that position, try to acquire the Rogan sphere. Or he's moving in Thailand or something. He's gone.
There's plenty of room for you guys. You're in the sphere right now. You're on the show.
Every time the Rogan sphere gets talked about, we never get a thing. When Cat Williams said 6 unfunny comics, we knew it wasn't us. I would have been happy if he wanted to 6 unfunny comics.
Listen, Cat probably is one.
Very nice.
He thought I wouldn't have a model like Brad. Slow Joe strikes again, being trolled by real comedians, and we're starting to see more kinks in Rogan's armor. A couple of years ago, I think he genuinely ignored the haters and all the comedy fans who think his comedy sucks. But the backlash has gotten so big now that I think it's impossible for him to ignore. You've probably heard that after a photo of the wall in the Comedy Mothership came out, showing how Rogan had put his comedy special next to all the great comedy specials of all time, he's now had it taken down. There's no way he would have just randomly done that without knowing that he was being widely ridiculed for thinking he was in the same league as the other guys up there. There is no way he's hiding from the dozens and dozens of videos getting hundreds of thousands and millions of views dedicated to shitting on his brand of comedy and how much he's ruined the whole comedy scene. You guys have all seen the top comments on any post related to comedy on his Instagram or on YouTube, all trolling him for being a tall and funny comedian. So it's starting to make more sense to me now that behind closed doors, little Joe's getting frustrated.
Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit, they blame other people for their failings, or they get critical, or they get, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't blame, don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing, man? No. I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? That's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at now?
You're talking about some old salty comic.
we plan
Yeah,
to
sure,
exactly. Once we have those.
Yeah, definitely, maybe. Sorry, real quick, just remind me who the mentally ill ones are again. Was it us or them? I'm falsely confused now. According to Joe and Tony, there's no such thing as valid criticism anymore. You're either a fan or a salty, jealous hater. There's nothing in between. And the narratives they come up with to cope with the backlash are totally overblown and exaggerated.
And
you guys that Joe Rogan Nazis, right? Is that what's happening?
Yes,
we
it's
hope
like the
that
biggest,
moderators
most watched
do it as
podcast.
well.
Which is such a hack thing at this point. It's crazy. Yeah, I mean, like the whole Nazi thing, like, I just kind of feel like that's such a 2016 thing to be calling.
So we have a few minutes till the next one shows up. Very much for moderators.
Played out, but characterizing the criticism as just them calling us Nazis is straight up code. There's actually a lot more nuance to what Mark and Jeselnik have been saying, even if they're just fishing for a reaction out of it. As you saw in those clips I played earlier from Bad Friends, the main issue is the tribal cult-like nature of the Austin comedy scene and how they've appointed themselves as the arbiters of comedy around the world. We've heard Rogan say multiple times on his podcast that the comedy mothership is the center of the comedy universe and that Kill Tony is the benchmark for comedy around the world. It honestly makes me wonder, has Rogan ever actually sat down and watched a full episode of Kill Tony? I mean, whenever he's a guest on the panel, he's either high as a kite or wired out of his brain on nicotine pouches. So I doubt he understands how ridiculous he sounds when he makes outlandish claims like that. As for Tony himself, we're all waiting for his first real comedy special to drop. I wonder which played out jokes he's going to rehash and have to explain later on a podcast. After this, a massive backlash against his jokes that nobody understands because they're punchlines. In the meantime, though, if you want to see my breakdowns of all the worst comedy specials and Kill Tony shows, check out the link in the description to my Patreon and become a member so you don't miss out on my longer form uncensored content. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
That pops up and says, hey, attend to this extraneous task rather than the work that you're doing.
Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit. They blame other people for their failings, so they get critical. You did this. Like, what are you doing, man? No. I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar.
Separating the certain activity.
You did.
Separating the certain
like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at?
On the larger.
If we were smart, we would have done
Patreon. This to the second
10 years. Get ready to really appreciate all the Reddits and YouTube and super talk. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God, you're finally calling again and not getting destroyed. Yeah, get made fun of. That's cool. That's why
study in itself, study of the whole.
At this point, I'm convinced that Brian Callen is low-key trolling Brendan. In basically every episode of The Fighter and the Kid these days, Brian brings up a major criticism of your boy and masks it off as a random thought he had or some conversation he was having with somebody else. We saw just a couple of weeks ago how he brought up the shorter life expectancy of athletes and had Chin pull up all the sports that Brendan's attempted over the years just to show everyone how the leading cause of death is heart disease from steroid and PED abuse. And of course, we can't forget the sad reality of CTE and TBIs in football and MMA. Brendan was sitting there biting his nails, squinting as he read off the screen about how his days are not. For some reason, Brian's been grilling Chin about his alcohol abuse and all the various health issues that he's been dealing with as a result. Naturally, Brian has this special way of bringing it up. He has the subtlety of a poet and the precision of a marksman.
So Chin's going to die, and take your pulse right now.
Ironically, Brian's probably the healthiest person in that storage unit, and keeping with the theme of bullying his producer over his poor lifestyle choices and bad health, Brendan casually brought up his drinking issues because, you know, it's edgy to air your employees dirty laundry on a podcast just for a laugh. But things quickly turned on Brendan after Brian dished out a piece of advice that seemingly applied more to Brendan than it did to Chin. This was another one of those moments where Brian Callen directed his wise cautionary tale at Chin when he was really speaking to his boy Bubba. Just quickly though, if you haven't already, check out my YouTube channel, More Cringe, which I just launched yesterday, where I plan to cover cringe from all over the internet, not just on podcasts. Shout out to all of you who have already subscribed and helped
help to get it off the ground. You guys are the best. All right, cheers. Roll the tape.
The idea of
What do you do for the lunch, Jim? Watch myself.
right to the nations and some kind of moral conscience.
Brandon, so many people message me after that episode, by the way.
There is, I will.
A lot of them on my side. They're just like, you just do your thing. Yeah, they want you to guide you.
Bro, do your thing.
No, and then some anyone says, do your thing.
One thing about the
I appreciate their support. And also, but then
body is
people like care about you and for your best interest.
we care. Anyone that says, dude, you're fine, keep doing this, is not your friend.
I think we're not around long enough. And had our own issues, and so I think what happens is you get some age on you is you realize that there's a limit to what you can say and do for anybody. And we all have to be our own source of change. You know, Rogan said something interesting. He was talking about last night we were together, and he was talking about some people that tend to get a little bit. They blame other people for their failings, so they get critical. And he said, you're there, you're where you are because of you. You did this. Don't blame. Don't then turn and look at successful people and go, oh, those guys are assholes. Like, what are you doing? No. I didn't have anything to do with your not being a superstar. You did. So why are you turning to people that have been a little more successful and criticizing them? That's exactly right. It's like, when was the last time you took responsibility for where you're at, man? You know? Yeah. And that's an important thing to say. So for me,
talking about some old salty cow.
Yeah, sure, exactly. Maybe.
Even I don't blame you for anything. I'm just like,
no, I see that. I'm just saying, and I appreciate that with you. But I'm saying that, you know, we're all responsible for the condition we're in one way or another. There's, things happen in life, but, you know, what are you going to do to get out of it? And, yeah, there's some salty people out there in our community. And they spend a lot of time kind of like criticizing people that have been just successful. And it's like, hey, bro. Yeah. Or maybe that attitude is the reason you are where you are. You're not happy with
in their liturgy, in their practices, day in and day out, and especially.
I seriously could not watch that clip with a straight face. I was literally cringing the whole time as Brian smelled out Brendan's entire career right in front of him. Nobody is saltier and more bitter than Brendan Shaw. His whole downfall started in the first place because he tried to be someone he wasn't, thanks to his North Star Joe Rogan, who I'll get to in a moment. Don't think I missed that bit. This Mark Maron beef is out of control, but the sheer irony and hypocrisy coming from both Brian and Brendan when it comes to lecturing Jin on taking responsibility for his actions and taking steps to improve his life when they're both sitting in armchairs in some random storage unit in Austin, Texas, making podcasts to entertain their haters and a bunch of bots. Like, imagine being in a meeting at work and your boss randomly brings up that you're an alcoholic with health issues in the meeting about the stationary budget. Brendan has to be one of the biggest hypocrites I've ever seen in my life. Stick around because in a moment I'll pull up a clip of Brendan choking up with tears while blaming everyone else for Brian's problems. He does almost exactly what Joe Rogan was describing through Brian right there in that clip. But like I said, let's quickly switch gears for a minute because when Brian was recalling that conversation he had with Rogan the night before, Brendan blurted out that he was talking about an old salty comedian. And we all know he's talking about Mark Maron. The Rogan beef with Mark is crazy because it all started with Rogan being a little gossip queen and completely making up his own narrative. I know, right? That's completely out of character for a tall and funny comedian like Joe Rogan. When has he ever done that before?
Rogan texted me the other day. Some guy was talking about me on a podcast. Rogan texted to me. He goes, yo, he's not your boy. And I was like, he pays attention to that stuff. Joe's hyper aware of weird concentric circles. Like he doesn't care about him. He doesn't care about like people. He cares about his boys and like, you know, just giving you a heads up. This guy told me, he said it to me. And I was like, the guy, and the guy, I'm friends with the guy. I don't know my podcast 2 times.
What was it about the real thing? Like I was on an Instagram live, just doing a thing. And I was rambling on, you know, like I do. I was talking about Netflix, and basically what I
said was that Netflix created this cash grab culture where a certain national economies can just do, pop-up shows, shit-face, and make millions of dollars. And I wasn't talking about borderland between. Do you know who I was talking about? Proper and Nubia. Chappelle. And it's not it doesn't just to be diplomatic and not mention names. And somebody on Instagram was like, talking about Kreischer. Oh, that's how so. And then I go scrolling and I see him on a podcast saying there's this guy, we were friends, he's been I've been on his show, and he said some and Rogan Rogan got my ear and said he's not your boy and all that, and his name rhymes with it. I'm like,
So, Joe, don't read the comments. Rogan created a beef with Mark Maron and Bert Kreischer for absolutely no reason at all. On a side note, I couldn't help but imagine what Dave Chappelle's reaction would have been if Rogan called him up to let him know that Mark had been talking shit about him. He'd probably be like, Mark, like the time Joe was explaining to Chappelle how Andrew Schultz is a comedy genius for doing his little skits in the pandemic, and Chappelle didn't have a clue who the fuck he was talking about. And so clearly, according to Brian Callen, Rogan hasn't been following his own rules about ignoring the haters and not giving them any attention, because it looks like Mark Maron's recent publicity tour for his comedy special has been keeping Joe up at night. It's so funny to me how Rogan falls for this time and time again. Remember how last year Cat Williams caused a stir by calling out Rogan on Shannon Sharp's podcast, which led Rogan to cave and invite Cat onto his podcast, which in turn gave Cat so much publicity that his comedy special went straight to the top on Netflix a month later. Now everyone's talking about Mark Maron talking shit about Rogan, and Mark's also got a comedy special out. The whole business model of going on JRE to promote your special has been flipped on its shiny bald head. Now comedians are just calling him out for the same effect. Now that's genius. Maybe Schultz should try that instead. This is turning into the UFC, except there's no fight and they're just comedians. But I promised you earlier I'd show you a clip of Brendan doing exactly what Brian was describing earlier. How Rogan was saying he's sick of these comedians blaming everyone else for not being as successful as the top 250 are. And what do you know, Brendan was actually talking about Brian.
I'll get emotional. Jewish garrison. It drives me, Paul, if we're being honest. And after there's kind of like a don't edit this out. Preliminary salutation. All right, you like this? I'm going to grab it. It drives me nuts. Nuts. In the month of that Brian's at where he's at, Judah Heights soldiers. I will challenge anyone, any comic, to go on stage after Callen. I challenge in those comments. I don't know if it's the comedy store, if we're Zanies, wherever they're at, and you're telling me Brian's not better than 80% of those in comics. It drives me nuts that he's not up there with those guys. He's better than 99% of them. And you want to outcast him over some bullshit? That's what upsets me. It's what makes me proud, and I'm now trying to get Matt Roberts proud, is he's not going to lash out about it. Brian's cool. Brian goes to work. Brian's doing the road. Brian's trying to sell tickets. But I'll tell you right now, I forget. That's not cool. That's why you don't see me at those places.
Line is, drink no beer. Soldiers and beer. Passover, drink no beer. This is especially relevant because Egyptians use kind of watery beer as their staple. More popular watery.
You guys miss Brendan's side-piece shots? Yeah, me either. I actually have some solid advice for your boy Bubba, though. You see, the thing is, B, you can't keep blaming everyone else for Brian's actions. At some point, he's got to take responsibility for where he is. Sitting next to a washed-up UFC powerboy with shit for brains. That's on him, bro. You can't keep blaming everyone else for the allegations that brought his comedy career crashing down. But I thought the reason why you don't go to those anymore was because you retired.
Yeah, back in studio, with the baby girl. Because on social media, she went for emergency surgery. Trouble breathing, and she's been explained on my
before they had the
Instagram. Yeah, I had to cancel Austin and Nashville. Usually I hate doing that
The last
stuff.
part of the
It
letter
happens.
reads, for 7 days, don't let any leaven products.
I think this time I just don't care. That's where I'm at. I gotta be home more. I'm gonna pull back from touring so much, and I just gotta be home, man. I can't miss Tigers games. Can't miss my Boston growing up. Baby girl. Just I can't do it anymore. I'm tired, man. I'm tired. I'm tired. I've been hustling for over 12 years now. Not that I'm gonna stop doing the pods, but as far as the playing life and stuff like that, I gotta chill out. Like do spots in LA, do local, SoCal, NorCal, but going international, going across the United States ain't happening right now. So I'm gonna take a break from that and just focus on family and do my thing, man. Okay. Do my thing. So yeah, let's get into it. Enough of that.
You need to get your story straight, B. You're going round in circles. First it was family, then it was too many soy boy comedians talking shit about you, then it was because Rogan left LA and you couldn't get any stage time. What are we doing here, B? But the haters have well and truly broken Brendan Schaub, and at this point it's more pathetic than it is sad. The amount of absolute dog shit this man has spoken into a microphone and then changed his story to make it worse and then lashed out at people for things that he was entirely responsible for is out of control. And instead of following Rogan's advice to take his own actions and improve himself, his mission is to start a Patreon to get haters. You seriously can't make this stuff up anymore.
Dude, I can't wait for the day where we'll have any reads and we can just podcast. I don't know if it's ever coming, but if it did, that would be awesome. We're going to just do podcasts. We're not worry about reads. We're smart. We would have done Patreon 10 years ago. Yeah. And so then eventually that gets built up. But no, we're making the same money you are off ads. And it's just all free for the actual fans. We're going to do it. I'd be down for it. We've never really done it. I'd be down for it just for the, because we've been so long. Are we as big as we were 10 years ago? No. The one hardcore fans. Yeah. Yes, that's the reason. Yeah. Because a lot of the Reddits and the YouTube is super toxic. You can get rid of all that. So you have hardcore fans like, oh, thank God, you can finally comment again and not get destroyed. Yeah. Or get made fun of. That's cool. That's why I do it. Like that. You have to give them incentives after 12 years of free show. Why they pay whether it's $3? You'd have to add content to it. You can't just do the same show. Right? We're like, dude, you got it free for 10 years. If you give some like behind the scenes, you do some live shows, you give extra episodes, you do longer episodes just for Patreon, give a reason to subscribe. Yeah, that makes sense. Aria though, that's my biggest fear. Aria, yeah. Well, if I commit to it, it's more work than we do now. Go, bro. All right. Afraid? What do you think, Chip? Guys, as long as it gives, we'll still put up free content, right? But then just adding to it, like extra stuff for the hardcores, which have been supportive since. Yeah, extra episodes, longer episodes, Q&As, jokes on there. Yeah, and the goal would be eventually get a point where we don't have to do any reads, we're just doing it. And they can just enjoy the content without having. That's the biggest thing too. So we don't have to push much. Yeah, just so you can just play music on there, videos. Like we don't have to edit the video. Oh my gosh, it's the Wild West. Really, just be completely raw. I mean, you guys are pretty raw as is, but every now and then we'll have to do something. That's on me. I'll say a few outlandish things and just that be edited out. Not just that, but just like saying names of people that you don't want to put them out there. You know, that kind of stuff. Give me something else. Oh, you mean Kurt Event? Yeah. All right. Have you guys heard this story? This is wild. You know, I love my serial killers.
That is classic Bubba right there. The real reason I'm starting a Patreon is for the hardcore fans. It's for them. But also, it's so I can hide from all the toxic haters on YouTube and Reddit. Let's get real for a second here. The real reason why Brendan's never started a Patreon is because without ad reads, there's no reason to have a paid subscription. Because who's going to pay for all the bots? I'm being serious. Think about it. They start a Patreon, they buy a bunch of fake memberships to boost the numbers. But because there are no ad reads, they can't offset the cost of all the bots. So what would be the point is not to fall. And for the life of me, I cannot understand why these so-called comedy podcasters insist on having production meetings in the middle of a podcast. Tom and Bert do it as well. Guys, nobody wants to hear that shit. Have a conversation behind closed doors, make a decision, and then announce it. Talking us through the pros and cons of this decision is fucking boring. Not only that, pregnancy for a rude shock if they ever do start a Patreon. Because you really think a bunch of homeless cats won't sign up petroleum for the low price of $3 a month? And you have ad reads too? That's not a nice of you guys. Pregnant, you should definitely do that. I can't wait. Sign me up. Incidentally, check out the link below in the description to my Patreon if you want to see my uncensored exclusive content. I'm currently working on a video covering the disaster killed set show in London that Tony Hinchcliffe and Brian Redman have been hiding from us. So check that out if you're interested, and don't forget to subscribe to my other channels right here on YouTube as well. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
That summarized a lot of the challenges that came to
The thing with Joe, is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what he's done to comedy. Sure, and I don't think it's great. I think that it's tribalized, and I think that he's created a sort of army of people that think they know comedy, but they only know a specific thing and what they think is good.
Look, dude, there's an ugliness that's out there right now where, there's certain podcasts out there that if you're a racist, if you're an anti-Semite, if you're a psycho-nationalist and you want a softball interview, there's podcasts out there where you can, and they will laugh at your bad jokes and just give you this path. We've already seen this, and we've seen what it does to a nation, and it's not the way to go. It's not the way to go.
Tall and funny comedian Joe Rogan is back in the spotlight as more and more comedians are getting comfortable calling him out during interviews. The tough thing for Joe is that they're not all calling him out for the same thing. Mark Maron appeared as a guest on Bad Friends yesterday, where he criticized Rogan for ruining comedy to the point where he even had Bobby Lee and Andrew Santino agreeing with him because of their mutual disgust towards the whole Austin comedy bubble that Joe created. And then there was Bill Burr last week, who didn't just call out Rogan, but all of the other comedy podcasters who had politicians on their shows and gave them softball interviews instead of staying independent and criticizing both sides. There have been a few channels, including my own, that predicted the comedy bubble would take a major hit after last year's election, and all signs so far are pointing to exactly that. The biggest casualty has been Andrew Schultz, who made the transition from comedy podcaster to pseudo-intellectual political journalist, thinking he could ride the wave of political guests going on comedy podcasts, one epiphany at a time, which backfired so spectacularly that his own fans are now his biggest critics. Even Tom Segura and Bert Kreischer are taking a break from comedy to pursue other interests now that things have slowed down and good material is becoming harder and harder to come by. But for Slow Joe, things are a little more complicated. Rogan's policy of posting and ghosting, never reading the comments, and never listening to or reading any criticism against him has come back to haunt him in the most embarrassing way possible. After being forced to endorse Trump for the White House last year by his close friends and billionaire handlers Elon Musk and Dana White, Rogan is now in an awkward position where he no longer supports the majority of the government's policies, yet can't admit that he fucked up by picking a side. Rogan's bullshit detector hasn't just been exposed, it's been completely hacked and used against him by the very establishment he's always claimed to hate. And so now that the shit has hit the fan, more and more comedians are finding the courage to speak out and criticize Rogan for ruining comedy and becoming a political talking head.
You want it to be open? I can be open. Yeah, be open.
Yeah, you can fly free on this show.
I feel that. I feel safe with you guys. You should. That's when I was driving over here. I thought this is going to be a supportive, safe environment.
Yeah. You can say whatever you want.
Do whatever you want. I want to say something before I even say that. I want to say that I feel like there's two people that are the pioneers in terms of comedy that inspired this generation. Sure, which is a generation below. Yeah, I get it.
Probably all owe it to Tom Green.
Oh yeah, I did tell you. Yeah, you're right. Tom was first with the video. With the video, yeah.
But yeah, me and who else? Rogan. Okay. Who's that? Joe Rogan. Joey. Is it Joseph Rogan? Yeah, he's out of Texas.
Oh, it's Texas. Got it. I got it. Got it.
He's awesome. He's running half the planet out of Texas. Yeah. He's got a tight hold on the enlightened media.
Merits disdain.
It's not disdain. It's reasonable criticism.
Reasonable criticism. Yeah. When was the last time you spoke with him?
I don't know. That's a good question. I guess it would have been at the store. I never talked to him in Austin. I don't go into the club. I don't really think on his radar. So
something tells me you are.
Oh yeah, something tells me. You know, it's weird that you get lumped into a certain thing, and maybe it's my assumption that his army of healthy fellas.
Is that their title? Army of Healthy Fellas is so good.
You know, you just gotta, gotta stay in. The machine's
gotta be good.
Yeah.
There's a shot of bird. Go ahead.
So I don't know the last time I talked to Joe. People for a while were like, well, no, I don't. Yeah, and also there's no way for me to, and there's no way for me to sort of not walk out of there and be like, all right, I guess I'll look at my phone. How long is this going to go on for?
Right. But it's like Martin Luther King and Malcolm X maybe meeting at one point. Let's go historical.
Say it again.
Malcolm X and Martin Luther King meeting in our head at one point.
Yeah. Well, that's right. And
pioneers of the civil rights movement.
Which one is Malcolm X and which one's Martin?
I think Martin Luther King. No, I don't really. That's not Martin Luther. The analogy doesn't.
It's so bad. It's going to get funnier as it goes.
Yeah. Okay. Let me go with analogies.
He said, "This is if Hitler's and Goebbels had to hang out off the work site."
Like one of those is right.
Yeah.
I think you got to have that analogy.
So this has always been a problem for Rogan, and it's part of the reason why he looks so fucking goofy on stage. You've probably heard him explain why he wears oversized shirts during stand-up, because he wants to hide his supermarket turkey body so it doesn't distract his audience from his middle school facial expressions. I mean, how else would they know when to laugh? This is the clash between testosterone-fueled vitamin IV-infused tenable swinging HGH got AG1 sponsored morning routine comedians and the weirdo offcuts who smell funny and survive off peanuts, chicken wings, and free beer. Man, I could go a bucket of chicken wings right now. You know, the ones in the sticky barbecue sauce, maybe a side of fries and some coleslaw, chuck in a few beers, turn on the footy, and you pretty much hit peak living. And that's exactly what I think Mark's saying there. He's not interested in talking about saunas and cold plunges and the other 6 talking points that Joe has on rotation. And at the end of the clip there, you probably heard him say Bobby Lee's Malcolm X Martin Luther King Jr. analogy didn't make sense, and instead joked that Joe would be closer to Hitler or Goebbels, which is a pretty hot take if you ask me. Calling Reagan a fascist is probably a bit of a stretch. However, like you saw in the intro, the same sentiment is growing from guys like Bill Burr, who I'll get to in more detail in a moment, where they feel like Joe and his buddies are using controversial guests to get clicks, and then giving them softball questions, almost no pushback, when they say crazy shit like Epstein topped himself and the Epstein files don't exist. As for Mark Maron, this next clip is where he starts to lose me a little, because I think the exact opposite is the problem. Maybe he needs to watch a little bit more Kill Tony to really understand the problem.
What do you think the Austin Shuffle is?
I don't know, I bet it's so effectively tribalized at this point. It really comes down to material. I mean, at what point, it's like whatever represented in terms of policy, it's a stretch. It's like they want. Trans people are frightened. They have the ability to get health care anymore and being alive and have no freedom. So that's done. When do you stop with the jokes? Like in immigrants, okay, well they're being ripped away from their homes and they're all terrified and okay, so that's done. When do you stop with the joke? Right. I mean, it's one thing to pick on the vulnerable and the marginalized, but I mean they're down. I mean, like, why do you keep hitting them unless you're a hack? Now there's a question. Wow, Mark, wow.
See, I think Mark's only half right there. I mean, have you guys watched Kill Tony in the last 6 months? Hinchcliffe and Redband are hitting those DEI quotas like a Disney franchise. It's all about that Netflix money now. But Mark is also right in the sense that he has become hacky as fuck. For me, though, it's not because it's offensive to punch down. It's just cheap or cafeteria one-liners as if they're channeling the second renaissance. By the way, if you want to see me rip into Kill Tony and all the other Austin comedy assassins, check out the link in the description to my Patreon for all my uncensored exclusive videos. Basically, Rogan's whole idea that he's turned Austin into a true comedy meritocracy is a complete fantasy. Joe and Tony are the new gatekeepers of comedy, and they're making sure there's no more room at the top. They're pulling the ladder up behind them. They're turning Austin into a freak show so they can say they liberated comedy and created a democracy. You know how Tony shuffles through the bucket, pulling out names and throwing them back in until he finds one that fits his target demographic. When an open market absolutely murders on stage, Tony asks them a few questions and moves the show along because they don't fit into his diversity quota. The worst part is, they don't even try and hide it. They sell it as a feature, not a bug. What happened to just being funny? These guys are seriously worse than Hollywood at this point. Sorry, this is turning into a Patreon video. Let's get back to comedians calling out Rogan.
They're talking about the billionaires and politicians. What do you feel, and podcasts, and what do you feel about politicians and billionaires who appeared on podcasts of your peers to try to use leverage comedy for their own goals?
Against the Roman.
Dude, it was before that. I remember the time I saw President on the Tonight Show.
What had happened?
I thought it was cheapening the office. It was like they never did that. Now that everybody has a camera and blah blah blah, it's just so all over the place. I just think the landscape of it has changed. All I can say is personally, I would never do it.
And
I would never have somebody come on that's running
from the north
president
down and try and
with my intellect. I'm not going to sit there and be like, so, like, what are your,
total failure.
what's your foreign policy? Like, I would, it would, I would be like within 3 minutes. What was your favorite Super Bowl?
That's hold on.
And then people be like watching it. I like that Super Bowl too. I'm gonna vote guy. It's just like it's just on my wheelhouse. Like I am just wait. Let's just wait.
One of the audience, I mean, that movie he made called Dads was so on the nose and predictable. But he does go hard at the sides of politics, which like Rogan and Theo Von used to before they picked sides and drank the Kool-Aid. In that clip, though, he was referring to what I like to call the Dunning-Kruger experience. This is the phenomenon where Rogan will bring on guests who are clearly biased, compromised, or agenda, and pretend to have a balanced conversation with them, and then when it eventually comes out he was duped, he'll just throw his hands up in the air and say, don't listen to me, I'm just a 4'8" big head comedian with shit for brains asking questions. Unfortunately, Joe will probably never get to see this next clip because he's completely detached from any criticism at all. And even though Bill Burr doesn't mention Joe by name, you know he's definitely talking about Rogan here.
Josephus was there with his rebels for
the people that read
lasted about 50 days.
and the people that are the subject of what you're reading. You know what I mean? There's people that like discover
all kinds of things like, for example,
and figure out, and then there's the people that read it. Like, you know the people that can explain the theory of relativity. There's probably not a lot of people, but they can do it. But then there's this ego thing that because now I can explain it like I'm somehow Einstein adjacent. It's like, no, you're not. You just read some smart shit. Somebody said me one time, Bill, you know, you're a really smart guy. And I go, yeah, you're a sports bar.
Stories they've laid up against it.
You put me in a sports bar, you want to talk about 70s and 80s sports? I am wildly. I'm scoring very high. All right, you put me in like that form to have to interview somebody that is going to run for president, and then as the sports bar guy, you're going to see like, yeah, this guy did go to summer school.
in the fairly scarce amount of water.
Or whatever, but a smart guy. Compared to what? It's all like sort of.
So that the Roman defenders would see
Joe
that
Rogan
and say,
is
wow,
not
they must
compared
have
to
a lot of
Brendan
water in
Schaub.
there because
Yeah, I said
they're not worried about it. They're doing their laundry.
But the bit Bill Burr left out was that
But in
not
the
only
end,
does Rogan
it was
always metaphor, he can choose upon a whole genre of voices who have an overinflated confidence in their ability to comprehend complex issues.
By the way,
in Bert Crusher's case, he's just overinflated. Every time I sit down with a bowl of popcorn to watch Brendan Schaub stumble his way through a conversation nobody asked for, I think to myself, Joe Rogan did this. Well, when Andrew Schultz has the same epiphany that most of us had at 15, and he's buddies around nodding their heads waiting for him to squeeze out yet another brain fart, so they can all sniff it and tell him he's a genius, I think to myself, Joe Rogan told him he's smart. Or when Bert Kreischer brings up the machine story for the 5 millionth time on a podcast, I think to myself, Joe Rogan told him to tell this story. Joe Rogan isn't just responsible for ruining podcasting, he's well and truly ruined comedy.
The thing with Joe,
it actually happened. At any rate,
is I don't know that we have a lot to talk about because of my idea of what's done to comedy. Sure. And I don't
they're massive battery
tribalized. I think they know comedy, but what they think is good is not necessarily good. Maybe what the realm that they like, but on the outside of that, most of this sort of sensitive weirdos that we all grew up with in comedy have been sort of pushed aside in space for them to become limited. The time though that all comedy was not all.
You know what?
I'm talking about just like interesting,
amazingly,
stand-up side. You know, weird
language. He explains
Is there a world where both these things exist and it doesn't matter? So this is what I would say. Like, I get
they would
that
just be taken off
you don't like that
slavery.
That's part of why I love you, because you're like, that feels and that's what's great about
there's some good comics in there, and there's a lot of middle section. There's a lot. I believe that we all exist,
and it doesn't matter is my point. I get what you mean.
It's not all on him. No, the culture has changed.
Right.
And I don't necessarily think for the better, but it's changed in a lot of ways. In that, look, you know, there are comics that only drive clips, and that, you know, we do crowd work, and they don't care if they do other people's jokes because the attraction is with the clip. And what they don't realize, what a lot of people don't realize, is that you're the internet
go along with it.
You're the platform remarkably in the sense that if you're not able to confidently do an hour without worrying about any clips so you can get people to come see you crowd work, what are you really? It's your voice. Who's you work for? You'd like to think you're working for yourself, but you're just a platform who doesn't really need to find who they are up there. Do anything interesting at all. That's a problem. Yeah. So, and the bigger problem about what you're saying is, I think we all still do exist, but the nature of the comedy business is fragmented and some of it's tribalized. But there used to be a lot more weirdos around who were kind of exciting and interesting and took it a different place. I would argue with just talky talk comedy, there's not that many people bringing it to a different place, dude.
Right. Well, there is some good ones that, like, I think that kid Casey Rocket's really entertaining and fun and different and unique. I think they're there, right? I think the problem is there's so much sludge. There's way more noise than we've ever seen. And it's hard to appreciate or even care because all that's really being shown is kind of the constant, like, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him, give it to him. So I get
I'm tired of the attitude.
I thought you were going to say violence in this country.
So at any rate, I'm tired. They come up back to LA. One guy went to them and goes, you seem like a private. Because I'm killing it. Oh, dude. You moved out because you couldn't survive. It's an end.
I will never forget when Brandon Shaw hung up the mic and retired from stand-up comedy and said ever since Rogan left LA for Austin, the comedy scene hasn't been the same. Apparently, as soon as Joe left LA, the comedy clubs weren't as kind to Brendan as they once were. The funniest part of that story is to actually said it out loud for everyone to hear. I imagine Brian completely fell apart as soon as director
Boston. Mark Moran hit the nail on the head there. It's so refreshing to hear a comic who simply does not give a fuck what Rogan thinks about him, telling it like it is. Even Santino tried to push back by saying, it's all good, we can all coexist, and it doesn't, because he doesn't want to burn that Boston connection. I'm actually surprised, though, that Bobby Lee didn't push back more than that twist. He was happy to hear Mark trashing Rogan at the Austin comedy scene while nodding and laughing along. Ever since the Holden, Schaub, and Kalila situation, where your boy Brendan tried to hook up with her and threatened Bobby and Kalila after she rejected him and started talking shit about Brendan with her friends on Trash Tuesday. That's the point where Bobby probably realized the damage Rogan had done to the comedy scene by bringing in people like Brandon. Now we have guys like Tom Segura talking about their diets and workout routines non-stop, while literally hooked up to a vitamin IV, then promoting their new vodka brand in the next breath. It's like idiocracy meets Trap Hard Boys down there. And anyone who's willing to call it out is a hero in my books. Anyway, if you want to follow the decline of the Austin comedy scene and all the drama and shenanigans that come with it, make sure you're subscribed to both of my channels, Podcast Range and Lights, and hit the link in the description for my Patreon, where you'll find my exclusive uncensored videos covering the usual suspects. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
To light so many.
When we thought Trump was going to come in and then a lot of things were going to be resolved, going to drain the swamp, going to figure everything out. And when you have this one hardcore line in the sand that everybody had been talking about forever, and then they're trying to gaslight you on that.
By the way, for those who are subscribers to this channel, especially members of the channel, you may notice a little bit of dip in activity over the summer, primarily because I'm really excited that I'm making my way forward as my first publisher for Volume 1.
They did call me
What are you going to talk about? A couple of years now.
Joe Rogan's CIA handler is back in the studio to set things straight. After everything that he has festivities, Rogan took a short European holiday with his family. So now that Joe died, it makes sense that Blind Bacon would make an appearance on JRA. He's got this understanding of the most mature this time to walk Joe through what's really big holiday and comments for a couple of weeks now, saying things like, it's only a matter of time for Blind Bacon makes an appearance on JRE to give us the CIA narrative on FC. And comments in this episode did not disappoint either. Blind Bacon changing the battery Alright, let's see what this is. I think I've actually figured out how Mike Baker's been bugging the video. If you recall, last time he was in there, I pointed out that he holds his cigar in a very strange way. At the time, I again noticed he holds his pen in a strange way as well. The bug is in the pen. Joe's probably always wondering why Mike is behind every time he visits the studio, so for him in a little tin in the middle of the table. That's why you never actually see Mike writing with the pen. It's just a placeholder in his hand until he's ready to leave it behind. But as you saw in the intro there was quite unusual and a lot of Mike defending the agency and playing down his relationship with them.
We have a really nice relationship. They don't tell me what to say. If I go on TV to talk about something, they just, it's not like they're going to call up and say, here's our view on this. They trust me. Yeah, they trust me. I'm not going to open my app and talk sources and method. Just talk from an operational perspective. But yeah, so that was my wife, which reminds me, it's my boy Muggsy's birthday today.
Happy birthday, Muggsy.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Shout out to Muggsy, happy birthday, brother. And shout out to the other two, Schmucko and Fucko as well. Sounds like such a wholesome family. But as usual, guys, there's absolutely nothing to see here. Everything is completely normal, just keep calm and carry on. Rogan's just out here asking questions, so don't expect him to have the answers or any sort of pushback against his guests who come on his show to spout their narratives. And even though Joe has access to all the people involved in this, for some reason he routinely asks questions after the fact that he could have easily asked them when they were actually on his show, sitting across from him in the studio.
The Epstein stuff is so great because when Cash Patel was on here, and he was like, there's no
that. And I was like, what are you talking about? I didn't even know what to say. My thought was, and people were like, why didn't you push back more? My thought was like, I'm just going to put this out there and let the internet do its work. Because there's nothing I can. Guys saying there's no tapes, there's no video, that doesn't mean that. You didn't know about the Michael Batten stuff in his neck, which never happened. We have a film, we're going to release that film, and the film is all. Window, and you see a little chest. How does Van Bundy say we have thousands? Patel says we don't need anything. And then Tipton said he has lunch with J.D. Vance, and J.D. Vance says that 10,000 hours is commercial photography.
Right. Yeah. You think this freak show of Epstein wasn't like, it didn't have hidden cameras, it wasn't 100%. So
it's so obvious that Rogan hasn't figured out exactly what's going on here. It's so plain and simple for everyone to see but himself. Every single one of Rogan's guests has an agenda, whether it's a comedian, an author, filmmaker, or a scientist. But when it comes to politicians, they're all compromised in different ways. That's what he doesn't seem to understand. Getting the FBI director Kash Patel on the show when Elon Musk was dropping bombs on Twitter, accusing Trump of being on the Epstein list, and seeing him squirm and weasel his way out of discussing it should have been the clearest sign that his guests are all compromised. There's so much to unpack here, so I'm going to go there. I'm even going to give you a hot take on what I think's really going on with Trump the Epstein list, which I don't usually do, but balls deep in this shit as it is. So when it comes to compromised guests, it's never been more obvious Mike Baker is still a company man. People joke that he's Rogan's CIA handler, but after watching this episode, it's been clearer to me that he really is. Just listen to the way he fumbles his way through this answer to Joe's question and reveals up to Joe's studio that day.
What do you think from your person involved in that? Do you think it was the Mossad? Do you think it was some rogue intelligence agency in America? Was it a coordinated effort?
You know, I know this. There's a lot of talk about. Did he have some sort of intel connection? Right.
Right.
From my perspective, it's complete speculation. But I will say, like from an operational perspective, you see a guy like this. And all the way back to what 8 was like his first entertainment news, and there's rumors now of high-level people flying on top of the thing. That's interesting. If I get somebody right inside that operation, whether it's somebody who's just on the skirts of it, maybe I'll start picking up some pretty interesting level information on people that maybe.
If that doesn't convince you this guy still then I've got a bridge to tell you. See the way he gets to get some possible to the fray. He gave the most high version of what everybody already knows, but making use China as an example and evil Mossad. This next bit though was kind of disturbing. I don't get why nobody's pulling job aside and explain to him that when he says things like this, it's really not a good look and makes it real hard to defend.
It's so funny to me that it's always comes down to like what he did, somebody to procure for you, which apparently was primarily Maxwell's job. It's clearly operated as his or whatever the female version of it is. Curator. Yes.
No. The word isn't curator. The word you guys are looking for is trafficker. You know how Ghislaine Maxwell is currently serving 20 years for trafficking? She's in prison for curating. That's what fucking museums And Rogan said all of this more about how they couldn't just go in public. They needed someone to traffic teenage girls for them. Bro, what are you eating? We're talking about blind dates here or a double date with a friend. These guys really need to quit downplaying the severity of the Epstein situation. As usual, though, things only get worse.
Okay, I can't speak to the rumors about him working for one intel agency or another, but I will say, if I'm working for an intel agency and I see something like that, I might find that of interest. Right? And I would definitely go after somebody to see what's going on.
It's the easiest dots puzzle the whole time.
Yeah.
You have rich, powerful people and hot chicks and probably drugs.
Yeah.
And cameras.
Yeah.
No, Joe, buddy, we're not talking about hot chicks here, mate. We're talking about children. Jesus Christ with this fucking guy. Bro, you've got 2 young daughters as well. That's honestly crazy to me how he keeps saying shit like this. And it's not the first time. Almost every single time he's discussing Epstein on the podcast, he says something along those lines. And it just comes off as some sick fantasy. It's almost like he relates to the rich and powerful men who were hanging around Epstein more than he identifies as the father of the kids who were abused by them. But at this point, Mike Baker had finished planting the seed that the CIA had nothing to do with it, and it was probably China. Now it was time for him to start watering the soil and throw Russia into the mix.
I tell you, the Russians love nothing better than, the truth. The reality is, in terms of recruiting an asset by using blackmail is tough. Right? You gotta that window starts closing immediately. You're blackmailing somebody for their cooperation. At some point, that's going to go south. But the Russians in particular love that, right? And Chinese intel, they'll do whatever works for them. The agency tries. They blackmail is never on the table as an option because it always leads to a problem. The asset will turn on you. Next thing you know, you've got an agent working now, a double agent working for you. Side, right? Because they're so over by the fact that they've been blackmailed, and at some point they decide to their role for the other side. Like, argue with them, look at their role. There's only so much. So that's the operational reason for trying to avoid blackmail. And has it ever been done? Well, sure. But some services go to it much quicker than others. I will Russians are primary users of something like that. Israelis are operations that they'll do in
Okay, hold on. So now, according to Mike Baker, the Epstein op would have been too unethical to have ever been involved. Let's just unpack that for a minute. The organization who have been controversies in history, all of the rights abuses, the Iran-Contra affair, drug trafficking to fund operations, hiding covert operations from Congress, and the most involved allegedly orchestrating the JFK assassination. After all, blackmailing rich kids is supposedly too unethical for them to pull off. That has to be one of the ever seen Jen say to Rogan, and Joe just got in his head. He continued to bring up the prosecutor who claimed he was told not to touch Epstein because he belongs to intelligence. Why the fuck would an American prosecutor be forced to protect a Russian or Chinese intelligence operation? Like, Joe, what is actually going on in that head of yours when your guest lies straight to your face like that? And when he brought up Israel, Mike dismisses it and says, it's probably Russia. So let me get this straight. The CIA thinks that the Jeffrey Epstein operation was orchestrated by China or Russia. What is their response?
Because with the agency, it's not like the Bureau. The agency, I think most people honestly don't really probably give about the Epstein files. They're more concerned now about this release from Tulsi Gabbard and the talk about manipulating the intelligence, 2016 election, and Russian collusion and all of that. That speaks more to the agency than the Epstein files.
Well, tickle me pink and call me fucking Elmo. Austin, we've got no problem. Rogan's so open-minded that his brain fell out. This is like that scene where Hannibal feeds Paul. Come on, what's in the box? Now, that's not nearly the end of it, because if you thought that this was the end of the CIA speak, wait until you see this next clip where Fantasy claims that the names on the list are super important, yet probably don't matter at all.
But yeah, look, everybody's worried now, right? No, at first it was like, okay, again, a handful of years, nobody was pushing for this, right? Because you got people from both sides who look like, all right, there's kind of this bizarre bipartisan moment where we're not going to push for this. We're not going to. All of a sudden, they smell, blood in the water. Nobody's going to look good from this. But I would caution, just because a name might be in a file, no matter whose it is, doesn't necessarily mean there's nefarious activity. This person was there. It doesn't mean they're connected to something awful with underage girls. Maybe they were if they're in the file. But I'm just saying, there's a lot of people probably in that file that are going to be named, if it ever comes out, who may or may not have been engaged in illegal activity, but just release the goddamn.
So just because it doesn't mean they necessarily did anything illegal, but if they are in the file, they probably did. Either way, this had nothing to do with it. It was probably China or Russia. So just for that thing. Bro, can you hear the word salad coming out of your fucking mouth? I've never heard anyone hype something up and downplay everyone's stupid enough to everything he's saying. I am absolutely, this was a CIA joint operation, and this next clip made me.
The Epstein situation is going to be so disappointing to so many people now because I have this theory that nothing ever gets done in Washington, D.C., right? Investigations go to die there. Nothing ever happens. There's never any real consequences of any nature. And we got all sorts of things happening right now, right? So the Epstein case is just one of them. Regardless of who else is in the files, right? And the Dems, I think, were worried for quite some time and didn't pursue it because
investigated properly in Washington, and that it doesn't matter who's on the list from both sides, they should just release it and be issues at the moment made me realize something. If it's a CIA Mossad joint operation, the departments, FBI, Congress, and the White House don't know the details. Why would Mike be so keen to release the files if he knows the CIA was involved? It could only be because he knows nothing in the files can implicate them. That says to me that the actual files everyone's fighting over don't actually explain the full extent of the operation and probably only contain the ground level names and the videos without exposing the faceless men behind the scenes running the show. Mike's basically saying the file only scratched the surface, so let's just release and be done with it because you ain't never going to get to the bottom of it.
Back to, I know I'm bouncing around here, but going back to the other thing, I don't understand how they handled this so poorly. For Pam Bondi to come out and talk about the files. Oh my God. And then, like, within a blink of an eye, they come out with this bullshit Sunday night memo saying, have a self-inflicted wound. Shoot yourself in the foot because of messaging you.
Alright, the files to come out. I'm just some guy on the internet, so obviously take this with a grain of salt. I feel like if Trump was on the list or there was incriminating evidence against him involving trafficking or something similar, it would have come. IA doesn't like him. If they had some, I think they would have already used it to get rid of him. But I don't reckon Trump is worried about being on the list. I think he used these things to tap into the male audience to get elected. He got guys like Rogan, Schultz, Paul on side. He was finally going to give everyone an inside look into the shadows of governors, all the corruption. And then once he got into office again, he realized how bad the Epstein files really were, how far-reaching and wide they are, and figured that if he dropped it all to the public, it would wreck the rest of his presidency. He probably finally realized how damaging it would be to the country, that it would clean out Congress and fuck the stock market and cause a recession, etc., etc. And he thought, do I really want to do this to my country? I don't know. To me, Trump's a businessman. He seems like he's committed to ripping up the U.S. government and ruining his beloved stock market. He's used to winning. The whole Epstein thing is a distraction from how well he thinks he's doing, and he's even like he used it as an election promise to get people on board, and just hope that everyone would forget about it and lose. It's not going to happen. I don't know. It's plain and simple on the list, and there's incriminating evidence against him. At this point, honestly, who the fuck knows? Anyway, don't forget to check out the link in the description to my Patreon so you can watch my breakdown of Shane Gillis at the ESPYs, plus a whole bunch of exclusive uncensored content. If you enjoyed today's video, please hit the like button and make sure you subscribe to this channel and my second one, Podcast Cringe Boss. Thanks for watching, guys. Catch you in the next one.
They'll DM me and be like, you see what your boy doing? You voted for this. I'm like, I voted for none of this. You're doing the exact opposite of everything I voted for. Yeah. I want him to stop the wars, funding them. I want him to shrink spending. Reduce the buddies. He's it's like everything that he said he's going to do, except back. Maybe even more reason, just kind of run selfishly this whole time. He never really cared about our well-being. I don't know that he did, because none of the actions have shown me differently. I was excited about his appointment over RFK. None of it has happened. Yeah.
America's foremost political journalist, Andrew Schultz, has finally realized that he was duped, and it's perfect. Watching Andy and the toy standing around looking confused as to how this could have happened is the funniest shit I've seen on Flake in a while. Remember, this is the guy who, over the past year, deliberately repositioned himself around this. After Rogan swallowed Elon's mask, Schultz wasted abs. This time was different. Trump was serious. He was going to drain the swamp, release the Epstein client list, and finally expose. He had his people change the set a little, make it all nice and cozy, and then proceeded to ask a total of 0 questions about their list and why he didn't release the files in his first administration. Instead, Schultz smiled and nodded while he ate up Trump's aura and hyped the idea that this was all about to happen. That Trump was finally going to deliver the goods. But about the Epstein files, Schultz's audience has turned on him. Why didn't you guys ask involvement with Epstein when Trump was on your show? Not only did you vote for this, you helped campaign for it. Imagine if this administration then acting shocked when you find out they lied to you, unalive, who was friends with him for 10 years. Schultz still believes in Trump. Trump is one of them. They played us once again, and we fell for it once again. Trying to defend Trump and then puts you in the cult. Round of applause for flagrant. You all fuck. That needs to stop. How much Schultz deflects from Trump refusing any negative return. Remember when Andrew said it's not cool to be a Democrat right now? Yeah, man, you look cool right now. This is your guy, Andrew. I like Schultz, but let's be honest, he's a confident idiot. He literally helped Trump get elected. You voted for this and helped make it happen, Andrew. And that's exactly the point here. Schultz didn't just fall for Trump privately, he helped market the idea that Trump would finally pull back the curtain and reveal the Epstein. Though that Schultz still can't admit that he fucked up, because as you've probably already seen, Trump isn't just failing to deliver, he's openly mocking these guys now. Trump even just doubled down on Truth Social discourse as a wait time, ridiculing his so-called friends for even asking about it, and said Epstein was somebody that nobody cares about anymore. Confronted with that reality, Schultz, well, let's just say he still doesn't quite understand that he's being duped, as they try to justify, explain, and rationalize why their guy, the guy who helped rebrand their entire show around, is now treating them like fools.
You're still talking about Trade Epstein. This guy's been talking about for years. You're Epstein. We have Texas, we have this, we have all this. And people still talking about this guy, this crazy. That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time? I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. Just like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. I'll go on that.
So we're stupid.
Yeah, we're the idiots, guys. Just like we're wasting time.
That is, like, in all seriousness, that is, I think, what is enraging people right now is it's insulting intelligence. Like, obviously the intelligence community is trying to cover it up. Obviously the Trump administration is trying to cover up. Something changed because they ran on this idea of all these guys had great ideas. He was ready to tear it all down. He was ready to tear down the entire FBI office. The Hoover building. Day one. And he wrote it. Share with you. 100%. Especially when you're staring at me.
So after that vote publicly dismisses Epstein, Elephant, and Schultz and the flagrant crew half realize that they're the fucking idiots, Schultz does exactly what you'd expect. He pivots. He doesn't confront the fact that he helped to be finally going to release the Epstein files and deliver the transparency that all these legacy media supposedly couldn't. Instead, Schultz immediately reframes the whole thing out of tone, as if what's really bothering people is simply how dismissive Trump sounded. But this is where it's beautiful, because Schultz can't even see that it isn't just insulting their intelligence. It's so much worse for him than that, because Schultz is implicated as the independent thinker who have become something more serious. I mean, how many times have we had to sit through epiphany after epiphany about the simple shit most of us had figured?
What's good, son? Retro Raid. Did you fucking mortgage the house and your kid's college education yet?
Oh yeah, and then some.
Oh,
I got so much. I got 1 million bitcoins, largest Bitcoin holder in the world.
Oh, I'm sure you did. That's what I took you as. How you living, pimp?
Good. Just got my setup all set up.
Are you gonna stream on Kick, or are you gonna jerk yourself off?
Oh no, definitely. I don't have anything to gamble though, so I'm probably just gonna play like some PS2 games and stuff.
Doug, why don't you play Grand Theft Auto and do some cool shit in that?
I got bored of Grand Theft Auto pretty quick.
All right, well, I don't give a flying fuck. The world hasn't. It's the #1 streaming game and we're 9 months away from Grand Theft Auto 6. Get your shit together and let's see you play.
True, you didn't tell me about that.
Dog, are you like sharing something right now? Because all I see is the OBS loading screen.
Yeah, hold on.
All right,
Activate.
here's what I want you to do. Here's what I want you to do. I'm going to get all up in your shit. I want you to go on Grand Theft Auto and get into a sniper battle with somebody.
A sniper battle? What even is that?
It's a battle where you both have sniper rifles and you try to kill each other.
Oh, okay. That sounds like fun.
You did this before, but you wore shitty clothing. You need to wear like either all black or camo. I want you to be serious about this.
You said a sniper match?
Yeah, I mean, okay, remember you played that one time? It was after you gambled at the casino there, the casino in the game. And you did sniper matches against like, well, it wasn't just snipers, but you had a sniper rifle and you were fighting against and win this time.
It was me, dog.
Dude, it may not have been actually. I think you're right. Okay, I did see you go in the casino. I remember that, and you got drunk. That was you, right? There's that beautiful face.
Yeah.
How you living, Pam? All right. So this time, well, okay. So I want you to put on camo or something black, and then I want you to go around the tops of buildings and snipe dudes.
On GTA 5 or what?
On Grand Theft Auto 5, absolutely.
Well, the problem is, I mean, I could download 5M, but I can't play online because I have like a cracked modded version. So it won't let me play online.
Okay.
But I could play online, but just by myself, or I could play 5M.
Hold on. What's online by yourself mean?
Like a solo invite-only session.
But nobody else is there?
I got mods. Yeah.
Okay, that sucks. I mean, it's cool, but it's whatever. Yeah. So what's the alternative?
5M.
What's 5M?
It's like custom servers for GTA 5. All modded stuff like Chicago, Chirac, where you sell drugs and dope and stuff, and it's weird. There's all kinds of stuff like that. Team deathmatch. There's one where you just race cars, all kinds of different.
Oh yeah, I saw you race cars, didn't I? No.
I've never installed 5M.
No. Okay. Okay. So you're gonna install 5M?
No, but I got God of War for the PS2. I want to stream and play. I want my whole thing because my whole thing why my name's Retro Raid is because I actually have a kick named Retro Raid. But I had to change the username to Gambling Schools because there's too much bonding stuff going around. So I had to let the heat cool down first. But basically, what I want my content to be is playing PS1, PS2, and 64 games. I want to play retro games. That's what I want my thing to be.
Okay.
Like the retro gaming too.
I got you. All right, I have a question for you. Are you ready for the answer?
Yeah.
Can you play multiplayer on Grand Theft Auto 4?
I gotta download it.
Okay, what?
But I can, like, my download speed is super fast.
Do you have Red Dead Redemption 2?
No.
Doug, you are not helping me here. Okay, so you have Grand Theft Auto, but it's cracked, so you can't play online, right?
Right.
All right, well, how long will it take you to download GTA 5M?
Like 2 minutes. I got gigabit internet now.
Okay. Well, why don't you get your shit together and download that?
Because, bro, I don't feel like fucking playing 5M right now. I want to play some old school stuff.
Okay, how about just play regular Grand Theft Auto I saw this thing that I want you to do. It's hilarious. Okay, so you take a bus onto the freeway and you have it angle let me just show you what. Let's see if you can do this. If I can find it, I'm gonna tell you how to get to it. Okay, it was in GTA, I think. I just saw it earlier today, and it was pretty. Oh yeah, I found it, dude. Dog. Okay, here's what I want you to do. This is sick. I want you to emulate this. If you're such a good gamer and so sick, which you are, you could do this. All right, are you ready for me to send you a link? All right. All right, so you're going to be like, that's all you want me to do? And I'm going to be like, yeah, that's all I want you to do. It's just exactly what they do in this. Okay, go to the link that I just sent you. It's in, it's on Reddit. I just want to see you do this.
Okay. Oh my God. Hold on a second.
What the f is beeping?
Hold on. Where the fuck is my...
Bump, 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 beep, 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 beep,
County, Santiago, Puerto Rico, Eastern, there we go. Central,
Yo, dog, what is this beeping?
It's my PS2 emulator. I'm setting it up.
Okay, does it have to have the most annoying sound on earth?
I was just setting up the same.
Okay.
I want to see if it works real quick.
Hey, remember that time I sent you a link and you didn't look at it?
For what?
How about you check your Discord messages and you do what's in this link? It looks tight as fuck.
Oh, hell yeah, that's going to be fun. I'm excited for that. All right, let me see.
Fuck.
I'm looking at it, fucker.
Do you see it? It's a bus. Do you see it? It's a bus.
I want to try that. Hold on, let me try that real quick.
Okay, what are you talking about?
The bus.
Yeah, that's what I want you to do. Excellent. Do you know where that is? I don't either. That's the thing.
But I know how to do that. I mean, I could just do it on any fucking highway here. Let me see. I'm not going to stream it because Pop's going to come over a little bit and I got to do stuff. I'm going to stream it a little bit.
No, I understand. You've got your panties all up in a fucking kink. I get it. I just want to see you do it.
My what?
Your panties are in a kink.
Oh my God. You wanted to talk, dude.
Dog, my panties have been in a kink for 3.5 years.
Hey, what do I have to do to get banned in the server?
Well, you could show your penis. I don't like when people do that.
I'm just kidding.
Though I do allow chicks to masturbate if they want to, and I have had chicks do that, so that's cool.
Oh, you let them?
Oh yeah, I've let them. Not only that, but I shout.
They enjoy it? Or...
Oh fuck yeah, man! It's like a private show. It's amazing.
You though?
Because I spammed her, and then she saw my shit, and then just came in here, and she was some OnlyFans model who also streams on Kick, and she masturbated to orgasm as I sang to her, and then That was the end of that. It was.
Did you reciprocate?
Fuck no.
Oh my god.
What's that, pimp?
Red security. No active antivirus. Your device is vulnerable. Okay, well, let me turn the fucking antivirus off. No. Device security. Or isolation. Security. Don't want any of that. Protection history. Everything's off. Threat block. Learn more. Virus tool. Restricted area. Disable anti-spyware. Eject battle line. Driver initialized. Threats found. Human cover. Allow starting. Manage setting. No protection. No dev drive.
Is this going to be? Are you going to play? Are you going to play Grand Theft Auto, or are you just going to troubleshoot your computer?
Oh, you see my screen? I gotta get the vehicle spawner.
Dude, I do see your screen. I don't see Grand Theft Auto. I've seen every Grand Theft Auto. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 1. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 2. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 3. This isn't Grand Theft Auto Vice City. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 4. This isn't Grand Theft Auto San Andreas. This isn't Grand Theft Auto 5. This isn't Grand Theft Auto Liberty City Stories. This does look like Grand Theft Auto: The Ballad of Gay Tony. Is that what we're playing?
Oh, you sound like a Jew.
Great. That's what I'm supposed to sound like. Because that's what I am, baby.
Oh my god. There we go.
What's your favorite N64 game to play?
Super Mario 64.
Okay, that's a cool game, dude. Have you ever gone for what did they call it? Time when you do it as quickly as possible, speed runs?
No, I can't do any of that shit.
Ditto. I have to take my sweet ass time.
Oh, it says in my mod menu right here, it's actually pretty good. I go to settings, turn the overlay off, entering online.
When's the last time you gambled? And
a couple weeks because I had to move out money anyway.
Doug, it looks really nice.
What, my house?
Yeah.
I can show you it on my phone real quick if you want. Let me see. Bobby. Special joiner. Solo session. Great. Should let me go. Alright, here, come on.
Did you know Kill Tony is tonight?
I usually don't watch that stuff.
Do you watch pro or college football? What the fuck? You just disconnected. Why'd you just disconnect?
Can you see me now?
Yeah.
Because I'm on my phone.
Okay.
Hold on a second, I'll show you my house.
Alrighty. Why'd you move?
I move what? My phone?
Yeah.
So I had to connect to my fucking phone.
No, why did...
Discord. So this
No.
is the kitchen.
Very nice.
A nice little kitchen.
Absolutely.
This is my setup. I just set up today.
Tight. That's what you've been using?
All set up. Yeah. My living room.
Oh, very big.
My couch. It's not bad. It's a little small, but it's not terrible.
Where's your favorite place to masturbate?
Huh?
Where's your favorite place to masturbate?
Kids' room.
Oh, it's not bad.
I don't masturbate.
Okay.
Bro, I don't masturbate anymore. I have a wife. This is my room. It looks messy. A big closet, AC, big bed. Oh yeah, we're still in the process of putting shit away, but
Dude, it looks really nice.
decent bathroom. It's not bad. It's a little trailer. Nothing crazy.
Dude.
So I'm really proud of my setup. So I have a room like this. I want to put an entertainment center right here, and then have my computer. And we probably want to put another couch right there. I think.
All right.
That's how I want to do it. That way my computer is in it. And then TV somewhere right here. This is our cooler. We have a swamp cooler because there's no AC. But it works good. I just put like a bag of ice in the bottom, and it gets super, super cold.
Like a swamp cooler?
So yeah. Yeah, it's a swamp cooler. And then the front of the house, really big yard. I'll actually just show you real quick. This fence on this side, we have a whole privacy fence that our neighbor did, like for a while ago.
Oh, very nice.
The whole fence is just this. Pretty big yard.
Definitely big.
Pretty nice. Got a little street lamp right there.
It looks perfect, dude. Did you go from an apartment?
No, I'm happy about it.
Absolutely. Did you go from an apartment to the mobile home?
Oh, from my in-law. So this is way better than living in a little room in my in-law's house.
Oh, yeah, definitely.
What the outside looks like. Oh, other room, other side. Cool.
It's beautiful.
Our neighbor is empty as well, but all right behind us is a trap house and an alleyway. Our neighbors over here have a bunch of traps in there. Like shit. But it is what it is.
Dude, have you...
I live in a white trash house.
Have you...
Nothing to complain about.
Dude,
My wife stays at home, so.
That's amazing. It's yours. There, you should be very proud. It's very nice, dude. You're doing better than 90% of Americans.
It's a little pricey, but you can afford it for the money. Hold on.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'm making good money because like I told you, I'm a corrections officer.
Right.
And I make 26 an hour, and then like these past 4 days, I've been popped for over, so I have 12-hour shift for the last 4 days. So that's a whole extra, basically like $2,700 every 2 weeks. That's like comes out to around $4 to $5 grand a month. So I'm doing pretty good for money.
Doug, you're doing really well.
Yeah, I got a little plastic bottle of vodka I'm gonna pop later.
Don't do that. Don't do that.
Well, no, just for tonight. I've been drinking a while. I don't have any to gamble, but I'm just gonna play games and have fun. Okay, so let's do this bus thing that you're talking about.
Absolutely. This is why we're here. This is what I want to see. Can I tell you, if I had to look in my crystal ball, which I don't do, but here's what's gonna happen. You're not gonna be able to do it, and you're gonna make up all kinds of excuses why you can't.
Yeah, what?
Get this bus thing to work.
Oh yeah, no, I'll be able to. Let's see. I forget how to get the fuck out of here. You have to go down or something. Hate this shit. Exit. So you go here against the exit. Stop the fucking exit. Here, let's do this. Build $1 million something. You should be over. The full thing. I could just literally, if I like the spawn menu, you could spawn it anywhere where you put your waypoint. Like, find a highway.
That's tight as fuck. Don't you need a bus first?
Yeah, I have a spawner for that.
Oh, tight.
Sure.
Can you spawn any? Can you spawn any? Can you spawn any vehicle you want?
Yeah, anything.
Even a plane?
Yeah.
That's tight.
All kinds of shit.
How about a submarine?
Yes, anything. My friend. Okay, let me find. Spawn it out. Okay, let's see here. I gotta find somewhere with a garden. It's right here. It's right here. I mean, that could work. Just launching one off right there.
Let's see. I mean, that's why we do this.
Vehicle monitor. Yeah, everything. You just want to fuck the train.
Okay, that'll work. That'll work.
I mean, anything really.
Dude, just it needs to be the right angle and everything.
Yeah.
I can't wait to hear your bullshit excuse why you can't get this to work. You see,
I'll get it to work.
You see, I make fun of you in order to motivate you to be able to get this thing to work.
Yeah, I appreciate that. That's I work off of it.
I know you do.
Dash Hound, or Prison Bugs. So Dash Hound.
In all honesty, as the kids say, real talk, you should be very proud of where you live.
Yeah.
Good for you, big dog.
I appreciate it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. There it is, Dash Hound.
Okay. Oh, like Greyhound.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's not going to work.
Oh, wait. Yeah, well.
No, it won't. It has to be a place without a guardrail.
Yeah, right there. Watch.
Okay.
Now what I'm going to do is shoot a gun. And then they're all going to go crazy.
Yo, what's up? How are you?
Watch.
What's up? What's up, P model?
That was good, teammate.
Hey, P model, how'd you find out about me?
What was it?
How'd you find out about me? How'd you find out about me?
Was looking at Kick and I saw like a Discord link on Kick.
Dude, you're the man. Absolutely. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, big dog?
Yeah, bro, tell me about yourself.
Excellent. I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother, P model?
Yeah, I've seen the Truman Show.
Excellent. Well, that's essentially what my life is. I have more content archived than any person in global history. The Economist magazine stated in 2018 that data was Earth's #1 resource, more valuable than petroleum, and I have more data archived than anybody, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, I'm going to make you, your friends, your family, all extremely wealthy so that you have financial independence if you don't already. I'm going to make sure that you have generational wealth, and I want you to be able to start charities and philanthropic organizations of your own. How does that sound?
Sounds great. It's interesting.
Excellent, Big Dog. So I'm live all the time. I talk about things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology, such as agricultural drones, floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about ending world thirst. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria to help the less fortunate. I am someone who's an advocate for the LifeStraw program, but most importantly, desalination technology, where we pump Earth's seawater onto land to make it drinkable. How do those things sound to you, P Model?
Sounds great.
Excellent. I talk about other things to help the world, things like futurology.
Yeah, I got it.
All right. What did I tell you? What did I tell you? Retro Raid. Next time you come back. Yeah, and I want to see you actually succeed at this. Because all I did was see you take a big L. Take care, man.
All right.
Peace. I talk about futurology topics, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, invisibility cloaks. I talk about Santa Claus machines. I talk about things like quantum computing, space tourism, space elevators, terraforming of other planets, intergalactic travel. I talk about de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal that within the next 3 years, or by the year 2028, to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is a mind-blowing goal. And I'll be proud to be able to archive it if possible. I am someone who thinks it's amazing what they've done with their advancements with the direwolf. If you didn't know, they've created 3 direwolves. Joe Rogan has met these direwolves. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which I think will just be really exciting to witness. I talk about other things, P Model, to help you, specifically help your friends and family. This is all with your consent, but things like life extension technology. When you were born, P Model, the average life expectancy for you or someone like you is probably about age 80 years old. I want to increase that to age 100, 120 with technology, utilizing oxygen therapy, things like human growth hormone, stem cells, peptides, red light therapy, ambrosia therapy, things like cold shock therapies, cryonics, cryogenics, nootropics to get you to be 120 years old. But you may get to be 120 years old. You may say, Rabbi, this has been really great. Everything that you said came true. It's been wonderful, but my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? If you want, you may be able to utilize the next type of technology, which is mind uploading technology, where, with your consent, we scan your brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later download as an android, an avatar, a cyborg, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal being, whatever you want to be. But essentially what I'm saying to you, P Model, is that you may be able to utilize this type of technology to experience digital immortality. What are your thoughts?
It's pretty interesting. I've heard of the idea. It's a podcast.
Absolutely. So, with that said, you should know more than any of the stuff that I talk about. I'm here to be a positive person in your life. I'm here to have an optimistic view on the future and just really here to give people hope. So if there's ever anything that you ever need or you ever need to speak with anybody, I'm here to help you, okay?
Yeah, for sure.
Excellent.
So, I think the re-extinction thing is pretty interesting. I've been reading about the remember one recently.
Absolutely. Yeah. So where were you reading about it?
I got a few videos in my feed.
Word dog. All right. So it's de-extinction. Re-extinction would mean that we extinct these things again. I'm sure you're aware of that. Yeah. No problem. But yeah, de-extinction is going to be really exciting, and it's already been done. People talk about this being like Jurassic Park and that we're never going to be able to achieve it. It's already been done. It was done 22 years ago. So scientists have already done it. It's just a matter of time until they do it again. So that's very exciting. If I may ask, whose stream were you watching? When did you see me spam or did you see a clip?
I saw a clip.
Oh, tight. Okay, are you a streamer or are you just a viewer?
Just a viewer.
Oh, tight. So you went to somebody's stream and you looked at their clips, and then I had a clip in there, and you were like, "What is this?"
Yeah.
Tight. Very cool. Well, in addition to live streaming my life in Discord, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams. If you look in the upper left corner of this Discord, you'll see a red circle and it says 24/7 YouTube streams. If you plug that link into your browser, you will see that I'm live on 22 different streams right now on YouTube. You've never seen one individual live on so many different streams and platforms. I'm live on 33 different devices, 33 different platforms. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams alone. I have over 100 YouTube accounts. I have over 200 Instagram accounts. I have over 500 Twitch accounts. I have over 1,000 TikTok accounts. I have over 2,000 Twitter accounts. I have over 5,000 Blue Sky accounts, and I have over 10,000 Kick accounts. I have more social media than any person on earth.
Interesting. Looking at the YouTube, I've never seen this before.
Absolutely. Look how many are live.
A lot of accounts.
Word dog, but it's not just a lot of accounts. Look how many are live simultaneously. No other creator does what I do. Welcome. What up, Zen? How you living, pimp?
Fine. What about you?
Kicking ass, taking names. Zen, if I may ask, how'd you find out about me?
I just found like your YouTube stream, like one of your streams, I guess.
Excellent. You were just scrolling through YouTube and you saw one of them, and you were like, "I'm gonna check out this person's Discord."
Yeah, it wasn't my recommended actually.
Oh, tight.
Like, all right, it seems cool. So.
Amazing. Do you mind if I tell you about myself, Zen?
That's fine.
Excellent. P model. I'll keep it as short as possible. Apologies. Zen, I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream my life 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for world peace. I've been doing so for more than 3.5 years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. Zen, have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother?
No.
All right, that's all right. Essentially, you should know that I'm live 24 hours a day. I have been since the pandemic. The Truman Show and Big Brother, they're basically like shows or movies about people whose entire lives are on camera. I do so because I'm amazing. That's frankly why. All right, that's cool. That's all right. I was doing shit. Big shit.
things, the extra whatever was left of these things, that's what Marx does about racism. It's just what July. That's what died or ends, at least this section, by talking about how she was going into the grave. She took out all her children and children. She said, what is this word? There's nothing going in. What is this? Always remember what's bigger and what's another. What's so important? What is it that we with us? What is it that we don't do? It's important that we remember that everything we have is there to help us on our trajectory to make sure we keep what we can do that on ourselves that we can be. It itself is not things by itself. It's one I've heard of fascinating concepts. There's an idea of blowing the rush. Which means that when you go to a cemetery, you come to your senses, you try not to do certain rituals because it's kind of jealousy of the face and it hurts in the ground. It creates just a bad sense because you're doing it, you're teasing them. And but that's not a nice thing to do. There's no focus. Yeah, but when you blow away the rush to someone wearing a special watch or wearing a brand new suit, you do whatever you want, you do whatever you want. But basically, truly all about everything we have is there to help us on our path. She recognized it, unfortunately. This was her big message from this episode. We see how Stella decided to take the arm and cost the Jews so much in so many different ways. This leads us to this is one of the natural pregnancies, so I don't know. Anyone? Anyone have a second question?
Any of the contradictions, he smiled, nodded, licked it all up, and asked for more like a good boy. And even after surviving this whole humiliation ritual, he still can't quite admit that he was part of the con.
Maybe I'm wrong on this, but okay, you keep talking about this Epstein. They keep talking about this Epstein list. I got the list on my desk. Now they're saying nothing happened. So one of two things in my mind is possible. One, you're covering it up, or two, nothing really happened, and you exploited the of thousands of children to get your man elected. So which one do you want here? Because that one to me sounds just as bad, if not.
This is where things get even funnier, because instead of sitting there in that studio and accepting what has just happened, that Trump has blown them off, that the Epstein list was never coming, that this entire narrative they've wrapped themselves in has imploded, Schultz and the Flagrant crew immediately started performing the exact routine we've seen from the podcaster ecosystem over and over again when they get caught with their pants down and their dicks in their hands. They don't admit fault, they don't acknowledge that they hyped all of this, they don't sit in the reality that they were duped. Instead, they pull out the mental gymnastics, because the best move in this situation is to get you to act like you're smarter and more independent than your average viewer. So what do? They start asking the questions they should have asked years ago. Maybe there's a cover-up. Maybe there's some dark national security reason why Trump had to walk this back. Maybe it's all a 4D chess move and they just don't have the clearance to understand it yet. Anything to avoid admitting that Trump simply used them and the Epstein list was never going to get released.
So what does covering it up mean? Either there is an intelligence operation that's happening within the United States that is aiding and abetting the exploitation of children. It's not great. Our taxpayer dollars go to this in some type of CIA black budget. So we're now complicit in this thing, but it's for the greater good of America, right? So we kind of are like, all right, fine. Or Trump is implicated in some direct way because obviously he knew Jeffrey Epstein from back in the day, or both of those things. So let's talk about these two scenarios. So, but let's say it is an intelligence operation, like you just said, that our taxpayer dollars are going towards an abuse of. Do they have
have this conversation with Cash, Bongino, Trump, and the administration, and basically go, what do you want to do, guys? Yeah. You want to tell the entire country that the CIA and potentially the FBI, there are
Yes, ma'am.
organizations we're doing this, and that we're in on this, and this is how ugly we are.
Did you nap?
Yeah, I took a nap. I woke up at 6 something.
Do you feel well?
You didn't take a nap yet? Yeah, I feel good. How about you? You feel good?
I've just been entertaining people. You know how I am. Keeping the people happy, putting asses in the seats.
You like keeping the people who are happy?
I do my best to.
Yeah. You'll probably be sweet later on.
Yeah, definitely.
Go sleep. I saw some people in here.
Yeah.
I have some faces in here, huh?
Yes, ma'am. I have one friend, he played Grand Theft Auto, and we had some other new friends come and join us, so that's cool.
Okay. Alright, I'm gonna go look at some more new stuff together for tomorrow.
Yes, ma'am. And then later tonight, later. Yeah. See you later, alligator.
That mean for the rest of the world? How will the rest of the world view us? We're supposed to be the good guys. We're supposed to be heroes. What is the collateral damage of sharing this with the world? Do you think they share that information with Trump?
You would imagine that in order to keep the files from coming out, it's got to go over the top, is my assumption. Unless there's some type of like hidden agreement where it's like, hey, we're going to protect him from information so that he doesn't sound crazy, and he can just kind of run with whatever the mainstream narrative is. But the fact that his tune is even switched up, no, I mean to believe that
he knows something. So the reason he knows it is he's like, we're gonna showcase, we're gonna talk about this guy. They ran on it. They ran on cleaning out this wall. They ran on all this.
They brought all the influencers, gave them all binders with all this that was all redacted.
You remember this?
Yeah.
They tried to promote this. Like they were building this excitement up for us to just get, I don't know, what is it? What is the term? Like the wind taken out of our sails? Yeah. So the fact that his tune has changed from, hey, let's have a social media moment with the binders to, you guys are still talking about this guy? Yeah, we're talking about it because of you. Yeah. You're the one that keeps the conversation going when you hand out the binders to the social media influencers. Yeah. You're the one that keeps the conversation going when your
FBI director goes on podcast and said nothing happened, he killed himself.
Yeah. Okay. So it has to go to him. Especially for him to go, why are you guys still talking about this? Because you wanted us to talk about it. Yeah. You promoted it.
Yeah. That has to be the biggest slap in the face to his audience I've ever seen. Schultz has a history of this, though. It's right up there with screwing over all his fans who paid for his special, only for him to release it on YouTube for free a few weeks later. A move so typically Andrew Schultz that he even bragged about it on his podcast after it all went down. He literally dropped the podcast where he bragged about how much money he made from his comedy special, and his fans ate it up and asked for more. Sort of makes you think, maybe they kind of deserved it, you know? And here he is again, caught in real time, realizing that Trump's Epstein were exactly the same kind of transaction, and Schultz helped sell that fantasy. He positions himself and Flagrant as the place where this narrative would get broken down with nuance and insight, where you'd get real talk about Epstein, not just noise from the mainstream media. Meanwhile, Trump was playing them all along, dangling the Epstein list as bait, and then discarding it as soon as shit started to get real, and everyone kept asking the same questions. And instead of calling that out for what it is, Schultz retreats into even more speculation, spinning up increased increasingly convoluted explanations for why Trump has now abandoned them. Seriously, the mental gymnastics in this episode was next level. I can't wait to see if Rogan outdoes them this week.
Alex Acosta said on record, we have this on record. Alex Acosta was, I think, at the time, the district attorney in Beach, Miami Palm Beach. Yeah, he said he was going to give a sweetheart deal to Epstein. He said, I did it because I was told he was intelligence. I was told to back off. Because he was intelligence. That is said. That you cannot wipe that clean from the record. That has been said by I don't want to say trusted source, but a source that is reliable and knows the weight of their words. To me, I think that's where we can have some confidence that he does have connections to the intelligence community. Yes. Right? So bare minimum, there's connections. Maximum, this is this like massive blackmail ring. It's not only blackmail. They've inserted themselves in governments. They serve as American intelligentsia. The highest levels of our universities is everywhere. There is told the details on it will destroy confidence in America at home and abroad. Yeah, because what country runs a child blackmail ring on its own people? Yeah, like what would the collateral damage of that be? How would we react to that? What if we found out our agencies were doing that? Like, first 4 years. This is what would have been told. That's also true. Yes, and compromise us. Don't release it. So then why would you use a run on it? That's true. That's a good one. There is a version where it's like, what is it? It's like a mutual assured destruction. Yeah. So it is nukes on everybody. Before they're like, we could go after Trump, but by exposing Trump as part of this thing, it might expose all the other people or confirm that it is an actual blackmail ring. And once it's confirmed that it is an actual blackmail ring, we got to see how far this goes. So there's a version of this where he is involved, right? That's not completely clean just yet. He is involved. To what extent, we don't know. But it's not like the most absurd thing, right? Like, the guy was partying. That's, I think, yeah, right? So, his name was on the black book. I think Trump's a hooker or two in his life. That wouldn't be like the most shocking thing to ever hear, right? Now, is he asking for ID every single time? I don't know. And that's part of it. That's probably the name of the game, right? So you get the girls that are 16 or whatever to go, and then the guys aren't asking questions. And now you got it all.
Schultz is saying this now. He's finally realizing that Trump's probably on the list, that the reason Trump won't release the Epstein files might just be because Trump himself is implicated. Honestly, for America's foremost political journalist, Andrew Schultz fucking sucks. This is like having a child explain to Santa Claus isn't real, or those fights might actually be rigged in his favor. This is Andrew Schultz's big investigative breakthrough, ending a year rebranding his podcast around becoming a political journalist. Wait a minute, guys. Maybe he's just not releasing the list because he's on it. Incredible work, Schultzy. That's a Pulitzer Prize worth epiphany right there. It's the dawning realization that everyone else figured out from day one, while Schultz sat there in front of Trump, smiling, nodding, hyping up at the same time. Influence the rhetoric about draining the swamp and never asking a single sensitive question along the way. For this from the beginning, and he just laughed it off and called them haters. But here's the best part. Even as Schultz starts to say the quiet part out loud, he can't let it end there, because admitting that Trump conned them would mean admitting that Flagrant's entire rebrand was built on nothing, that this entire act as the edgy comedian turned serious commentator was a grift, that his audience was right all along when they continually trolled him in the comment section. So instead of sitting with that realization, what does Schultz do? He leans right back into speculation mode. gearing up for one last desperate pivot to protect the flagrant brand from total collapse. This is the moment where Schultz and his den of dick riders slide seamlessly from admitting that maybe Trump's on the list back into their conspiracy code, where they argue that maybe Trump isn't at fault after all, because maybe the CIA actually runs the entire country. Of course, because it can't just be that Trump lied, right?
Trump is compromised. So Trump's compromising the scenario. Let's go through. There's another scenario. Let's assume Trump isn't compromised. But the intelligence communities come to him and they basically say, this is us. This is what we do. There are a lot of people here that are going to go down if you out this. And the reality is going to have this. And I would like to take another. There's a verdict comes in, they go, you don't really get to make a lot of decisions, and that's fine. But you look the other way at the things we do, and we look the other way at the things you do. And once the things you do cross paths with things that we do, we remind you that you don't really run the country. The idea that we have a new person running the country every 4 years or 8 years, and they plot the course of America for the next 300 is kind of absurd, right? There has to be some version of permanent government. Obviously, it's not established, and they're not speaking about. They're not shining a light on it. But there must be some version of this permanent government that maintains the course, does the course just like every other country that's run as to maintain the course. So it wouldn't be shocking to me that happened. Maybe he's involved, maybe he's not involved, but he could have had a conversation. They could have come up to him and be like, we missed on purpose, right? They could have sat him down in a room and be like, we missed on purpose, right? He goes, what? He goes, the guy with the perfect shot on you from 100 meters away or whatever, we missed on purpose. You didn't look at a sign. Looking at the sign got you closer. But we missed on purpose. And we won't the next time, unless you tell people to look the other way about this episode. To me, I would not be surprised at all if the CIA and the FBI actually are running the country.
Hang on. Wasn't that the entire point of draining the swamp? Wasn't that exactly what Trump ran on? The whole premise was that he was the outsider, the guy who wasn't controlled by the deep state, the guy who wasn't afraid to go after the elite, the guy who wasn't compromised. And now we're watching Schultz and his crew try to rationalize Trump's failure by saying, well, maybe the intelligence agencies really run everything and Trump can't do anything about it. That's fucking wild. Because if that's your explanation now, that Trump is powerless, that presidents don't really run the country, that the CIA and FBI are the real government, then what exactly were you telling your audience for the last year? What was all that posturing for? What was all the hype about? Rogan positioned himself the same way. The guy who couldn't be bought, the guy who gave Trump his platform precisely because Trump was supposed to be outside that system. But now that Trump has turned around and not only failed to deliver, but doubled down and mocked them forever believing he would. What do? They double down as well. They twist themselves into knots explaining why it's all part of some bigger plan, why Trump isn't really to blame, why he's just a victim of forces too powerful for any president to overcome. And the best part, Trump himself is the one dismissing them now. After all that support, after all that campaigning disguised as commentary, Trump is openly telling guys like Schultz and Rogan to keep quiet and move on. That's what makes this collapse so fucking funny. Not just that Schultz and Flagrant got duped, but that they helped sell the con to their own audience and spent the last year turning their podcast into a marketing channel for politicians. And now Trump himself has discarded them like the useful idiots they were all along. I find myself saying this in almost every video I make these days, but this shit is seriously so fucking predictable at this point that the script writes itself. But anyway, make sure if you haven't already, subscribe to this channel right here, then head over to my second channel, Podcast Cringe Bites, and subscribe there as well so you don't miss out on my uploads throughout the week. Also, don't forget to hit the link in the description to my Patreon where you'll find all my uncensored, long-form content covering Rogan, Kill Tony, and everything in between. Thanks for watching, guys. I'll catch you in the next one.
Alright, so what are we thinking about this? Is it a disappointing day, dude? It is disappointing. Do we ever find out? Is there ever any closure on this? Is there ever? No, it's close. Yeah. So that's it. It's Kennedy. JFK. Yeah. It's JFK.
So walk me through this idea again. Oh, dude, you're gonna love this. So, you know, the CBD industry is like the wild west. You never know what you're gonna get. I represent Pure Spectrum. You know exactly.
Yo, dog.
So I ride
How are you?
this like old country town, right? I'm representing Pure Spectrum.
Can you hear me?
I'm on a big burly horse, I like a brown horse, and then all the towns,
Hello.
they circle around. They just all gather around and circle around because they represent the other CBD outcome. They don't want me in there. Okay, they're not real. They're bad guys. I'm good guys. I'm good. And they take them out. I hear one go, "Hey, sick cow, we don't want you kind around here." I says, "I'm out back now." And he goes, "Get on out of here." And I go, "They don't want Pure Spectrum in the market. Why would they? Why would they?"
All right, guys, before we get into today's serving of whole suit lasagna, I've got to remind you, everything I'm about to talk about comes directly from the plaintiff's legal filings in this civil case. These are just allegations. None of this has been tested or proven in court yet, and Brendan Schaub is still fully entitled to defend himself. In fact, according to the latest court records, Brendan hasn't been officially served with the so technically speaking, his job to story. There's a very real possibility Brendan's sitting and watching this video.
What's going on, one mile? Yo, look at this. It's a party. Yo, can you hear me? What up, Poker? Poker, can you hear me? How's your day going, Poker? Excellent. How'd you find out about me? Excellent. Were you on Twitch? Were you on Twitter? Were you on Kick? Were you on YouTube? No way. And you saw one of my clips?
Yeah, like we'll show them this.
Poker, you're amazing. Thank you so much for being here. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? Excellent. Excellent. Before we do that, 1 Mile Zero, how'd you find out about me?
I was on YouTube and I found some streams.
Amazing. Okay, great. And how about you, Larry? How'd you find out about me? All right, Larry's just doing their thing. All right. Well, thank you for being here. I'm Rabbi Rothschild, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days, years. My streams go back to the pandemic. We've seen the death of a queen, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. If you've ever seen the movie The Truman Show, Big Brother, that's actually what I do. In 2018, The Economist was Earth's #1 resource, and I have more data archived on the internet than anyone, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that happens, 1 Mile and Larry and Poker, I'm going to make you all rich. I'm going to make sure that you have enough money to have generational wealth if you don't already. And I want you to be able to start some operations of your own. Talk about other things to help the world, like ending world hunger through the use of technology greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, things like hydroponics, vertical farming, cloud seeding. I talk about things to end world hunger. It's worth about $100 million. And one of the things that we do is we build wells in developing nations like Nigeria. It's fortunate. I'm also an advocate for the Lifestyle program, and most importantly, desalination technology to make it drinkable. How did those ideas sound to you guys?
That's fucking amazing, dude.
Excellent. It's absolutely. It's called Harry Potter Obama Sonic 10 Inu. That's its logo. I talk about other things to help the world. Futurology topics. I'm really fascinated by the future. Things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, faster than light communication, quantum computing, space elevators, space tourism, terraforming of other planets, things like things like cryptocurrency, of course, and Santa Claus machines, invisibility cloaks, things like perhaps even de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex, which was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas is founded, known as Colossal Bioscientific. They've made it their goal within the next 3 years to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle utilizing Asian elephant surrogates, which I just think is really exciting. Following the reintroduction of the woolly mammoth, they want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird. So that's something that I continue to track. They headlines this company with their development of 3 dire wolves. Joe Rogan has met them. I talk about other things to help you personally, help your friends and family. When you all were born, the average life expectancy for you was about 80. I want to help that with life technology if you want. This is all with your consent, but I want to help you be able to resource things like peptides, human growth hormone, stem cells, oxygen therapy, red light therapy, things like human growth hormone, cryogenics, cold shock therapy. Eventually, you may be able to get to age 100, 120. You know, it's been a really great run. My body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? And again, this is with your consent. If you don't want to have it, I just want you to have the best in life if you want it. And that would be the opportunity at something known as mind uploading technology, not just for you, but for your family. This is where we scan your brain into a computer with your consent, like a CAT scan or an MRI, known as in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system, for later downloads, an android, an avatar, a cyborg, and immortality. What are your thoughts?
Where do you get like all this?
Well, I'm a certified project management professional, which has allowed me some financial independence, and I've had companies which has allowed me some financial independence. And then as I have some sponsorships, and then additionally, if I ever need to, I can freelance projects for people. So it allows me to have a small budget and live within my means, but it allows me to stream my life to stream. Right now, concurrently, simultaneously, I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams. I'm live on 22 different YouTube streams on 33 different devices on about 33 different platforms. So you can watch my life in 360 degrees. I even have a ceiling camera. It's pretty baller. I talk about.
That's awesome.
I appreciate it.
The other camera about VC.
Oh, that one. I watch Jewish history lectures, so it's just going there. But in about 56 minutes, we're gonna watch Kill Tony. I'm really into sports. Is anybody here into sports?
I like tennis.
You okay? I heard one person that said they like basketball, and another person likes tennis. Is that correct?
Yeah, I said I like basketball.
Okay, excellent. Are you watching the UN?
Hey, you know any golf tournaments?
Yeah.
Like the US, like the tennis tournament or the golf?
Yeah. Well, the U.S. Tennis tournament is taking place in New York, technically Flushing, Queens, and it's I believe the finals are this weekend. But I'm really into golf tournaments as well. I love the Masters, of course. Big fan. Championship.
What's your opinion on them? What's your opinion on the Masters and then not letting anybody play unless you're like a rich kid, like rich dude, like they important people to play there.
That's country club mentality. But they let amateurs play there. If you're a very good golfer, you can play there.
You have to qualify to get in, and that's like hella hard. But they really only let like super wealthy people, like presidents and like higher up.
Yeah, most certainly CEOs of organizations. I can tell you that for the majority of my life, it's been male only. But they opened that up within the last decade or so that people like Condoleezza Rice have been able to be members there. So perhaps one day they may have more.
Do you think that they should have? Do you think they should have left it like men's only, or what do you think? It's like it's kind of like it was like the tradition for the longest of time.
It was men's only. It was men's only for almost 100 years until about 10 years ago or so, when they started to allow women to be able to be members. Condoleezza Rice is one of them. So I think.
I don't fuck with that.
Well, that's fine. There are all male clubs in the United States. They get a lot of flack for it. There's Butler. Butler is all male. So if you are interested in all male clubs, that those as well. Hey, we have a friend here. What's up, Jason? Jason, how you living, pimp? Can you hear me, big dog? That's all right. Jason's just doing their thing. If I may ask.
Hey, can you talk more? Can you talk more on that Santa Claus machine you were talking about?
Word, dog. It's one of my favorite topics. So it's basically been known in science fiction as a replicator, but it's essentially a 3D printer that instead of using plastic to be able to create a mold, it can use any element in the periodic table. So you can create a dog, a car, a computer, a human. It's just like a 3D printer, how it basically has a program that allows it to be able to put the plastic in the right position. A Santa Claus machine, aka a replicator, can do the same, but with anything. And then that would allow you to create any kind of food that you want, any kind of mineral that you want. Basically, you'd be able to create any kind of jewelry or any kind of human. You'd be able to clone people if you wanted using this type of machine.
That's sick, man.
Word, it absolutely is. You're 100% right. So this was first hypothesized in writing. Probably people have always wanted something like this, but the first time it was actually codified in writing is in science fiction novels of the 1970s. And, very soon we have the 3D printer that has revolutionized society. And the 3D printer will eventually move into something like a Santa Claus machine, a replicator. So 3D printers will be able to perhaps use other types of elements instead of just plastic. Maybe perhaps we may have metal. Then eventually we're going to have 3D printers that can utilize anything and create. It is a very fascinating subject. It's exciting. That's an excellent question.
That's awesome.
Word, dog. So, so a lot of people, when I talk about some of this stuff, they're like, well, Rabbi, but that's going to be so far into the future, I'm going to be dead. And you think that, but just think about somebody who, in 1900, there were no planes. The first plane was 1903 with the Wright brothers, okay? And within 100 years, if they lived 100 years, they would have not only seen the first plane, the Wright Flyer, but they would eventually been able to see biplanes, and then the jet, and then eventually even things like stealth bombers. And they, looking back on their life, they'd be like, wow, we went from not being able to fly at all using the plane to now we have stealth fighters. So that's like one human life. So when we talk about things like, let's say mind uploading technology, because I get a lot of people who say, well, Rabbi, mind uploading technology, that just sounds like something from Star Trek or something. And that's fine. And you can think that. But what you may not already recognize is that scientists are already successfully being able to transfer memories from one mouse into another. So how do they do this?
Essentially, they have a mouse that completes a series of puzzles or like a maze, and then they're able to take the the um the cell arrangement of those memories from one mouse and implant it into another mouse so that another mouse who's never seen the maze is able to complete the maze the first time without any issue. And it isn't guided by the sense of smell. Oh, it's a brand new maze, everything is new about it, there's no cheese at the end, nothing like that. So we know that these memories are able to be transferable. Now other things people say to me, like that if I would have said to somebody 10 years ago, hey, did you know that brain computer interfaces are going to be successful and become a commercially viable product? They would have said that's absolutely bonkers. That's not real. But here we have Nolan Aspro, the first successful brain computer interface patient, someone who has Neuralink implanted in them. They're a quadriplegic man. They lost their ability to use their arms and legs in a diving accident, and they were basically living an unfulfilled life until they volunteered to be the first Neuralink patient. This is where they have a brain computer interface implanted into their skull to the point where they are able to move a mouse with their eyes, or I shouldn't say their eyes, with their brain faster than you or I could do with our eyes and hands. Not only that, but they're able to play video games better than people who just use hand-eye coordination. To the point where, and this is straight from Nolan Aspro, when they have video game tournaments in the future, you'll have to have two different sections. You'll need to have the people who are basically like organic, and then the people who have brain computer interfaces, because the people with brain computer interfaces, it's like they have auto aimers and they just are much better at video games than an average human is. These are fascinating things, and this has all happened within the last 5 years. Now, if you're like, well, Rabbi, I don't want anything implanted in my head, I would say to you, I'm in agreement. I don't want that either. So what's the alternative? They've already developed this as well. Other companies, in fact, Snapchat, the people who own Snapchat, have purchased a company that has developed a cap, like a swim cap that you would wear when you go swimming, that essentially is able to read your brain waves and is able to utilize a brain computer interface but wirelessly. It's called an ECI, and it's the exact abbreviation. In fact, we're going to find out what it is because I don't want to spread pseudoscience here. So just one moment. Whenever I have any kind of question, I go to ChatGPT. I've been using ChatGPT since the day it launched, November 30th, 2022. In fact, I was an early adopter of ChatGPT. I've seen ChatGPT 1, 2, 3, 3.5, 4, now 5. I've been able to record them all, so we've been able to see their development. Here we go. Yo, what's the ECI stand for like a brain computer interface cap? It's a long word. So it's ECOG, also ECI, electrocorticography. It's interface or sometimes electrocortical interface, ECI. Electro for electric signals, cortical for the brain's cord interface, that the system that connects brain signals to computer devices. Basically, an ECI cap, if non-invasive, which is a brain device that reads cortical, often through EEG, which is electroencephalography, sensors in the scalp.
Rabbi.
Yo, go ahead.
So with like the chip in the head, I'm able to get like better at video games.
Absolutely.
Like MGU.
Yeah, you'd be better than anybody.
Get like maybe 2400 ELO with that, or is that not feasible?
2400 what?
ELO.
I can't see what that is.
ELO, like get better at video games.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, are you showing them?
Like a major in Copenhagen.
something?
Yes, you could.
My bad.
You're good. That's all right. But yeah, so basically you'd be able to win video game tournaments and beat all your friends. And you wouldn't need this to be drilled into your skull. It could just be done through wearing a cap. If I may ask, we have our friend here, Jason Murder, but also Zen. Zen, how'd you find out about me?
Yo, I don't want to be called Zen. It is my name. I'd like to be called XQC if you prefer being called XQC.
Okay, well, just change your name to whatever you want to be called. XQC, how'd you find out about me?
Yeah, through the streams. Through like a stream.
Through. Did you see my spamming or did you see a clip?
Yeah, shout out to the boy.
You were of John.
Like a clip.
Oh, tight. So you just saw a clip in his file and you saw that I had a link and then you came in here?
Yeah.
That's baller.
Basically.
Excellent. Well, very well. I'm glad to hear that. So, I like to talk about...
Yes.
Absolutely. And how about you?
Yeah, for myself, Kick, I see under my my channel there, the clips, you left a link.
Word.
To your Discord channel.
Absolutely, Jason Murder. Yeah, dog. So, I've created robots that basically promote myself. So, like right here in front of me, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I have 7 devices right here that are all automated. Well, yeah, that's 7 right here. And then I've got another 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 20. Just like another 14 over here, 15, 16, 17. We got like another 17 right here, and then the one behind me, 18, and then I've got like ceiling cameras. Like overall, it turns out to be about 33 different devices. And a lot of them,
So much power.
so solar power, the sun.
What about like during like nighttime?
Yeah, so there's a battery basically. It's efficient enough that at the end of the year, there's a rebate check that Southern California Edison sends out.
Oh, that's sick, dude.
Word. Absolutely. Yeah, so I've got a projector on the back wall here. It's got like light might be able to shine in. I love future technology. Anybody else have questions about future technology or any other future technology?
What do you think about what happened in 2001?
Specifically?
9/11 and attacks on the towers.
Yeah, I think it was really sad.
What do you think was behind it?
I know who was behind it.
Who was it?
Well, I prefer to keep those opinions to myself. Say I don't always in any type of news event accept the main. If I don't accept the mainstream story for just about anything, I always think that there may be motive. So, with that, yeah. But yeah, I'm an expert on that subject. I know about Building 7. I know about the insurance policies. I know about all that stuff. Great question. It's an awful situation.
Yeah, I was.
I don't ask me asking like, how much does it really cost to keep all these machines, like all the computers and phones running at the same time?
Well, it's several $100s a month, but again, that gets negated by the solar.
Yeah.
How do you make your money?
I'm a certified project. Sure, I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play. I have I have income that I have from that. I have had major contracts with Fortune 100 companies, launching international projects for them. So there's the savings that I have from that. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency, so that allows me to have some benefit. And then additionally, if I ever need to, I freelance projects for people, particularly in the world of cryptocurrency, that I can make more money at if I need. So I don't live uh, an extremely extravagant life. Although at one time I lived, but I generally have to just stay, uh, between my means. If I stay within my means, I should say, and stick to a budget, I find that I'm able to do this comfortably.
Do you believe like with the afterlife besides your plan of the AI like, running after?
Yeah, sure. So, I mean, traditionally, I believe from a religious standpoint, should we live a righteous life that we may perhaps sit at the right hand of Hashem, or the name God, basically, and learn Torah night and day. If that sounds enjoyable to you, that's fine. Chances are, what actually happens is that you die and your body loses its consciousness and nothing. I don't necessarily believe in Sheol, like uh, uh, basically like a hell. Maybe perhaps temporarily or something like that, as our consciousness gets to whatever state it is. But in reality, I'm a scientific person, and I think that when you die, you die. And that's why I'm doing everything I can to escape that, as every single person who has ever lived on this earth has thought about it at least once in their life. And the way to avoid that is through, well, there are multiple ways, but mind uploading is one of them. And really, that makes me not a traditional Homo sapien. I'm evolving, as are many other people on this earth, into being a transhuman. And what's a transhuman? It's really someone who doesn't want to die, who sees the opportunity to perhaps live either an extended life using technology, or perhaps be able to escape death completely. And if we are able to do that and actually have this idea of mind uploading, then we can become whatever we want. In fact, we can even be shape shifting individuals. We were talking earlier about 3D printing and a Santa Claus machine. What I'm saying to you is, if you wanted to, let's say you wanted to be a unicorn, like, not even joking, we could print you a clone of a unicorn, having done all of the, you could be whatever you want to be. Could do all the quality assurance if needed, to ensure that if you wanted, we could create a unicorn, and then we could implant your consciousness into it, and you could be a unicorn for as long as you want, either a standard unicorn life, or you could say, I want to be a unicorn, but then I want to be a dragon, then I want to be a woman, and then I want to go back to being a clone of myself, but just as a baby. And then after that, I want to be a clone of myself, but then I want to start life at age 25. And we could artificially mature you to being all of those things. And then additionally, and I think this is a really important aspect of mind uploading technology, let's say, God forbid, something happened to you. I don't know, a meteor hit you, or you were involved in some kind of space accident, and you quote unquote died. We would have that mind upload of you, and your friends and family could bring you back and artificially mature your clone to being whatever age you were at death, with all of the memories that you had exactly before then. And you could just wake one day, and you would be like, well, what happened? And we could say to you that you had died in, let's just say, a meteor accident, but we were able to bring back your mind upload and get you back. And you'd be very appreciative of that.
These are all opportunities. And you should know that, like, when we start to talk about living life, not just in terms of 100 years or 1,000 years or 10,000 years or 100,000 years or a million years, that the earth is just a temporary home for us. Eventually, the sun is going to expand to the point where its diameter is wider than the um, the radius of our how do I want to say this? Basically, our we revolve around the sun, and the sun will expand to the point where it it encapsulates or engulfs. That's the word for which I'm looking. Engulfs what would be our radius, and so we can't live on this planet forever. So eventually, we're going to have to escape it, and that may mean that we move to another planet somewhere else in the galaxy or somewhere else in the solar system, or perhaps we escape this solar system and go to the next closest solar system, which is Alpha Centauri, which is like 4.1 light years away. If you don't know what that means, it means going the speed of light.
4.21 to be exact.
Thank you. Okay, perfect. So 4.21 uh, uh, light years away. If you don't know what that means, that's traveling at the speed of light, which is approximately 300,000 kilometers per second. If we're able to travel at that speed, it would take 4 years. Well, technically 4.21 years to get there. And then eventually we could make that our home base. But eventually Alpha Centauri is going to expand to the point, just like our sun is. We may have to spend some time on some type of spaceship, but eventually we'll be able to find another home planet or home solar system and make that our home. Now, will we all be together? No. At that point, perhaps we say to Poker, you're 10 million years old, and if you want, you can just go take over your own solar system somewhere in the very far edge of the galaxy, and you get to, if you want, start your own human race there, or whatever you want it to be. Maybe it's a race of chimpanzees or dogs or whatever you want. And then essentially you're like, it's like a world builder. You get to play God, essentially. And many people think that's what exactly. And many people think that's what Earth is. When we talk about the Anunnaki, or we talk about Earth being seeded here, there's a lot of evidence towards that. I mean, there's the religious thought that we could have all started, and the Earth could have been, we're 5,785 years old, or the Earth is actually, or the universe is actually 13.2 billion years old, and there's an opportunity that within 13.2 billion years that there was an extraterrestrial race that eventually was able to escape its planet or its solar system, and planet then solar system, and be able to explore the cosmos, and they saw our solar system that didn't have anything, and they seeded life here. Now, that's not just a theory. If anybody here knows who Bob Lazar is, he's a whistleblower from Area S4, which is part of Area 51, essentially. And he has said in the government documentation on which he's been briefed, that's what he read. Now, he didn't know if it was misinformation or if that was the truth. What'd you say? Oh, you're good. But essentially, we have the opportunity to do that on our own. Now, if you're like, well, what race seeded us here? Some people say it's the Zetas, which are from Zeta Reticuli, which is like 38 light years away. And they're like the little grays that we've seen depicted in like media. But basically,
That's what may have occurred. What's going on? Oh, DH7, how you living, pimp?
Hey, good dog. How are you?
I'm kicking ass, taking names. DH7, if I may ask, how'd you find out about me?
Twitch.
Oh, that's amazing. Did you see one of my clips?
Yeah, I just was kind of interested, and you got a lot of cool stuff, I guess. I've seen
What up, Dean? What up, dog?
some other stuff too.
Yeah, absolutely. Well,
Plus my boy put me on,
Okay, so you had a friend.
He said you're a pretty good streamer.
Go ahead.
What do you think about Europa?
Yeah, I think it's an excellent opportunity for us to be able to terraform it. As I understand, it may have liquid oceans. It may actually contain life. But yeah, it's a really great opportunity for humanity to be able to terraform it. In fact, it's been named after Mars as one of the perhaps best opportunities for us to be able to terraform. What are your thoughts on Europa?
Hey, have you ever played Barrel Trauma?
Can I talk about it in this conversation?
Hold on, too many people at once.
Actually, they made a rover. They made like a rover that can drill into like the crust, because the crust of Europa is approximately 17 kilometers thick, like the ice crust.
Right.
So basically, it's an ocean that stretches towards the core. So basically, until the core, it's just ocean. So the chances of life are pretty small, and even smaller considering that it's at a depth of like 900 kilometers.
Yo, wait, can you guys use proper pronouns for me? I forgot to say that.
Yo, what do you want?
Zerzim.
Okay, that's cool.
Yo,
Thank
you can
you.
call me XQC, bro. You can call me XQC.
What up?
Rabbi.
What up?
So what do you think? Have you seen the game Barrel Trauma?
Enlighten me. Talk to me about it.
So there's a game called Barrel Trauma, and in the game, they try to populate the planet, the moon Europa, but under the ice there's a bunch of like sea monsters and shit, and so it was hard to build the civilizations because they would be traveling their submarines. My bad.
You're good.
Be traveling their submarines and they'd be attacked by the sea monster. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, as the other person was saying, the chances of life being there is probably pretty slim. That does seem to be somewhat science fiction, but it doesn't mean that it's impossible.
What are they to dragons though?
Yeah, we were just talking about how dragons could be a real thing. At least on Earth.
How would dragons, like, what's your theory on like how we can make that shit exist? Because like, badass it would be if I could ride in on a dragon.
Yeah, we were just talking about.
You see Jurassic World? You see Jurassic World? Come on, bro.
Yeah,
That'd be awesome, dude.
So we were saying that there
That'd be crazy. I'd be riding the fucking Spinosaurus.
There are
imagine a dragon with a big old.
There are multiple ways.
Big old fat fatty.
There are multiple ways that we could have dragons. Probably the easiest way would be to create them in a lab and then allow them to organically mature. But there are other ways that we could.
Think we could do? Like.
Just one moment, Zer, just one moment. Yeah, so right before you came in, we were talking about how we could do that with a Santa Claus machine. A Santa Claus machine is essentially a replicator.
What is a Santa Claus machine?
You can look it up.
Sorry, my bad.
You're good. It's got its own Wikipedia page. It's essentially a replicator, like something you would see in Star Trek, but basically it's a 3D printer that instead of
kind of
using
like you create a chance of meatballs.
Sure. Instead of creating something with plastic, it can create it with any element in the periodic table.
What the fuck?
Yeah, absolutely. So you'd be able to create dinosaurs.
I can just make like a uranium. I can make it uranium elephant.
Yes, that's true.
What about like animals made out of gold, but they're like still living? You know what I mean?
100%. Yeah. I mean, you could have them have golds. You could have them have gold skin.
Can I bring my dead mom back?
Yeah. So
Memories?
hold on. Let's talk about that. The-
Shut the fuck up about your mom.
So hold on. The person who talked about their mom. Just hold on. Just hold on. Because they're. Just hold on. Just hold on. Decorum. Calm down, everybody. So, in terms of bringing back people who have previously passed, that's known as revivification technology, and that's something that is a true thing. So, how is it done? There are multiple ways to be able to do it, but the easiest way to do it is to, if you have any access to your mother's DNA, how would you be able to have access to it? Just anything that she owned would have it, but even if you don't, we could use.
She was cremated though.
That's fine. Do you have anything that she had, like a scarf or a book that she had? If you have anything that even has an opportunity to have her DNA, we could scan that to be able to get her actual DNA. But even if we don't have that, we can reverse engineer your DNA to be able to create her DNA. So then what we do is we create a clone of her. We create a clone of her. We artificially age it. My name is Rabbi. Go ahead.
Oh, Rabbi, I have a question.
Okay, go ahead.
What's your opinion on the? Sorry, I'm a little intoxicated right now.
That's okay.
What's your opinion on the Israel-Palestine conflict right now and what's going on with them bombing each other?
Sure, I want world peace.
World peace?
Yeah, I want world peace. I don't want anybody to die.
What would be like your opinion on how they would resolve that with each other?
Absolutely. We sit both sides down at a table. We live stream it.
You know what? Fuck Palestine, bro. They hide in fucking hospital. What a bunch of pussies.
Shut the fuck up!
What up, Zoo? We sit them down at a table. We live stream it. We give them a crayon, and we have them draw any borders that they want. And then they have to stick to it for a year. And then they do it the next year, and the next year, and the next year, until eventually we have peace.
Nah, fuck that. I'm not trying to go more in depth for a country that's fucking dog shit.
Just fucking drop 2 nukes.
Dude, because that would end the world, dude. Hey, you shut the fuck up,
bitch.
Yo, DH.
My fucking ball lives in Palestine, motherfucker. I'm Palestinian.
No, you're not, bro. Quit capping.
Rothschild, what's your opinion?
Sorry, Rabbi.
What's your opinion on Orthodox Christianity?
Yeah, so are we talking about like the Eastern Rite, or is that what you mean? Like Greek
Eastern.
Orthodox? Yeah.
Like Russian Orthodox?
Yeah, so it's really arguably the older of the two main versions of well, I shouldn't even say of what is considered at one time Catholicism or Christendom. So you have Protestantism, which doesn't include this, but then you have Eastern Orthodoxy, Russian Orthodoxy, and then you have the Roman Catholic Church. And generally, the Roman Catholic Church, as we understand it, with the papacy, broke off in the approximately the 11th century, and prior to that, it was arguably the strongest organization known to human history.
I got raped by a priest once
All right.
when I was 5.
All right, did you report it?
That sucks, dude. You know,
Nah,
one
I
time,
liked it though. You touched me on
Thing is, that's mainly just Catholic priests. Orthodox priests are the fucking best. Alright. Rabbi.
What about a Jewish priest,
sir.
though?
We don't have your
What about Jewish
priests in your traditional form. We have rabbis.
They're rabbis.
Right. Now we do have Kohanim, which are priests as well, but that's more a historical context.
What about Jewish people?
What about us?
Because, how are they going to believe, all the Christian stuff, but not Jesus?
We don't believe the Christian stuff. We don't believe the Christian stuff.
Huh?
We don't believe the Christian stuff.
What do you think about the Israelis attacking the American ship back during around World War II?
Certainly.
What the fuck was up with that?
That's not World War II. That was in the 1960s. That's the USS Liberty. And again,
I said around that time.
I know,
Where's
but
the Ark of the Covenant, though?
so there's about 22 years of difference in there. The Ark of the Covenant. There,
Around is like 30 years.
So there's an argument to be made that the Ark of the Covenant may be in Ethiopia.
Yo, 1 mile. Would you just shut the fuck up? Yeah, fuck you, nigga. Whoa. Okay,
Hey.
Rabbi.
Yes, sir.
What's your opinion on what do you think about the dancing Israelis during 9/11?
Yeah, most certainly. Again, I've answered the 9/11 questions.
Oh, I never asked about the dancing Israelis.
Yeah, no, I understand. I know all about it. I'll leave it at that. I know all about it.
There were Israelis dancing during 9/11 and they were celebrating.
I know all about it.
Bomb them fucking hoes. Fuck them.
Okay, very fun, guys. You should know more than anything of all the future topics I discuss or the religious topics that I discuss. I'm here to be a positive person. I am here to maintain an optimistic view on society, and I'm here to give people hope. So if there's anything you ever need from me, I'm here. To the best of my ability, I will be. But for now, I have to use the restroom. So in the meantime, I'm going to turn on these Jewish history lectures, and then we're going to watch Kill Tony in about 17 minutes. So if you want to stay for that, feel free to enjoy. Kill Tony is the largest. Is the largest.
I gotta go. My wife has to beat me.
Okay, enjoy it.
Damn.
Come back whenever you'd like. Thank you for being here, guys.
My girl used to beat me and then we broke up, you know. Yo, Rabbi.
What up, Pimp?
What should I do about getting women? Cause like, I got no game, man.
Yeah, you don't.
I've been trying really hard lately.
Okay.
To get bitches.
All right. The first thing is forcing your pronouns on people. Nobody cares about that. They care about you. Okay. So if you want to get girls, do you know what the seduction community is?
No, what's that?
All right. Go on Reddit. It's a subreddit. It's r/seduction, and it'll teach you all about male improvement, how to take care of yourself, red pilling. It'll teach you how. It'll teach you game.
I get bitches. I'm just in the drought right now.
Yeah, you don't get bitches.
I started using pronouns lately because I feel like it helps better with my identity, you know.
Look, that's fine.
Like, just ever since then, I've been in the drought, you know.
Absolutely, that's fine. I'm not saying that it's wrong to have pronouns, but before you even give an introduction to yourself, you're giving your pronouns, and that makes you not that. It makes it look like you're trying to be someone you're not. We want to know about you. We want you to say, "Hey, I'm DH17. I want you all to know that I appreciate being here. If you were interested, my pronouns are they, zer. I understand if you make a mistake, but that's what I would like to be called, and take it from there." You don't say, "I'm Zer." Like, if you do that, you're basically.
I think I'm just gonna do away with the pronouns because I think that's why I'm in the drought. You know.
You don't have to be, but a girl wants an alpha male, or she wants really a sigma male, but she wants someone who.
What's a sigma male different from an alpha male?
Yeah, so an alpha male basically is leading the pack and is proud of leading the pack. A sigma male is a level above that. They're leading the pack, but they don't even care what anybody else thinks.
What the fuck?
Yeah,
okay, so I feel like I'm more like a sigma male because I don't give a fuck what bitches say. You know what I mean?
Okay, well, I mean, it's important. Their opinions are important. Do you know what pickup artistry is?
No, but like, okay, so you said Sigma males, right? They don't really care about what anybody thinks. They still lead the pack.
Correct.
But I feel like I resonate more with that because I feel like I'm a pretty good leader, you know? I'm a manager. Oh, was a manager at Walmart, but then they fired me.
That's
So,
okay.
you know,
That's a good job.
yeah, the pay kind of sucked. The hours sucked, but, you know, I always got the job done for them hoes. And then they let me go just because I came into work drunk once.
Okay.
That's some bullshit.
Did they breathalyze you? All right. Well, in the meantime, if you want the first step of pickup artistry, read the book The Game by Neil Strauss. The Game by Neil Strauss.
What about like the Andrew Tate method about just getting banned?
You do whatever makes you happy. I'm just telling you how it's done traditionally in the pickup artist world. All right, as I said previously,
I just kind of.
I've got to go to the
I just
bathroom,
wanted
my
your
friend.
opinion. That's my bad. Sorry.
You're good, my friend.
What is what would you say? How do you approach women? What would you say you do, honestly? Because like I start talking to a girl, snap her a little bit, and then out of nowhere, kind of I kind of like ask her out on a date, and then she kind of tells me to go fuck myself. And I don't really appreciate that, you know, man. Kind of just makes me sad. So I'm a sweet guy, you know. Are you still there, Rabbi? Ha! Yo, what up, Zen?
I hate niggers.
Bro, you're such a pussy, Zen.
You know, bathroom?
Yo, Rabbi, where you at, dog? Rabbi.
So follow, rate, and review Kate and Ty Break It Down wherever you listen to podcasts. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. Welcome. My name is Paula Perez, a medium and the host of the Ghost Therapy podcast, where it's not just about connecting with deceased loved ones. It's about learning through them and their new perspective. Listen to the Ghost Therapy podcast on the iHeartRadio app. The cost of a Labor Day barbecue is going up in cities across the U.S. Michael Kessler.
The Bureau of Labor Statistics says grocery prices are up over 2% this time last year on average. The cost of a barbecue will vary depending on where you live. A recent analysis of barbecue ingredients shows New York City, Spokane, Washington, and Atlanta, Georgia had the highest increasing costs. The cost of living index shows that in cities where the total barbecue cost fell from a year ago, prices stayed less.
Clear.
Still showing notable increases.
Inflation rose slightly in July, up 0.2%, which was in line with expectations.
Hello?
Economists still expect the Fed to
Can you hear me?
interest rates at next month's policy meeting. A Manhattan developer is proposing a Hell's Kitchen two-story tower on a vacant lot.
Young Thug, fucking good.
500 affordable housing units as well as a 1,000-room hotel. Lots of new jobs created. At a hearing on Wednesday, Silverstein, who's partnering with Rush Street Gaming and Greenwood Gaming and Entertainment, says there'd be wide sidewalks and landscape plazas, a food court, and new restaurants. The next hearing is
Oh, for Young Thug.
protesters gathered outside the CDC headquarters last week with a big shakeup.
Administration official at the White House said if you are CDC director, you will be on identity with one-time vaccine skeptic. Services said
To find more tips for smarter and sustainable living, take action. The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Suspects.
Camera on stage for $125,000.
One or two great charges against him. CBC podcasts and CBC State Action. Hosted by me, Ian Hannibis, and Joanna Webster.
Investigating the largest unsolved mass murder in Canada. Canadian Pacific Flight 21.
Uncover Season 2.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
KFI AM 640, or stimulating talk.
From the show to keep you entertained all weekend long. Even if you're in Walker Percent. All right, hey, I want to give you a taste. Be hosting the MTV Awards. And, I haven't heard anything yet, like I said, I'm just waiting. All right, it's the MTV with your host, Tim Conley.
MTV, video music awards!
Yeah. I was talking to a climate activist the other day, and say, what's your favorite movie? They said, Bad and Gas Cars. Bad and Gas Cars. You ever heard about that movie? There's a movie coming out. There's no new ideas. A new movie coming out called Constipation. Actually, never came out. focusing on why so many people are getting down on them and have issues with their Kardashians. It's like comparing it to the Lego movie with all the plastic parts moving around. All right, let's get to the first award here. Drew Barrymore supposed to be sliding in here, but she failed. So I came in to rescue the ship. The FTD